All right. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. We are literally hours away from N7 Day. Now, as everybody knows, we're holding our breaths to see if we actually get any legitimate N7 news. But in the meantime, we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. Last stream, we talked about Mass Effect 1 and 2 for over 6.5 hours, which is pretty crazy. And tonight, we're going to finish that up with the mother of all Mass Effect 3 discussions. It's going to be pretty good, I think. Pretty good. And of course, as always, my friend and moderator, Joe Crazy Face, is here to help keep me in line and also offer her own important opinions on the topics we're going to talk about. Welcome,
Hi everybody,
Joe.
I'm a cat again.
She's using my cat Bill as her avatar for this meeting. Yeah, welcome everybody, welcome. So we got a lot to talk about. We're probably going to divide this into two sections because there's so much to talk about for Mass Effect 3. The endings on their own, I think, will constitute the second half of the discussion because boy, can we spend a long time just on that and on fan reaction and all kinds of good stuff. But we also have quite a bit to talk about in the first half, just about the story, about what's happened to the characters, plenty of changes as well that have happened between this from this game and the previous games. Not every game. It's one of those funny things about this trilogy where when you actually look at the games individually, you see how drastically different they really are. I mean, yes, they're all Mass Effect games, but in scope, in approach, in tone, they're all pretty damn different. And thank God, at least the characters for the most part are kind of consistent. So, so you got that linking things together. But yeah, so as before, we will go over, the plot lines of the story, talk about it, talk about the characters, and also talk about the DLCs. The big question. So it's funny. If I had to think about my favorite Mass Effect game, it's kind of tough because I like elements from every game. Now, granted, I'm one of the old people that played the original trilogy before it was Legendary Edition. So I was a little, I'll be honest, I was a little butthurt about Mass Effect 3 when it first came out. Granted, remember, the endings were much shorter originally before they did the extended endings. That kind of hurt a little bit, but I don't know. In terms of overall fun, I mean, people that were on the stream know I literally played 2 versions of Mass Effect 2 back to back. So if we're talking about something for pure entertainment and replayability, you really can't beat Mass Effect 2. It's just a bummer in that at the end of the day, if you want closure, you kind of have to follow it up with Mass Effect 3, right? So that always makes it a little bit tricky. I do know a lot of people definitely love 2 more than the others. There's also a lot of people that are of different feelings about 3. Some people aren't as mad about the endings of 3, or some people are able to overlook that because the overall package they liked more. But as we'll kind of be discussing tonight, there are some kind of design and development changes that started happening with 3 that fundamentally shift kind of like what the priority of the game was compared to like what 1 and 2 was trying to accomplish. So we'll definitely get into all that. But of course, first off, we got our lovely cover. And one thing to note that newer players might not understand, since we're going to be talking about various controversies tonight. One of the controversies that's worth mentioning is Fem Shep. Anybody that knows from the original trilogy knows that the default male shepherd throughout the games always was based off of this guy. I can't even remember his first name, but initially people didn't call uh, male shepherd, like male shepherd. They just called him, this won't make sense, Shep Lu. And it's like, what the fuck does Shep Lu mean? And it's because, yeah, Mark Vanderloo, I forgot his first name. The face model for male shepherd, the default one, was this guy named Mark Vanderloo. And so, of course, fans being kind of as simple as we are, like, okay, so the way that you identify default shepherd is to call him Shep Lu. And then, of course, through osmosis, everybody just all decided to call female shepherd Fem Shep. So those are the two, those are the two names that were burned into everybody's brain that was playing the series from the beginning. But about Fem Shep, she did not really have, she definitely didn't have a face model the way that Shep Lu did for the first two games. And even for the third game, I don't believe it's based off of an actual person. What they did, and I'm just remembering this now, oh my god, it's so funny how it just like immediately appeared in my head. They couldn't actually decide around Mass Effect 3 what default shepherd, Fem Shep would look like. So it wasn't always this kind of red-haired, you know, tough gal. I distinctly remember they had a contest kind of thing, not a contest, like a poll at one point, where it was this image with her standing in that pose. And they had like, I think it was at least 6, somewhere between 6 and 9 different faces. Like, vote for the one that you want to be default Fem Shep, which is an interesting concept. I think it was a little rigged though, because they actually had, so like default shepherd's always just been a white guy. The options for default Fem Shep actually were like all kinds of different ethnicities. But I kind of felt like in the back of my head, like, come on, the other shepherd is white, so there's like no chance, this is snowball's chance in hell that you're going to pick, for example, the black Fem Shep to be default Shep. By the way, I distinctly remember she looked kind of like Rihanna. So I was like, not that that looked bad, it looked kind of cool, but I was thinking like, nobody, what is the percentage of people that actually makes their shepherd look like Rihanna? You know, that would be like, yep, that's the default Fem Shep. That's what comes up in my head when I think of that. Anyway, they came up with this one won the votes, and she was kind of retroactively added, because in the previous two games, it was just like a default face, which didn't look great, by the way, which is why I think a lot of people would actually use Shep Lu's face if you're playing a guy shepherd, but far more people would customize the Fem Shep face. I don't know many people that went with whatever the default face was at the time for Fem Shep, but once she got this official, you know, the red hair with like, I think she has like fancy makeup or some kind of stuff when you pick the default shepherd now. Once that was in all three games, I did start seeing more people pick default Fem Shep for their games. Yeah, the original Fem Shep was surprisingly bland looking. But of course, since I had been playing it from the start, I had always customized my shepherd. So in my head, I can't not see the one that I've been using in the stream. I even made a point of recreating the face that I used way back then for the streams that I just did recently. But yeah, I think actually, Joe, since you're playing it now, you probably see, I mean, when you load it up as Fem Shep, it probably shows you the new default, right, from the start before you customize.
It does.
You don't like it?
Don't like it, no.
Okay. That's what I figured. It is a very particular face now, at least for good and for bad. The one before was so bland, it's like I literally can't even remember what the face looks like. But the one now is kind of a distinctive one where if you don't like it, like you're not gonna like it. And I not that I hate it, but I'm not a big fan, honestly. But anyway. So that was the first controversy. not a bad one necessarily, but it did draw attention to the fact that, you know, the equality of it. Or it's like, well, why wasn't there a default Fem Shep before? Which, what would you expect BioWare to say, really? Any answer is going to be bad, right? Like, I feel like it's a lose-lose situation.
I want to know what the thought process was behind that decision to even do a poll. It's so strange.
I feel like it's one of those things that I think was probably well-intentioned, but in execution, it's like, come on. No one's going to pick, like, half of these. Or they're not nobody's going to pick. They're clearly not going to get enough votes. You know? So
Right.
It's like, are you doing that just to act like, yay, diversity? Even though, like, you probably know no one's gonna pick that shit. I think that the final two were essentially this face and then one that was like blonde. So it's like, okay, this is pretty much what I assumed was gonna happen.
You sort of unlocked a memory in my brain talking about this, because I feel like we have talked about this before, like as
Probably.
it happened, and how irritated you were about the Rihanna face.
Yeah, it's like some of them felt like such a departure, considering that, remember, it's supposed to be a default face. Like, it's not really supposed to be so dramatic. It's supposed to be like, it's like vanilla ice cream. Like it's like a safe bet kind of thing. Like, it's not punky. It's not, something really on an extreme. And some of them were pushing that a little bit, which looks cool, but it also makes it more of like that, like that's a choice, as opposed to something that maybe you start from. Like, I always assume for these kind of games where you're just kind of using a default character, that they kind of make them as banal and and kind of like it's there, as possible, and you don't want it to like be super unique and a standout.
Right.
I'm sure somebody will disagree and say that default Sheplu looks really distinct. I don't think he really does. He looks appropriately like heroic, tough, but I don't think he looks like kind of the character that they would want to design at that time. Have you seen that and it's not meant to be a good thing. Have you seen that whole like collage or whatever that people have done, or montage, I don't know what the right term is, where they have like all the heroic male characters of like the mid 2000s or something? It's like all of them just basically look the same.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, let's call it what it is. It's white male preset number 2.
Yeah. I mean, KOTOR, we had that problem too, where it's like so many of the preset faces are like, eh. And so what do you end up doing? You pick one of the ones that looks as different from those ones as possible. And it's still not the optimal choice, but it's the one you end up with because it's like, well, this is better than those ones, I guess. Before modding, at least. But anyway, so that was the initial, one of the first few kind of controversies around the time this came out. And I think what they had ended up doing, I couldn't remember if this was people just deciding on their own to like print out this cover and use it on their game cases, or if they actually came out with a flippable, like a dual-sided FemShep, MaleShep cover. I feel like it's the latter. I don't know if people will remember this, because I always bought the shit on PC, so it's, I never got this stuff on console, so I didn't have like a little game case to like look at. So there was that. And of course, the other big buildup is, this is the story to end all Mass Effect stories, or at least at the time it was. So there was an incredible, I remember just as a gamer, feeling that there was an incredible amount of... Hey, welcome Raiders. Welcome into our discussion of Mass Effect 3. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do one real quick thing before we get too deep into it. But so even as just, little gamer back then, I knew there was a lot of pressure on the performance of this particular game. And that also kind of naturally raises your expectations. Because it's like, okay, I've seen these amazing looking CG trailers where they're in London and they're holding out against the Reapers, and it's like, oh god, this looks fucking amazing. It's just like, it's getting heightened to this point where in the back of my head as an older gamer looking back, it's like, man, there was only ever a chance of getting let down. It's almost impossible to maintain that forward momentum, successfully. But, you know, they tried their best. And I will say, even though we can't talk about today because it's not in the Legendary Edition, the multiplayer was certainly a highlight for me of the game. Like, say what you will about some of the things that happen in the story in single player, I played the crap out of the multiplayer. It was very fun. And I think they essentially took those notes forward into the Andromeda multiplayer. But the weirdest thing is I don't actually remember playing at nearly as much of the Andromeda multiplayer. I'm not sure why. I don't know if anyone else like in the chat did the same, but maybe it just didn't grab me the same because the game itself didn't grab me the same. Core game isn't why I say Vanguard. Yeah, the multiplayer, the pure variety of the classes you could get in multiplayer, if you were lucky enough to acquire the classes that you wanted, since everything was from like loot boxes, was a lot of fun. And then you could play as Quarians, you could play as Volus at one point, you could even play as a and this was like a specialty thing. There was a single class that was like a what did it call? What was it called? Like a redeemed collector. It was actually a collector that had powers and that was like fighting on the good side. And I don't even know if there was any lore associated with that, or if that was just purely one of those things where, you know, the game had been out for long enough that the developers might have said like, you know, like this was around the time they were tossing in like a Volus. I think they had all the main classes released and they were like, you know, let's toss some wacky shit in there for people to play as, you know, at this point, which, you know, cool. I'm glad that they did that. You could even play as a Geth Juggernaut for a couple of the classes, which I definitely did a lot. So the multiplayer was definitely the shining jewel, for me at least, in Mass Effect 3. But yeah, so before we get too distracted with elements that aren't in Legendary Edition anymore, I think it's worth mentioning just the whole lead up into Mass Effect 3. So from our discussion last time about Mass Effect 2, I think canonically the last event that we experience is the Arrival DLC. And that's the one where Shepard is essentially forced, because you don't get a choice, Shepard is forced to blow up a Mass Effect relay that the Reapers are about to jump into our space with. But the downside is, by destroying that relay, it destroys, I don't know if it's like a whole star system, or it's definitely one of the main planets with like the bulk of the Batarian population, which is not great. Batarians already kind of didn't like people or humans before. They definitely would have a chip on their shoulder after this. Actually, not just a chip on their shoulder, they're probably an endangered species by the time all those people are dead. So that basically filters into the beginning events of Mass Effect 3. Hackett knows that you did what you could. Like, you, the important thing is that you have important people in the Alliance that understand you just weren't being cavalier and that you didn't care about it. Like, that was your only option. So you have that going for you. But unfortunately, I don't know if it was like a tribunal. There's something you have to answer for at the beginning of Mass Effect 3, which is why you voluntarily go back to the Alliance, your Sans Normandy, and you're about to talk to everybody, once again trying to remind people like, Reapers are coming, this is a problem. And I feel like at this point it's unfortunately a broken record for poor Shepard, that how many times has she tried to tell people the Reapers are coming? And how many times like people just like the Council, the Alliance, all these other folks, it's like they would rather just stick their heads in the sand and not acknowledge this is a problem. Like, because maybe who wants to face the truth of, you know, universe-ending giant calamari that are coming to kill you or to harvest you, even worse. So that's the stage that's set for the very beginning of Mass Effect 3. But what's funny about the beginning is that they already start throwing a few weird little curveballs at you right at the start. You meet up with Anderson first, which is great because, you know, unofficial dad telling you like, don't worry, we'll sort this shit out, it'll be fine. But then as you're running through like Alliance, whatever that Alliance facility is, or the headquarters, you also come across like people that maybe you either didn't know you would bump into, or people that Shepard technically knows, but the player does not. Namely, James Vega. And I feel like he's one of those guys that needs almost like his own discussion. Because I would love to pick the brain of somebody that was at BioWare at the time and ask them, like, what is his purpose? Just what... I get that, with every game, you got to have some new characters. You got to keep things fresh, right? But I feel like... okay, this is maybe conspiracy theory time. I'm gonna do that disclaimer just in case somebody comes back and says, like, no, that's not what it is at all. Does he or does he not feel like a vehicle for getting Mass Effect fans to get into other media? Because when we see him at the beginning of Mass Effect 3, he supposedly already knows Shepard at least a little bit. He's part of the Alliance. You find out later, like in the real world, that they made an anime series called... not series, it's a movie called Paragon Lost, I think. That features him primarily with this other ragtag squad of like people that I don't remember their names to, which I don't think matter because I think a bunch of them died in the story, so they're really expendable and not important. And I think he might even also be part of some of the comics in some of the novels as well. So they do a lot of front loading of information about him, not even in the game. It's elsewhere. So I wonder if it's intentional that he almost serves as like this character that's supposed to spur the player into like consume more Mass Effect media, like elsewhere, not just in Mass Effect 3.
So he's like a backdoor pilot character.
Kind of. Like he is his own protagonist, like in his own anime, and like so it feels like he should be important to some degree. Ultimately, compared to Shepard, he's really not important at all. But like the game sure as hell wants to push him at you enough, as if he was like really important. I heard an opinion that Vega is the Shepard to your Anderson. I guess. I mean, Demon Girl, that makes sense because if you think about his own little plot trajectory, he wants to be an N7. We've already been an N7, been there, done that. For us, it's old news, but for him, he hasn't become one yet, and that is a goal of his. And he's, relatively more fresh-faced, and even though he's a big, burly, tough guy, experience-wise, he hasn't been through nearly as much as Shepard has. So I could see how it's kind of like the next generation, basically. My only problem is it's a little bit of a tough sell for me when you compare him to seasoned characters that you obviously want on your team like a lot more. So you almost start to wonder, or at least I almost start to wonder at a certain point, is he taking time and space away from somebody that would be much better in that slot, I feel like he's not a real character, so I kind of feel weird about like feeling guilty about like bashing him in that regard. But you have very limited time in Mass Effect 3 because you have so many characters, essentially all the characters from 1 and 2 that you'd like to spend time with in some capacity. It doesn't help that he's also trying to take a slice of that time as well. So there's him at the beginning at the Alliance headquarters, and then of course you bump into either Kaidan or Ashley, and it's apparently treated like it's a bit of a shock for both of you. It's like, oh, I didn't fancy seeing you here. like awkward shit. And you could make it more awkward by not, kind of extending the olive branch in your first meeting and be like, oh yeah, whatever. Because there's like a nicer way to greet them, and then there's the other way that's just kind of a bit more, I think, standoffish, right? I always say the nice one because it's like, why wouldn't you? I mean, the last time I talked to Kaidan, he sent me a letter saying, let's talk about it. Let's see how things go. And it was not shutting a door so much as keeping it ajar. So it's like, okay, if you're doing that effort, I can at the very least just be like polite to you when I see you again. So that happens, but that's just a distraction. That's just kind of a little foreshadowing of like, you will see this character again later. Guaranteed. And you're probably going to hate it later. But after that, is the main attraction. You go to talk to all these, head in the sand alliance types, and you are talking about the Reapers. Once again, trying to convince people, like, there's a problem, help me, this is why I did this shit to the Batarians. And I think as you're trying to talk to them, they essentially get interrupted because the moon base just has one of those, like, it's like the equivalent of like one of those horror movies from the mid-2000s, like Cloverfield or some shit, where it's like somebody's camera and it's like shaky cam and someone's like, hey, what's going on? And then bam! So like static and like signal lost and like, oh fuck, what the fuck happened? And less than a minute after, there's explosions. What was it like? Even the room you're in, there's some big explosion that shatters all the giant windows and like kind of almost comedically flings a giant desk that you have to like duck under. So you don't instantly get splattered by a military desk. And so finally, when it's kind of too late, you get full proof that nobody can deny that the Reapers are a problem. I just find it funny that the Reapers literally have to be in people's backyards, like right where they can see them, for everyone to go, okay, form up, we got to do something about this now. It's like, wow. Can you imagine what the story would have been if people had believed Shepard, I don't know, even at the end of like Mass Effect 1? Like if they had mobilized like back then? Things might have turned out a little bit differently, perhaps. Anyway, regardless. So that's a mess. You start running around the outskirts of buildings with Anderson. This is kind of funny because, like, I think I mentioned this during the stream. The run cycle for him is really kind of goofy because I think they always have to make sure that he's ahead of you. So sometimes he does this like ridiculous like hopping run.
Very silly looking.
At a faster pace, just so that he could stay ahead of you. I wonder if I have the clip of that. Even at the time, I was like, what the fuck is this? This looks a little silly. Let's see here. No. Oh, this is before that. Anyway, so you're going through all this stuff, and then of course, like a very cinematic scene out of a movie, when you're at your lowest point where those cannibals are just like on you the entire time, because it's this section here, you can't win. You just basically hold out for as long as you can. Then the Normandy like swoops in from out of nowhere, and I think Jokers are definitely piloting it at this point. And they pick you up, and of course your Vermeer survivor person is the one that greets you when you get on the Normandy, and it definitely makes you feel like, okay, this is familiar, this is stable, especially compared to all the stuff like on the outside. You're returning to something you know, and that hopefully that helps strengthen you and give you power. Oh, and I completely forgot the stupid kid. How can we forget the dumb kid? The kid that the game really wants you to care about. Even though I've yet to meet anybody that was properly affected the way that I think the devs wanted people to be affected by that kid. Like, question to the audience. Did anybody really feel moved or saddened by, not the Star Child, because that's a different kid, technically, unless you believe in the indoctrination theory. Did anyone say, like, oh my god, this scene with the kid, it's so heartrending. Oh, I feel so bad. I don't think so. I think people acknowledge that you feel bad. Yeah, he's annoying. Right, okay, and funny, yes. I have to say, there are reasons why people were so into the indoctrination theory. One of them being, it was very suspicious how nobody aside from Shepard even seemed to notice the kid. Like, it's literally the only child we see, like child model that we see in any of the games. And even when the kid is getting into like one of the shuttles, which I think will probably happen in like a second, nobody helps the kid into the shuttle. Everybody's very like, it's not like they're super distracted with things happening. Like, they are shooting at stuff, but like he's getting into the shuttle like right in front of people. Like, they would certainly, like, they're helping other people, like adults, get into the shuttle. Like, the kid is like an afterthought, which is incredibly suspicious in hindsight, right? Which is why so many people started saying, like, it's all in Shepard's head. Shepard's seeing the kid as like a vision, or like it's what was the other theory? Not indoctrination theory, but it's like the symbolism of Shepard's guilt of not being able to save innocent lives. It's like, that might be a bit much. I don't know if they were really going for that. I think they just wanted the most obvious. It's like Occam's razor, right? Like, they just wanted, like, you feel bad, kid died, Shepard is a good person, and they felt bad that kid died. Right? That's all it is. It's just very weirdly.
It was an emotional manipulation attempt, really.
Yeah.
I can see what they were going for with it. It just was executed very almost hilariously.
Yeah, it's so fucking awkward. Yeah, and then so this, you mentioned Renegade Shep in the chat, but this is the start of a problem, particularly with this game. In the previous games, you could actually argue there's a pretty distinct difference a lot of the time between Paragon and Renegade Shepard. But as the games go on, it feels like, for the sake of narrative and controlling the narrative, there starts to be much more of a blending of those two types. Like, Renegade still seems like they get stuck doing Paragon-ish moments, and vice versa. Like, that's definitely a downside if you want to be as assholey as possible. Because, like, straight up in Mass Effect 3, you will be forced into plot points regardless of whether your character would do it from a Renegade or a Paragon perspective. So that's certainly something that happens. That's also one of the things that this is a lesser complaint, but there is a disagreement amongst people that play these kinds of role-playing, like, dialogue choice games, where some people don't like when their character is voiced, and some people do. And I think a lot of the argument for not wanting your character to be voiced is that your character more embodies you, and you actually, like, for example, in the case of Dragon Age Origins, you get more dialogue options because they don't all have to be voiced. And you generally feel like you have a bit more control over the path your character takes. Now, the more voice-acted stuff you get, it feels more cinematic. You have like a cool voice actor voice for your character, all that stuff. However, it almost always ends up with limiting a lot of your progression with your character narratively. Like, it picks one, like, instead of one of 4 or 5 ways to go, now suddenly you have one of 2 or maybe 3 ways to go, like, and so that I understand how that doesn't sit well with some people that want as many choices as possible. And I feel like Mass Effect, it always does that, but it starts doing it more and more as the games go on. Particularly Mass Effect 3, where it's like, we have this really emotional story we want to tell, and if your Shepard wasn't particularly emotional in the first 2 games, tough luck, because they're going to get emotional in this one, and you don't have a choice. Like that bit with the kid. I'm pretty sure if you could have the evilest Shepard, the Renegade one that has, remember when we did that terrible Mass Effect 2 run where I looked like the Terminator with red eyes and all this kind of shit.
Extreme dark side Shepard.
Extreme dark side Shepard will still go, and look away in sadness when the kid explodes. That lady would not give a fuck. But the game says, no, you will. You will give a fuck. So that is kind of a lesser thing that I noticed, but it is an indicator of how you're kind of like in a roller coaster ride, and you're along for the ride, and you don't get to switch the tracks really at a certain point. Until the end, where all the tracks lead to the same explosion, but the explosion is just a different color.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. Yeah. But like, I kind of understand from a writing perspective, the decision to sort of go big emotionally immediately, like I get it. This is the third in a trilogy. They'd conceived it as a trilogy. This was their like big finale, so to speak. Like I understand what they were going for. It's just, you know, whether or not they always succeeded, it's up for debate.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I will say it's still not easy. It's not easy to craft these kinds of stories, especially in a game that still needs to be interactive. So I do give them a lot of leeway and a lot of credit for stuff, even when I'm sure some other people don't. There's some fans that are pretty demanding, no matter what the hell you do. And, you know, sometimes you could do nothing but lose, you know, like there's no winning. But I can understand and appreciate like a lot of the effort and tricky, you know, situations and difficulties that probably arose from, you know, having so many choices for so long in these games and then having to commit to some tough narrative calls, you know, to get the ball really rolling towards this end game. But still, one of the divisive things, at least for me, was the mission that came after that, which is actually they're kind of showing on here, which is going to Mars. So after you guys escape in the Normandy, I think you get some kind of heads up that some information that you need will be on Mars, both Prothean information, and then of course you're going to bump into Cerberus people, because that starts to be the enemy of the day every day in this game. And another thing that kind of irks me a little bit, where Cerberus is so different in each one of these games. In the first game, they're kind of just an annoyance, but they're always around, and you're like, okay, gotta kill Cerberus again, whatever. But they don't feel like they're like they've got a mastermind, really. It's just, you know, evil group of people that are doing bad things. In the second game, obviously, with the elusive man at the head of everything, it feels more focused. It feels like, oh, maybe they are some tough shit, or at least some of them are. But they still feel at least kind of grounded in what they do. But by the time you get to this game, they're an enemy force that somehow always knows where to go, like always beats you to the punch, always is like, you know, I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye, like it's like in the way all the time. Has a more mustachio-villained leader, like in the form of like really fucked up elusive man, and it just feels like maybe they leaned on that crutch a little too hard of saying, well, Cerberus bad, so just drop Cerberus fucking everywhere, you know. Even when we were playing the game a few streams ago, I caught myself thinking so many times, like, how the fuck is Cerberus already beating us to this other spot? How did they have this information that they shouldn't have probably had to be able to get the access that they did? And how the plot bends over backwards to let them, like, for example, the Citadel and all these other cases, let them suddenly be so incredibly powerful that average armies seem to just like crumple, or their security systems or you know, CSEC or whatever just cannot handle them. It's a weird turn of events for me. So
yeah, that was kind of disappointing that they sort of took away any sort of nuance that there could have been with Cerberus.
Yeah.
And then all of the like space magic of them just getting everywhere.
I mean, I guess you could, and it's like me trying to make excuses for them. I guess it's like, okay, Elusive Man's obviously getting indoctrinated during this whole thing. If he wasn't during 2, he was definitely maybe by the end of 2. So if he's getting indoctrinated, and then we see on Mars people already look like husks underneath the masks, like, then maybe you could assume that the Reapers, who seem to definitely be in the know about everything, are the ones that keep them in the loop. But then again, how do the Reapers know this shit? So it's like, it still begs the question of, when I dig too deeply, I just get really dissatisfied about just the logistics of, I guess, do they have very specific people indoctrinated all over the place in terms of keeping them informed about this, that, and the other thing? I guess.
I guess we have to assume that, because what else would it be?
Yeah, I guess it has to be. Anyway, so they're all over the place on Mars. Your little group is surprised that they're there. They're like, what the fuck are they doing here? Liara also shows up, and she has her kind of cool little entrance. Although it's a silly entrance, because it's like, wait, did we already even see this on here? She's like in a ventilation shaft or some kind of tunnel. Just hobbling around trying to like out crawl some Cerberus people that are also in the vent. Where is that on here? I find her entrance so. Oh, I was looking at food in these pictures. I always find it so funny that like she does have the badass moment once she gets out of the vent and like smokes him with her biotics. But it looks goofy as fuck when she's like trying to wiggle her way out of the vent to begin with. Like, shouldn't you just not get yourself? It's like the equivalent of people saying don't take an elevator in an emergency. It's like, just don't put yourself in a bad position to begin with. But that's so minor. I just feel like if I was gonna have her do an entry, it probably wouldn't be an event, like coming out of an event, maybe. But anyway, so she's there. You get a bit of a reunion, which is not. If you played Liara the Shadow Broker, it's not that much of a reunion because you just saw her. So if you didn't, though, and I hadn't played Liara the Shadow Broker initially when the games were new, it was kind of like, wow, I haven't seen you in a really long time. How are you doing? Because I think, God, I can't remember. Somebody maybe in the chat might remember. If you didn't have the Shadow Broker DLC, is she even in Ilium? Like that whole bit with her doing sketchy stuff in Ilium, is that still in the base Mass Effect 2? Because maybe I had seen her on Ilium, but we essentially don't. If you didn't do Shadow Broker DLC, you don't get that further development of what she had been up to, pretty much.
I thought we saw her at some point, didn't we?
Well, we did because the Legendary Edition just like has the DLC by default. But when I played it back in the day, I didn't have Overlord and I didn't have Shadow Broker. So I can't actually remember. I mean, she's such a poster girl for the game. She must have been on Ilium at least by default, even if you couldn't follow up like what she was saying, like, I'm gonna have to do some information brokering or whatever. It's like, what does that mean? That means buy the DLC, I guess, to find out, what the hell she's talking about.
Well, even if you did see her, it's still like there's a little bit of a time jump in between 2 and 3, right? There's like 6 months at least.
Yes. Yeah, after Arrival DLC, because you don't immediately jump into going back to the Alliance. There is at least 6 months. Hey, Blue, welcome. So Mars is kind of a clusterfuck. It kind of devolves just into fighting Cerberus. We have ultimately the information we're trying to get from like the core of this facility, but it just turns into a shooting gallery, really. And it serves its purpose for anybody who's coming to the game fresh by teaching you a bunch of the mechanics. Like, for example, there's that bit that forces you to make your squad mates go to certain spots, and this other stuff that tells you like, oh, dodge behind this box because the turrets are going to kill you. So what I didn't realize until many years later is that actually a lot of people started Mass Effect with Mass Effect 3. It's just like, what? Why would you do that? And I guess it might be because 3 was so flashy and there was such a big deal behind it that it probably pulled in a lot of newbies that just looked at the trailers and on the sci-fi element and said like, wow, action-packed. Because remember, this is around the time that even the trailers were having the fancy pants like Vanguard punches in the trailer, and like everything looks flashy and cool compared to like, let's rewind back and remember how Mass Effect 1 looks by comparison. And it's like, okay, I could see some people thinking that Mass Effect 1 might have looked a bit too like nerdy sci-fi back in the day compared to how bombastic Mass Effect 3 looks. So
well,
anyway.
they also like put their entire marketing team behind Mass Effect 3, because even I remember that.
Yeah. Was that remember that period of time, and I don't think they do it anymore, where they would even have trailers for games like in a theater during like trailers for movies? I can't remember if Mass Effect got that treatment, but I feel like that would be one of those games that would like, I'm waiting for my Transformers movie in the theater. What's this trailer? Oh, Mass Effect 3? You know, like I could totally see one of those as like the pre-movie trailer. But yeah, so it was a big deal. Mass Effect 3 had they definitely had billboards, and it was definitely being talked about by friends of mine that like hadn't played the series before but knew about it. So that's the one that put them on the map, I guess, even though I would argue that Mass Effect 2 was really the point where people started taking notice, because the whole heist suicide mission thing really gelled with people in a big way. But yeah, so there's Mars. And then there's the whole end of Mars. It's just like, if you are any fan of either Virmire or Survivor, I think Mars can be intensely frustrating. Because it starts to fix things, and then it immediately backpedals. Like, there's that bit at the beginning, at least for Kaidan. I'm assuming Ashley is almost the same, because again, we have this problem for a little while where the Virmire survivors are like palette swaps of each other, or they're forced to be. Where you're getting in the elevator just to get into this place, and he's like still asking you about like, so you're not part of Cerberus anymore, right? And you're like, no, I'm not. And he kind of can't, like, he needs some reassurance for some reason. And it's like the writers forgot that, yes, we gave him reassurance, and he actually sounded like he was cool with it. And then 10 minutes later, he's also again asking me about, are you sure? So I feel like they initially weren't wrong in just like, hey, here's a moment the two of you guys are together. You could finally clear the air and get things fixed. But they don't want to fix it, the writers, or the narrative. They want this angst and this like miscommunication to exist for as long as possible. You know, like,
yeah, and it just hurts the whole overall.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it's going to lead into that. I'm just because it's part of Mars, I want to emphasize, like, there's a bunch of points where they could have easily mopped up this miscommunication, misunderstanding thing, and they kind of start to, and then they immediately backpedal because, you know, for the drama. It's like a bad not romance novel, like those bad like cheesy novels where they want to keep the angst and the tension up for as long as possible because they're afraid of, oh, maybe people won't be excited if we make things like back to normal. Like, we got to keep the tensions high, emotions high all the time, like fucking teenagers or something. But you kind of get to a point where things are starting to work themselves out, but then what happens? Oh, it turns out that the sexy lady that you've been like trying to track down this whole time is actually a fucking android and crazy. And there's a tidbit that I didn't know, but I found out after the fact when I was looking up Eva Core, whatever the fuck her name is. The name is the name of somebody that used to be a friend of the Elusive Man before he became the Elusive Man. And so in my head, it's like, well, that's kind of fucked up because she doesn't look like the robot. It's like, did he name her that on purpose? Because like, oh, my old friend. But then you name like the sexy bot after your old friend. it's a little weird.
Creepy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just to try to get you to read like the Elusive Man novel or comic or whatever the fuck it was. Because there definitely was one of those. Elusive Man's so funny for sending a sex robot named after his friend as an undercover agent. So you would think you'd want to send somebody as boring looking as possible to not draw attention. But meanwhile, they send somebody that clearly has like a figure and a face that none of these other scientist nobodies looks like. So of course that's going to make people like remember this lady.
Okay, but like anyone who calls themselves the Elusive Man has no subtlety.
He is a little extra, I guess, at this point, especially also.
It's all
like,
drama.
Yeah, he's always showing up in his fancy pants holograms. He's always trying to like, I don't know. He's got that ego that he likes flaunting things in very ridiculous, over the top ways, right? So I guess maybe that is par for the course for him. But the problem is the plot starts getting all wonky crazy because they make it so that, first of all, this shit is broken as fuck. This whole chase for after Eva Kore or whatever. If you're a Vanguard, because think about it, you can biotic charge, and if you have one of those upgrades where like there's a chance that it doesn't use up your cooldown, and you can just continually charge, you can close the distance with her during the chase like too easily. I actually saw this in somebody else's stream where it's like they were actually right up against like her butt, and she was having to do this like rubber banding, like forcibly running like way too fast, too quickly to like try to get distance again between her and Shepard. So I don't know how they would have fixed that, but it looks goofy as hell when you can easily like get on top of her. But they want you to think that she's going to get away. And so what's going to happen there? And their solution is to have James fly our ship, our shuttle into his fucking ship, or into her fucking ship. How that didn't kill us in the process, I don't know. Very irresponsible, James. Naughty. But regardless, this happens. It reveals that she's an android, a big sex bot, big surprise. And then here's the other complaint that I have here is this is definitely done for dramatic effect. Because especially as an animator, I can't get over the fact that she's holding him in the air for a really long period of time. He's not even attempting to get free. All she's doing is holding his helmet. And then she smashes his head into the side of the shuttle really dramatically. And my other problem too is, who is using a pistol and runs up to a person while you're holding a pistol? How about you shoot somebody with some distance, you know? So like there's a lot of elements when you actually start seeing how that scene was constructed where it's like they're really forcing you into this position where she was just always meant to wreck the Vermeer survivor, ignoring the fact that one of the Vermeer survivors has biotics, which why would you even, I don't know. This is, again, my recurring problem with sharing a role with somebody that doesn't have powers, where there should have been a different scenario for Kaidan than for Ashley. For Ashley, this scene kind of makes sense because she doesn't have any natural protection against a robot like that. But Kaidan literally has an ability called Barrier. It's like, what's his excuse for not having Barrier on? And I guess you could say cutscene drama, because even Shepard gets stuck with like a shitty pistol and rifle and stuff, even when she shouldn't be doing that for half of these cutscenes. It's just kind of a frustration. But anyway, that's the narrative excuse for us to go to the Citadel, because it's like, he's gonna fucking die. Where do we take him? Because we don't actually currently, at this point in the story, have even like a doctor on board. So we gotta take him somewhere. Take him to the Citadel, where it supposedly has the best hospital in the galaxy. But when you're actually in the hospital area, it seems like everybody's overstaffed, overworked, and like it's actually a very small hospital. So it's like, you know, like it doesn't look as magnificent as maybe it could, I suppose. But yeah, so there's that. That gives you an excuse to wander around the Citadel and see how much it has changed, because I feel like with every progressive Mass Effect, they make the Citadel smaller and smaller and smaller. So the first one is almost too big, because I remember even when I was streaming it, I was getting lost. I was like, wait, am I in the lower wards or the upper wards? Am I this or that or whatever? And then Mass Effect 2 is like they kind of chopped that a little bit. And then this one, you don't even get to like traverse it yourself. You just use the elevator to go to like specific spots. Because I guess somebody, I don't know if it's like focus testing or play testing or whatever, must have said like, I don't like wandering around the Citadel. Let's just dumb it down to the absolute minimum navigation possible. Oh, you're talking about in the chat. Yeah, Kaidan also has tech abilities. That's even worse. Thanks for bringing that up, Red Jack. It's going to make me more angry because he has... Does he have overload in... At least in Mass Effect 1? That's supposed to be good against synthetics. So an additional reason why he shouldn't have been caught in the position that he was caught in if he used any of his skill set against a fucking killer sex robot. God damn it. It gets worse the more you actually apply like the world and the lore's own logic against it. But anyway, so once we're in the Citadel, this game, unlike Mass Effect 2, has a lot of quests and plot locations to go to. It's not all about quests revolving around the squad mates the way that 2 was. It's really like forced points of like, here's where depressing thing happens, here's where like another depressing thing happens, because it's like the Reapers are everywhere. Even on the main map you see little visualizations of Reapers is fucking everywhere. So it does sell the tonal shift, I think. With Mass Effect 2, isn't it? So like Mass Effect 2 is the first time that we even hear about collectors. I don't think we heard about collectors at all, unless it was like some tiny little lore snippet or something in Mass Effect 1. But not everybody knew about collectors, definitely not everybody knew about Reapers, and it felt like everybody kind of was living in blissful ignorance. But now suddenly in Mass Effect 3, the tone is forcibly shifted to Reapers are just physically in all these spaces on the map. Or you're seeing examples of Reaper forces just everywhere. And so it does create a much more dire environment to run around in. You kind of, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody that's like, wee, I'm having fun, but like, I felt like as a player, it almost kind of makes you feel a bit more bummed out about the situation. It's like, you almost feel guilty for like having fun in these circumstances, because it's like every minute that I'm having fun blasting somebody, someone else is getting turned into like a husk in the background. So I have like weird gamer guilt or something about playing it in those kinds of settings. But yeah, so I think we try to talk to the council again, which at this point they can't deny the shit that's happening for once. Or whichever council you have. For me, it was like this council 2.0, because I said fuck you to the the first council, and they just got obliterated. But then let's see, what is the first thing we actually ended up doing? Do you remember? Did I try to get Javik like right away?
Maybe?
I feel like that's the thing. It's like I'm trying to remember, like, so Javik, here's conspiracy number 2 if we're keeping count. Keeping track. So in the chronological order of like released stuff, Javik wasn't he? He was like either a pre-order DLC originally or like a day one DLC kind of thing. I did have him by default, so maybe it was like a pre-order thing. But that got people mad. I think kind of understandably so too, because kind of an important character for a game involving Reapers and Prothean history and all this other stuff. And not a character like Zaid or Kasumi, because he actually has more cutscenes, he has more connection to squad mates in the story. He's arguably pretty damn important. But he is technically...
He is. He really should just have been base game.
Yeah, so I always thought, like, I wonder what the real reason for that was. Was that just to force people to buy the game in whatever way it is that would let you get access to his DLC? Or did they really maybe just run out of time and couldn't polish his section in enough time, so they had to make it a DLC? Like, I don't know what the circumstance was to necessitate that. I just feel like that was not a great call, in my opinion. I would have made that part of the base game. In retrospect, I guess it kind of doesn't matter now, because Legendary Edition just has everything. So anybody that's buying the game now just doesn't even know about that, because he's just in it from the get-go, which, you know, as he should be. Yeah, so like there's that, which I did that. I think I did that somewhat early because I wanted to get him as early as possible, which might actually be a nice segue into actually talking about him. So we haven't really started talking about like character profiles yet. Actually, you know what? Since this is going to jump into a bunch of stuff about like plot, before we do just plot, I think it might be worth talking about some of the characters at least, or some of the ones that we have access to earlier rather than later.
Sure.
Javik.
There's so many characters in this game.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Vega already. He's kind of like a Mr. well-meaning meathead, you know, military type. I do like his little camaraderie with Steve Cortez. I actually kind of like Steve Cortez more, though. That's just me. I'm sure people will feel differently about it, right? But they put in links to other characters, so he doesn't feel like he's too on his own. It is funny that you can have that sparring match with him, and depending on if you just keep doing the renegade flags, you can actually kick his ass a bunch of times. Or you could be like magnanimous and like do the Paragon one and just like cut it short before it turns into everybody, you know, has bloody noses. And he's not a bad guy. He's just, I don't know. I've mentioned before, one of the reasons why I didn't use Ashley a lot is non-powered characters kind of don't interest me that much. I know they have abilities. It's not like they just only have a gun and nothing else. But in terms of the lore and in terms of interest, bare minimum, you either have to be an alien or a biotic for me to use you as a character or in my squad. If you don't, you're going to be warming that bench for a while. And unfortunately, Vega is kind of like one of those guys. It's like, okay, you just keep doing your pull-ups in the docking bay or whatever, the Normandy, because it's where he was for most of the time. But somebody like Javik, though, was immensely interesting to me because, man, what a different viewpoint, different backstory, different, like, he's a man out of time, or his own time, and there's so much to unpack with a character like that. He might seem like an asshole, but it's like, if you go back and you really think about like why he is the way he is, because of the time period he lived in, what he had to go through, and how I think it's established that he never, like, he was born or brought up in almost perpetual war. I don't think he was ever born, like, he wasn't brought up in like any kind of peacetime. It was like he existed and there was already like Reaper skirmishes and fights and all that kind of stuff. So what a life to live when you're just always just a perpetual soldier, or you're always defensive or always aggressive all the time.
And he's also a great character because, like we talked about last time, by this point in the games, a lot of the alien characters are just sort of more normalized. They kind of feel like just like other human characters. But Javik is absolutely not. Like, he really brings that like sort of alien perspective back into the whole mix, and it's sort of like a payoff to all of the little tidbits of Protheans that we've heard throughout the other two games, and it was sort of the culmination of that, which again makes it a weird choice that, you know, he was a DLC character.
Yeah, that's why it sits more and more wrong with me the more you realize how important that kind of character is to this sort of story and this sort of build-up. I mean, for Christ's sake, you touched a Prothean beacon way back in Mass Effect 1, and that was like a big deal. You think it'd be an even bigger deal when you have somebody like him that can actually tell you like what the hell you saw, or make fun of you because you didn't see it correctly. He's like, that was our warning to you guys. Why didn't you heed it? Well, because it looked like a bunch of meat and tubes. I don't know what the fuck I was looking at. You know, like, it's pretty funny. Squad. Yeah, Anderson is a temp squad mate. But that, not really. He runs around and shoots, and then he stays on Earth, so I mean, we have talked about Anderson though, so I think he's decently covered. But Javik's kind of funny because he's very no nonsense about how things have to be in an environment where there's Reapers around. Because if you haven't gotten to such and such level of proficiency or whatever, he almost kind of writes you off like, yeah, you're fucked. You know, like, I don't know what to tell you. We did a lot better at whatever this thing was in my day. You haven't even gotten to that point, so like, good luck, I guess. But he doesn't give up. He'll kind of rip on people, but he's still, even if he has to begrudgingly go along with him, which sometimes is funny. Sometimes he almost kind of acts like a grumpy old man. He will still do his duty, and you know, he's got his duty to stop the Reapers in any way possible. It is funny pairing him with Liara, particularly in the second half of the game, where all her, like, remember it all the way back in Mass Effect 1, she was so enamored with studying Protheans and potentially writing about Protheans and all this kind of stuff. And then you meet an honest to goodness actual Prothean, and it just fucking shatters her worldview on that for irreparably. You know, like,
and honestly, I love that for her. It's the funniest choice they could have made.
I actually like how at separate points and for different aspects of her know-how, she starts out feeling like she's the expert in a thing, and something shakes her to her core about that thing, whether it's information brokering, whether it's about Protheans, whether it's about just her knowledge base in general. Having something kind of shake her up and make her realize, like, fuck, maybe I'm not like the pro or the expert at whatever it is kind of an interesting character development for her. Because usually you'll see her get kind of freaked out by it, but like she usually grows from that and becomes like smarter, or like she, you know, in some capacity she learns. And I feel like her interactions with Javik is kind of like the wake-up call that she was almost like too much of a fangirl of Prothean culture and history, and she had to force herself to see it from a more realistic, level-headed angle. But once she did, I feel like in the long run that's actually better for her, because as we saw with my playthrough, if you play your cards right, he actually ends up helping her write like a story, not a story, like a book about Protheans. And was one of the titles Prothe the Prothean or something like that? I can't remember. There's some really bad book titles that she had as her little possible, like that list that she had that you could look at.
There were some really basic titles.
Yeah, really basic titles, but as you were saying, it's kind of realistic to like when people are
it is. Oh god, naming things is so hard.
Yeah. But he adds a lot in how he plays off of those kinds of characters that think they know a lot about what he has lived. I do find it interesting that they specifically picked him to be a soldier and not like a scientist or somebody that actually would have had more helpful information about stopping Reapers. All he knows is, I've killed them. I've killed a bunch of them. And that's it. He doesn't know what the fuck the Crucible is. He doesn't know what the Catalyst is. He doesn't know any of these other things. And it's maybe a bit more realistic. Because like I think I said this around the time that we initially got him. It's the equivalent of like, what if I was the last human on Earth or in the universe, and the other alien races were fighting a thing, and they're like, well, humans seem to have more success with them in the past, and then they ask me like, what did you do? I'll be like, I don't fucking know. Can you imagine how awful that would feel to have all these people realize like, oh, we're screwed, because like just because you have a human doesn't ensure that they are like the, you know, the Achilles heel to whatever the thing is that you're fighting. And that's the case with Javik. It's kind of a more realistic outcome, even though it's slightly infuriating that that's the case. I do wish that, like, for example, when we went to Thessia, tongue twister, when we went to Thessia, remember I replayed that section because I was like, I want to see what Javik says. And it's actually just not all that different from when I had Kaidan there. Both of them insist that the things that they're seeing look like Protheans, almost to like an absurd, hilarious degree, because they keep saying variations of the same thing, and Liara just keeps like denying. She's like, oh, but they couldn't really be a Prothean, could they? And it's like, Javik's literally a Prothean telling you that they were Protheans, and she's still going like, but the implications of that would be, is like, okay. I guess I shouldn't have expected that somehow he would have more of a controlling interest on like making sure she definitely realized that they were all Prothean. It's not until the VI comes out that she's like, oh, it is Prothean. She's like, duh. But yeah, I like Javik. I like also how he, if you do it right, he kind of warms up and like opens up a bit more. He's still kind of cranky because I guess that's just his way. But you can kind of start to see when he interacts with people, he might say things that sound initially like they have a bite to them. But when you see you read between the lines and you see what he's actually saying, they're not actually mean things. It's just his way of providing, verbal support to somebody, or his just general support. So yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I like him too.
Other people that are on the ship around this time, since now we're on the Normandy officially by this point, is Edie. Once she gets control of the sexbot body, which that whole thing was like, I don't know if you could see it coming a mile away, because they make a point on Mars of salvaging the body. It's like, did you really have to take the entire body with you? In so many other cases, you just take a piece of it, or like there would be like some little, like just the head, because it would have like the most information or something like that. So it's really narratively forcing that body to be a setup for Edie to use, which is also kind of weird because, I mean, couldn't she have just gotten a body at any point? We've been playing the game where there's been mechs of all kinds in the game, right? Like, I don't know. So design aside, which is the main sticking point I have with just the outward body, I do love Edie as a character. She has a lot of really interesting growth just in self-discovery, just understanding of the self, what it means to feel like a human, breaking through her programming at several instances. And I love how she kind of checks with Shepard, because she likes and respects Shepard so much that, there's at least 2 or 3 instances, right, where she'll come up to you and be like, can I ask your opinion on something? And it's a very heavy question, because there's like something about her own willpower or self-determination or something crazy like that. But it shows that there is always an active interest in her in becoming better and becoming more. It's like a Pinocchio aspect, but like maybe better realized than some other Pinocchio type scenarios that I've seen.
Yeah, she was a really good character. Like, I was surprised at how much I really liked her. Yeah. As it went on, even in spite of the weird sexbot body.
It's so funny because, like, I don't know if somebody has a mod where maybe the body's different or something. She could be in almost any body, and she would still be saying the same stuff.
I'm not against the idea of her having a sexbot body, like, in theory. It just, the way it plays out in the narrative, it, like you said, it really absolutely makes no sense that they took the whole body. It defies logic. They should have just taken the head.
It seems really dangerous too, because they didn't know for sure that thing was just deactivated, right? Like, you shoot the thing enough to knock it out, but like, what if it just like reactivates like while you're in the midst of carrying it on the ship? That could be really bad. There's a lot of really irresponsible shit that they do towards the end of the Mars mission.
Like, isn't it heavy? Like, why do you want to carry around the whole thing?
It's James. Maybe we could chalk it up to James just being James, and when they said take that thing with us, instead of just taking like the head or something, he's like, okay, just take the whole body. He didn't think it through. Possibly. Yeah, but I like her a lot. I also like how she, for better and not for worse, also starts affecting Joker. Like, I feel like Joker improves as a character in this game more so than the other ones because of being around Edie a lot and growing to like her, not for the body, but like for her. like after they turned a corner towards the end of Mass Effect 2 and they actually like started interacting more and he's kind of cool with her after the, you know, the collector kidnapping and all that. I feel like she's a good influence on him. Like he's kind of protective of her a little bit. And you know, like when they're out and about away from the Normandy, like, you know, on the Citadel, he uses the excuse that she's a what does he call it? Like a support droid or something? I forgot the actual terminology. It's like the same equivalent of like an emotional support pet or something like that, but like an emotional support android or something for his Vrolic system, not system, syndrome. And so that's the excuse he can use, the technical excuse, to let her walk around with him and explore the Citadel and all this other stuff. And it's funny that he's like, if anyone ever finds out that she is an actual, like, honest to goodness AI, we are fucked. Because like everybody would lose their shit and you know, freak out. But fortunately other people don't look that deep, I guess.
And shout out to Trisha Helfer for doing such a great job.
Right? You'd think at first it's very deceptive, because especially even in the second game, she starts out with that kind of monotone robot sort of voice, but if you really listen, there's these like kind of gentle inflections now and then, and they increase as the story goes along, that indicate like her growth, which is, I don't know if they planned it that way or if she just really understood the character well, to add those kind of notes in there. But
it was really effective. I liked it a lot.
Oh yeah, really good. I was very impressed by. I mean, everybody's a little goofy on the Citadel DLC, but by that point, you can actually see a couple scenes where she is far more expressive verbally or emotionally, compared to like maybe if you compare it directly to like when you first talk to her, like the very first time you meet her in Mass Effect 2. So I thought they did a really, really good job with her personality and her like arc, to the point where I think there's a bit near the end where Shepard asks EDI like how she feels about this whole situation, you know, because it is synthetics versus organics, and the Reapers could like potentially find some way to sway her and make her think like, oh, maybe you want to be on our side. But she is so gung-ho, 100% like, no, I know what they're trying to do. I do not support it. I will fight to the death if I have to, even though I just essentially got this life. It's important enough to me that I will just lay that all on the line, you know, no questions asked, to defeat them. And I highly respect that. It's very, very good. And I do remember, since we're looking at Joker here, he does have the one line, and I think is it right after Thessia? One of those like real low points where everybody is for once actually more concerned about Shepard than Shepard is concerned about everybody else, because Shepard's like had it. And Joker, I think if you go to talk to Joker, it's something to the effect where he feels guilty that initially when you're talking to him, it sounds like Shepard's trying to make sure he's doing okay. And he almost, not that he feels offended, but he's like, you know, you bust your ass all the time to make sure that I'm okay and all these other people are okay and all this other stuff is accounted for. And here I am being the person that is basically responsible for your death in Mass Effect 2. Like he does say, if I'd only gotten out of the fucking ship faster and if I had, you know, done this and this and that. So he starts to tumble into this really kind of a bad place where he realizes like it's all my fault kind of thing. But Shepard just kind of stops him short and goes, don't worry about it, you know, we're past that. We got bigger things to worry about. But in a way that indicates like she doesn't hold any grudges about it. It's just like a thing that happened. So I appreciate that he finally mentioned that. It's a bit of a long time coming for that. So other people, let's see here. We talked about Edie. We talked about Joker. We kind of, we did already sort of talk about Liara.
A little bit.
I was saying, I think in one of the previous discussions, this game does make me feel like they don't kind of know where they want to rest on her overlying like character. Like what is her character like by default at this point? Because sometimes she's real dark, like she mentions like the Shadow Broker shit. Other times she almost kind of swings the other way and becomes a bit more innocent, naive, like emotional. And I don't know if that's on purpose or if that's just writers having a hard time figuring like which Liara do we actually want in Mass Effect 3? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's sort of like there's a few too many flips with her where it just sort of seems like she goes back to Mass Effect 1 Liara, where she has that sort of more youthful sort of energy, which I think at this point in the story,
I should be
I
gone.
feel like that should be more, that should be kind of forfeit by now.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgive it a little bit because the times I'm thinking of where she does get a little bit like that are usually related to Prothean things. Like she initially gets really excited about Prothean stuff with Javik until she's not. And then even the stuff on Thessia where they're looking at the temple, she has that more like wonder-filled, curiosity-driven kind of element to her voice that reminds me more of Mass Effect 1 than the more like gritty, jaded sound that she had it in 2. Yeah, I think it feels like since again she is like, I wouldn't say like the main character, but certainly if somebody's talking about Mass Effect, she's like one of the first aliens that comes up. They probably want to keep her at this weird baseline where she's always appealing to somebody, right? Just in case. And I don't know if I don't know if she's as appealing when she's in her darkest moments. Maybe to some people she might be, but they probably want to keep her like I don't know what the right term is. Not acceptable, but not too much in one way. Like not on either side of the spectrum, but somewhere in between. But the
There's
problem with her
extremes.
Yeah, but I do feel like she should be a little closer to one extreme than the other at this point. So that's kind of the problem that I had with that. I still like her. I just feel like at any given quest or plot, she kind of behaves a little differently. It's basically a go-to for the writers for plot progression from a purely she's the main squad mate that's guaranteed to be alive. Yeah, so she is the default physically also, because I don't think you can kill her, can you? She can't really die until maybe towards the end if you really fuck something up. Like, so she's almost kind of guaranteed to be there all the time. So it's probably true that they do just write her into whichever version they need more for whatever that plot point is, even if it does cause a bit of a dissonance when you're experiencing her in that one. But I mean, not too bad. So I think those are the only characters we actually bump into that early, right? Because then we get forced back into more of the plot, I believe. So at this point, the information we did get from Mars, the stuff we got about Mars was actually about the Crucible, right? Because that has to lead the whole thing off. So we initially learn about the Crucible. Hackett and Anderson say, "Cool, let's get on that," even though we don't know what the fuck we're making. It's like I'm impressed they made what they made with just random blueprints where they even in the process still didn't know what the hell it was going to do. Like, wouldn't you think from creating at least some of this stuff, maybe a really smart person on your team might start to figure out, like, what is the function of this thing?
Yeah, there's a little hand waving there. It's
hand
okay.
wavy, space science magic, whatever the fuck. It was funny.
It's the future. They can do anything.
Yeah. Oh, but we do, speaking of, because the moon base for Earth's moon is fucked. The next place we do need to go to is Palaven, the moon of Palaven, right? Because that's where Garrus is, and Garrus is doing his Garrus things. So it's like Garrus stuff where it's like he's independent, so he's on his own, and against his will, there's other Turians that are like, "You're really dependable and cool. We want you to lead a bunch of teams for us." And Garrus kind of always feels like he's getting pushed around. Like, maybe he doesn't want to actually lead a bunch of stuff, but he's too, like, polite somehow or something to say no. You remember, like, even when we talk to him, it's not like he chooses to do these things. I think he's just too responsible, and he knows, like, someone else is going to fuck it up. Like, as Mordin says, maybe someone else will get it wrong. So I might as well just do the thing, because they want me to do it, you know, for the good of all Turians everywhere. So yeah, we come to help on Palaven, but it's kind of a bad scene. I don't even remember if we can really help them much at all. We initially help them essentially just keep monsters at bay. But eventually we just go, right? Don't we just pick up Garrus and go?
I think so.
We talked to, I think, the Primarch or one of the leaders at the time. And I think from there, don't we get like some kind of information to, like, all these things are essentially daisy chaining us from one location to another. We go to one place, they say they need a thing from another place, and then we go and then help them out. I think, oh, that's right. Okay. Because I was thinking Tuchanka or something is next, but why did we go to Tuchanka? Because the Turians are getting their ass kicked. They need Krogan help, because obviously Krogans can hold down the fort, right? So we pick up Victus, who I guess becomes the new Primarch because the other one gets wrecked somewhere. And we have to make some kind of peace between Turians and Krogan so that the Krogan can be convinced to help out. Which, man, I gotta say, I feel kind of bad for the Krogan in all these things. They're pretty much being manipulated to be used as cannon fodder forces for other races. They still are worrying about the genophage while this is happening. And they have their own infighting and stuff at the same time. So it's like, it's just chipping away at their numbers naturally. Like, every minute.
Yeah, they have it really bad.
Yeah.
Throughout all three games, they're just have it real bad. But then they, you know.
Yeah, their reward is that they're going to multiply like fucking rabbits afterwards, right. I guess. But, yeah, so we're going to go to the Krogan. But then, of course, it's the Dalatras, that asshole Salarian is like, I want you to do bad things to the Krogan. And I'm pretty sure I was like, well, no, I'm not going to do that at all. She wants to sabotage the genophage, because at that point, Mordin comes in at some point. I'm a little fuzzy on that. Obviously, Mordin is in at some point. And he brings news that the Salarians actually have one of the last surviving test subject that Malin was working on to cure the genophage, which is Eve. And so they're on... It's actually the Salarian homeworld, right? Which I always forget, because all we see of it is the facility where we get her. You don't really... One of the things I think is kind of a bummer about 3 is that it's such a roller coaster ride from location to location to location. You don't really get a chance to stop and like explore the places that you're at. Like, Tuchanka just looks like a dirt pile, but you don't really get to see anything outside of that. Surkesh, the Salarian place, is just like one facility. Thessia is just the area that has the temple. Like, there's a lot of things that you have been hearing about maybe this entire time, which seems like a big deal. Like, you're going to the home world of each of these races, but you don't get the flexibility like you might have gotten in, like, I don't know, Mass Effect 1 or something, to actually explore a little bit outside that for like a minute. It's kind of a bummer.
That's the kind of thing you unfortunately have to sacrifice when you're telling a more linear story where you have to tie up threads that have been started across 2 previous games.
Yeah. Well, my argument, or my addendum to that would be like, well, why didn't we at least have, like, if those planets had been introduced earlier, that would have been nice. Because then you wouldn't feel that, like, that wanderlust to want to go and find or explore those planets. Because you can't now. It's too late now, but it wasn't too late in, like, Mass Effect 1, but maybe they hadn't worked all that stuff out yet in Mass Effect 1, so that might have been, like, the literal reason why we didn't go to those places back then, because that was years ago when they developed that one. So yeah, we go to Sirkesh, we pick up Eve. And all of this, by the way, I'm going by like what I successfully did. The huge bummer in not being successful in whatever you did in Mass Effect 2 is that every time you failed something, like say for example, you destroyed Malin's data about the genophage, or you some squad mates died, or some other things happened, it has a ripple effect in 3 where it fucks things up in 3. So like, for example, if you didn't save Malin's data, which you almost might be tempted to destroy that because of all the horrific experiments he was doing to people and stuff, or Krogans, it prevents being able to finish the genophage cure on Eve. And that means she's like weakened or something, which means there's a very high chance of her dying, which then means she can't help lead, you know, the next generation of Krogan. Like, it has a really awful, like, you're almost condemning yourself to like bad end scenarios if you weren't, you know, checking every nook and cranny in Mass Effect 2. So it is another good reason for replaying Mass Effect 2. So I do once again say that Mass Effect 2 seems to have the highest replayability for me out of all the games for multiple reasons. So yeah, we meet Eve. She's really cool. I like Eve a lot, actually. She's so level-headed, and she's so after talking to all the other fucking testosterone fucking Krogan, like Rex I can kind of understand on a certain level, but we have come across a lot of Krogan that are just like, they just think with their, not with their head, but with everything else. and it can kind of be frustrating to talk to some Krogan. But she is like a nice, confident voice of wisdom that would probably make a really good, I don't know if she actually becomes like a partner with Rex or if they just work together. I'm not even sure if she's actually like legitimately interested in Rex, but she's smart enough to understand his importance and, you know, how they need to partner up, even if it's not like romantically, to make their species thrive, I guess. They think with their quad. Wait, with their quads? Is their quads their asses? I always forget what is the slang for quads with Krogans? Isn't they say, oh, that guy looks like he's got a quad or something. Oh, it's testes. Okay. Thanks. All right. I should have figured. No one thinks with their butt. Come on. All right. Anyway, best first time chat ever too. Yeah. So, God, what was I saying? So this is also around the time that we noticed that Mordin is starting to have that. Remember how I said before how he's having those cracks in his defensive armor about the genophage, and he realizes, like, you know, maybe I was wrong this whole time. Maybe this was not like not for the best. And it's kind of sweet because I feel like Eve has an influence on him. Like, he really likes Eve. He wants to make sure she survives. Eve notices this, and I think he's like the only Salarian that she's really liked, more than some Krogan, she says, basically. And he is like newly driven and determined to properly stop the genophage. And he's a smart fucking guy, so he's gonna do it. As long as the Dalatrass doesn't get their way and it doesn't get sabotaged in the process. And you can sabotage it, and it's the most heartbreaking shit. That is a truly awful... That's one of those renegade choices where it starts feeling just more evil than a necessary evil. And in the long run, it's like, did it even help? So the Dalatrass threatens that if you don't help her sabotage the genophage, then you don't get Salarian support, which is really selfish. But you find out later that her belief was actually a minority, and that most Salarians, a lot of STG, like Kiriki and all these other people after the fact, will help you anyway. So it's kind of like, well, that was a bluff, I suppose. But if you are worried about getting Salarian support, because, you know, obviously smart beings, maybe you need them for the Crucible, that's how you could theorize it, you can sabotage the genophage cure, but Mordin is fucking smart. So he's going to figure out that you've done that. And then it comes down to a very uncomfortable showdown of sorts where for 99% of people at the time, you shoot him. He knows that it's sabotaged. He's not just gonna let it slide. He wants to cure the genophage. So you have to essentially assassinate him so that he can't finish the last little button taps that would fix this sabotaged component. And then because you kill him like that, it stops the genophage. But what an awful feeling. The other thing that people found out, but I feel like people figured this out much later, you don't have to kill him, but you need a very specific set of events to happen so that he will actually agree with you. So if Rex is alive, and if Eve is alive, which means the genophage data from Malin was correctly maintained, then there's no reason to not do the genophage cure, and he won't back down. But if Rex ever died, which means that his brother, or his clan brother, Reeve, who's an idiot and an asshole, is now the leader. If Reeve is in place and Eve dies, or I think maybe even if Eve is alive, I think Reeve is like the big turning point there. You can argue to Mordin that, look at the scenario that's crafted here. You have an irresponsible asshole that just wants revenge and to conquer shit and to just explode the Krogan population without any strategy or thought. And you don't have somebody like Eve potentially to kind of temper him and make sure that things don't go astray. Mordin will actually kind of agree with you and say, like, you know what, you're right. It actually is irresponsible in this case to cure the genophage when the Krogan will just fucking explode without control and not be good in the long run. So under those shitty circumstances, he will actually agree without dying to sabotage the cure. So the sabotage cure goes through. It looks like it's dropping those little sparklets all over the place to cure people, and everyone thinks that the cure has been dispersed, but they won't know until well after the Reaper War is finished that it didn't work. The downside, though, is even though he's alive, he says, I have to go into hiding because I can't be up and about while I've done this. So effectively, he's like kind of gone anyway. So it's less bad than him being literally dead, but he's still a player piece off the table, effectively. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? Like, that you could do any of that. So yeah, I always just go with curing the genophage, but then I always had Eve alive, and of course I have Rex alive. I always feel it's a super failure if Rex is dead. If that never happens, I usually reload saves and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so that gets solved. There's also that weird subplot, remember, where Victus's son was sent on a mission that's a big oopsie. And I remember this because I had to do that mission a bunch of times. Remember that stupid harvester that kept killing me? I was trying to get through this one area. Holy fuck. And it just goes, and one blast just obliterates me every time. His son was given a super secret mission of defusing or doing something to stop this gigantic Turian bomb that somehow nobody noticed, but I guess was slightly unearthed because of all the fighting and stuff that's been happening on the planet, which would be awful if the Krogans got wind of this, obviously, because it's going to be a hell of a thing for the Turians to explain. So there's that, and that's one of the remaining components on Tuchanka, just to ensure that everything is more peaceful between the Turians and the Krogan. I kind of felt like, because the son has to sacrifice himself to finish turning off the bomb. I get that it was a sacrifice, but didn't it seem kind of like, not empty, but it's like, you could see that shit coming a mile away.
Oh, yeah. It was another one of those things where it's like, we're supposed to feel a way about this, but it was so heavily forecasted that, like, the moment is gone.
Yeah, like, I think the bigger problem with me is not necessarily the death, because that could have still worked. It's his crew, his whole squad did not respect him because of the situation they were in, and I kind of don't blame them. He wasn't a very good leader, honestly. But he does that one speech. He's trying to act like a Kirahi, basically, and like give a Kirahi style speech of like, we hold the line, but he's just like a shitty Turian kid. And what does he say? Like, it, whatever his speech was, I remember thinking like, this would not be moving me, but apparently it's moving his squad mates to actually follow his orders and stuff. So I felt that was a little, that flopped a little bit for me. I feel like whoever wrote his speech maybe could have workshopped it a little bit more, just to like,
yeah, I agree,
just to make it actually feel legitimately compelling. But yeah, so that's done. And then that means that, go back to this stuff. That means that everything's kind of set up for Rex. Rex is all pleased. Because not only does he have a genophage cure, he's got like a partner lady that's going to help them that everybody already respects because she's just got that way about her. And then they agree to finally send some troops to help the Turians. I'm not sure how... It essentially, like, all these things to help one another only seems to buy time. It doesn't seem to actually push back Reapers. It just buys people time to essentially evacuate troops or civilians or whatever from the existing places for the most part. But while you're buying time, it is killing all these reinforcement troops that are being sent off various places. So it does kind of start setting in the back of your head that you are working against time, and troops are slowly getting whittled away, you know, with every kind of new choice that you make. That's like okay, that's the main plot stuff up to that point. In terms of those characters that we already talked about, they're still kind of the same characters, so I don't think we really need to go back to... Like, Rex is still Rex. Mordin's still Mordin. They're just more solidified in their ultimate goals, because now Rex is more responsible as kind of like the leader of the Krogan now. Not that he wasn't responsible before, but he has to be more responsible because there's so many people under him now that depend on him. Whereas in Mass Effect 1... he was like a mercenary, and he still had his long-term goals, but he didn't have anybody that specifically relied on him for those goals at that point. So yeah, there's that. So that means Turians, Solarians, and Krogans are already kind of handled. Oh yeah, and then the crazy Thresher Maw. I almost forgot that shit. I feel like there was like a running gag with how Thresher Maws were so fucking crazy in the past games, that somebody must have said, well, we gotta have a Thresher Maw here somewhere. And it's like, well, how do you top the Thresher Maw stuff we had before? When you have literally the mother of all Thresher Maws, and you have it actually somehow take down a Reaper. That's impressive. And it leads to one of the funnier lines when you're talking to EDI, where either Joker or Shepard makes a joke about, like, if only we made a gun that shoots Thresher Maws at the Reapers, we could actually do some damage. And there is like a half second that EDI looks like she's actually trying to consider, like, how doable is that? Not doable at all. But she certainly like takes it seriously for like a fraction of a second. Oh, and then of course, at some point between all of this, you have the chance on 2 different occasions to visit the Vermeer survivor in the hospital. And this kind of goes down differently depending on whether you don't care about them, whether you're friends with them, or whether they were your romance interest, right? Because your dialogue can slightly vary, and I've seen this before. For a Shepard that never romanced that character, they kind of start the conversation, you know, like for the first scene where the Vermeer survivor is still like knocked out and can't talk. When Shepard enters that scene, if you were never romantic with that character, I think it's a bit more even-toned of a starting line that Shepard gives to them. I can't remember exactly what it is, but if you're romancing them, then of course Shepard goes, "Oh, it's tough to see you like this," and all this kind of stuff. But I think if you were just like friends with them, it's something like, "Oh, I forgot what a good soldier you are," like something more like generic, a little bit a little less emotional. So you talk to them. There's that ridiculous distinction between Ashley has a shirt on in the bed, Kaidan doesn't. And I don't know why. I mean, no, I do know why. His chest. But I feel like it's... Who does that in a hospital?
Nobody. No hospital should do that.
Because if you were in a hospital, like, you'd at least have, like, one of those gowns. Or, like... I mean, to be fair, even Ashley's kind of goofy because I think it's still, like, a skin-tight looking, like, black shirt or something like that. But at least it's something. It's not like she has that, every time Shepard takes her clothes off, either willingly or somebody fucking kidnaps her and she wakes up naked almost. She has that silly, frilly, like, black lacy bra and panties or whatever. Like, at least they didn't put Ashley, like, in that, in the fucking Citadel hospital bed. Really, see a lot of people ogling her from the windows, maybe, if that was the case. But the Kaidan thing is funny because they just don't give a fuck. And not only that, it'd be one thing if, okay, maybe he doesn't have a shirt on, but the covers are also, like, way down. The covers are, like, at his hips or something almost. Just like, can you put those up? Like, I don't think that's good for a patient.
No, they did not care about his comfort at all.
That's kind of one of the things that started being a little fan servicey.
Yes.
And we'll talk about this. And maybe we don't need to talk about this in more detail when we talk about Kaidan, but, like, Miranda was certainly the fan servicey character in Mass Effect 2 with, like, her outfit and whatnot. But it's like somebody said, all right, we got to make these other characters more fan servicey in 3. It's been a long time coming. And someone added Kaidan to the list, and there's a bunch of shots that are, like, not what's the right word? I don't want to say predatory, but it's like, he doesn't have a shirt on here. You see his ass wiggle there, and it's like, and they kept that one in for Legendary Edition, which I found hilarious. Like, you take out the Miranda butt shot, but you keep the Kaidan butt shot in because, I guess, why not? But yeah, so there's that. That's the first time you meet him or see him in the. Yeah, there's gratuitous Kaidan donk. Well, I don't know about Kaidan badonkadonk. So you see him there. You can only talk to them. They can't obviously talk back. And then that's supposed to spur you to hopefully visit them at least one more time, and not just totally forget about them, which probably some people did in their first playthroughs. Sometime later, they wake up and they kind of recover from whatever that coma was, and they're like, "Hey, you can see me at the Citadel hospital." And that's where you go in and you talk to them while they're in that weird, uncomfortable position where they're half reclined, but, like, slightly moving their head. It looks really uncomfortable. Where they can't fully lie down and they can't fully sit up. and they look like they're just not having a good time whatsoever. Where you're finally able to kind of talk about what the hell happened on Horizon and what are you going to do about that? Like, whether you can work past things. Yeah, the animation is odd. As I was saying in one of the streams where that happened, I would have preferred, I don't know, either make the pillow bigger or something so that they can kind of sit up more comfortably, or just have them fully lie down and look over at you. That's okay too. I feel guilty when I go to talk to somebody and they feel compelled to, like, force themselves up painfully to talk to me in the bed. But yeah, so you can finally, as I think even Kaidan says, clear the air about Horizon. They finally are willing to get him and Ashley sounding more like, hey, I want to meet you in the middle, and I want to, kind of get rid of this. Let's start over. If you're already romancing them, it's a chance for them to renew their interest. Because I don't know how Ashley does it. I'm assuming she's just as into you as Kaidan is. But he's eager to, like, you know, mend the fences, or whatever. I'm probably saying the wrong phrase. Mend broken fences? Is that a thing? Whatever.
Mend fences is a phrase.
It's a phrase. I don't know.
It's a phrase.
I don't know if it's the right phrase. And so usually you can leave that conversation feeling good if you want to maintain that relationship. If you want to break up, it gets a little messy. I can't remember. I think Ashley actually handles it worse than Kaidan does, surprisingly enough.
What a shock.
Well, no, but like sometimes she's like good about that, and other times it's like she gets very prickly about it. And I think she gets that's what it is. She gets kind of mad, and then Shepard can say something like, no, I deserve to be, or you don't deserve to be mad, or I deserve to be mad, or whatever. You shouldn't be mad about this. And then she kind of snaps back with something to the effect of, I could be mad at whatever the hell I want. Then right afterwards she goes, I'm sorry, Shepard, I'm just really fucked up here. Just like, there's such a funny tonal whiplash, and I don't know if that's the intent. But it's like, okay.
He's not wrong.
You're in a hospital bed. You're recovering from some pretty massive damage to your fucking skull. Okay, I'll give you that one. You can be kind of crazy in the bed. That's fine. I don't remember if she... Because they, again, since they're still palette swappy at this point, being Vermeer survivors, she must say something when Shepard asks her, like, how are you doing? For Kaidan, since he's a biotic, he's like, I think I'm okay. There was a bunch of medical jargon, but essentially they said that my implant was like rattled a little bit, which instantly to me I see as like red flags, because I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't sound good, especially considering the kind of implant you have. But he sounds like he's okay with it. So I always kind of wondered if that would be some weird follow-up plot point where it's like, no, it was probably more than just a little rattled. It was like, there's some lasting damage effect or something. But no, they just want to hand wave away the whatever the fuck happened to him on Mars, getting his head slammed into a shuttle. She must say something similar, but just obviously not about implants, I guess. She don't remember. But when it gets tricky is if you started romancing somebody else. So if you romance them in one, but you started romancing someone else in two, that's where, like, yeah, she gets angrier about it. He might get not angry. He might get kind of like bitter about it, depending on who it is. I think if you were actually with Garrus, because he likes Garrus, I think he's less upset about that compared to, like, if it's, I don't know, like Thane or somebody who he never knew. Huh. I think there is a slight distinction, because I thought he like mentions like the character, but I'm not 100% sure, because I never do that. So it's like
kind of gracious of him.
Well, no, I mean, like, this kind of links into that problem I think we were talking about with Horizon, where the game doesn't properly take a stance on, is it cheating? You know, were you guys technically still together at the end of 2 if you didn't go to somebody else? You know, like, somebody told me once that I think their intention was, and they don't explain this well at all, which is why some of the dialogue can be so infuriating. If you don't immediately like turn him down, because I think there is some like mean thing you could say in Horizon where like, we're done here or whatever. He assumes, and the game assumes, that you still want to reconcile at some point. So you're not really like, you know, Ross from Friends, we were on a break. You know, it's like not, it's not that. It's like, it's like that you guys still maintain something. And I think the way that they're supposed to illustrate that, which is easy to miss, is that prior to Horizon, if you were romancing him or her, there's that picture on your desk in the cabin of that character. And apparently, I mean, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you start romancing somebody else, if you look in your cabin later on, the picture is like down. So Shepard just physically goes, no, I'm done, or something like that. So I think that's trying to indicate, and you're going to get mad, as would I, that that's cheating.
You broke my brain a little bit here.
So that means that Shepard is, and again, bad interpretations all around, that Shepard is knowingly saying bye to you, but not really officially saying bye, and like fucking around with somebody else. I think that's what I think that's what they're trying to. Yeah,
I literally have my hands on my head right now. Like, how could anyone think of that as cheating?
It's stupid. It's so
you thought
dumb.
You were dead for 2 years. I mean, if that is not the ultimate, we were on a break, I don't know what is.
So you know what else is confusing? There is one dialogue line, I believe, in that hospital scene where you can say something like that, where I thought we were done. I didn't do it to hurt you. I thought we were done. And at least Kaidan, I'm assuming Ashley's the same again, goes, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. Like, a lot happened. A lot of time passed, blah, blah, blah. So it sounds like he's cool with it in that scene. But later, when you're, if you want to kind of, if you intended to stay with that romance, it's not a problem. Because he'll say, okay, cool, I'm sorry. And then that's it. Because obviously you don't get that scene later on the Citadel where you guys have a meal together and then he gets into it.
Right.
But if you had a fling, essentially, which is what this game thinks it is, with Garrus, Thane, whoever, you know, in Mass Effect 2, but you want to resume what the fuck you were doing with Kaidan, because we were on a break in Mass Effect 3, at the fucking Citadel date with him, where he wants to get like a steak sandwich or whatever, he says, I can't even say it out loud because it makes me mad, and I didn't even do this. I know you cheated, Shepard, but I'm still interested in this relationship.
Oh my god.
I feel like that's one of those things where if anyone's seen the movie Clue, or it's like, what's her face says, flames on the side of my face.
Yeah.
Like you hear the Kill Bill sirens, and you're like, what the what are you talking about? Cheating, you piece of shit. I would not be surprised if somebody's probably made a mod
and
that
then
just
you stab Kaidan with a fork and walk away.
Right, but again, I don't think it's the intent of his character, because he's not that kind of guy. I really think the writers thought, if this, then this. Like, it clearly they seem to think it's like a flag, essentially, that's like, cheating means you don't stay true to your character this whole time, which is not. It's a prudish way of thinking about it.
Extremely prudish. I want to know if Ashley does the same thing.
Oh no, I think they both do. But
that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I would not be surprised if there's probably some mod out there that either omits the that particular line, or just changes whatever that scene is. Honestly, Kaidan literally sends an email in 2 stating that he was dating other people. Okay, so here's the thing about that letter. So Kaidan sends that letter in 2. That's like the key, I think, that they're hoping that you pick up on. But again, there's so much reading between the lines, it's like easy to miss, and maybe isn't correct for them to assume that people picked up on. He didn't successfully date anybody. After 2 years, he said his friends finally convinced him to have a drink with a girl, like at a bar with them, and he couldn't even get beyond that point with that person. So
well, that's kind of sad for him.
It is. I actually, that's kind of what made, especially when I heard the letter, when Raphael Savarge read it, like, I actually felt really bad. But I think that's supposed to emphasize that, for all intents and purposes, at least if you're looking at, like, you know, things that are flagged in the game saves, he never actually dated, like legitimately dated. He couldn't, like, his heart wasn't in it to, like, actually date somebody. Maybe if several more years had passed, someday, but 2 years is definitely not enough for him to, like, actually move on. Regardless of that, though, I agree that the whole calling Shepard a cheater is a big no-no, and I fully blame whoever wrote that.
Yeah, that's really just out of pocket.
You know what sucks? It doesn't even have to say that. So like he starts the line like, "I know you cheated, but I still love you," or whatever. You couldn't have just cut the first beginning half of that sentence. Well, I still love you. You know, like after all this time that's passed, I still love you. Oh, that's all you have to say. You don't have to say the
just flip the table.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying because sometimes the choices in this game really demand a very polarized very binary choice. And it's weird that they don't expect that people are always kind of shades of gray about things like that.
It's weirdly, like, really judgmental.
Yeah. True, but you get the email. Easy to think the relationship's over. Yeah, I could see how some people would see it that way. I know, 'cause, for example, that the reading of the email that Raphael Sbarge did wasn't until like, God, was it like maybe a year or so after? It was a while after. But when I read the email, I interpreted it the way I think they intended, because it sounded like he was kind of a failure at even any attempt at dating, because he clearly is so in love with Shepard that I would never believe that dude would just like do flings. He's not the kind of character that I would think would just go on a fling. Some other characters I could see that, not him though. It's weird. But again, that's the problem with them writing the kind of stuff that they wrote that is far too open to interpretation. They needed to make that much more. If it really was such a hardline choice, they needed to make that way clearer, or spell it out much more clearly.
Yeah.
So that's annoying. That's what happens later on the date. And again, that only happens if you kind of messed around in Mass Effect 2 and didn't keep that person in 3. If you keep that person in 3, then obviously he's not going to say you're a cheater because you literally just moved on. But yeah, there's that. So after that hospital visit, and you're doing these other side quests and whatnot, then there's the final hospital visit where they're finally out of the bed. They're wearing normal clothes, thank God. and they're looking out the window and saying, Udina came by, and fucking manipulative bastard that he is, said that I'm going to be the second ever human Spectre, which is an interesting thing for Udina to finagle. Not that I don't think either of those characters, Kaidan or Ashley, don't deserve it. I think they deserve it because they work hard. But it is obviously partially manipulative on Udina's part because, you know, everything he's doing is for some increase of power in some capacity. That's like your final chance to see that person for a while and give them hopefully a friendly like send off, with the hope that you'll bump into them again, which you will. Not too much to say about that last hospital meeting. It's really just to kind of indicate that they're good and they're gone. While you're in the hospital, and I almost forgot this, there's a little Drell that's just hanging out in there that's keeping an eye on your friend for you, just to make sure that they don't get attacked by any unsavory types while they're trying to rest up. And that Drell is Thane, of course. I don't know how I feel about Thane being in the hospital. I know obviously narratively, you know, his Keppel syndrome is progressing, and there's not much you can do about that, whatever. But I do feel like for a character like that to eventually die in like a hospital bed seems like the opposite of what their outcome should be. You know? Like for a character that's like an assassin that like wants to do what they can till their last breath, it's kind of a bummer that his ultimate last scene is like, you know, in a situation that was probably the last thing he would ever want to be in. That's kind of a bummer. And it starts that way because he's in the hospital. Like they force him to already be at a point where he's collapsed enough times near his poor son that has to witness this stuff that he's just been put in a hospital for observation at this point. I am so sorry, Thane Mancers. I don't know what the term is for Thane romancers. It feels like to be interested in Thane is to be somewhat masochistic and into pain. Not that like other romances don't like other people that do other romances don't enjoy angst, but it's like it's a whole nother level with Thane, because going into it that it's like a doomed, like a star-crossed lovers kind of deal. But they really drive it home in this game where it's like you can't there's not even a chance he can be in your squad, because he's already at a point where he's collapsed so often that it's not safe for him to even be out of the hospital. So that's super sad. But it is nice.
It is
like
really sad. It's like over the top sad, but the whole like you said, star-crossed lovers,
yeah,
over the top tragic romance, like that will appeal to a lot of people. I get it. Live your dreams.
I gotta give like the people I've seen like on Tumblr and elsewhere that post the Thane romance kind of stuff, that are like 100% into that romance. I have a lot of love for them because they feel so passionately about that romance. It almost makes me feel a little jealous. Not that I'm not passionate about, a Kaidan or a Garrus romance. I mean, I'm fucking wearing a goddamn Spectre. Or it was essentially a Kaidan armor hoodie. But, like, there's something so... I mean, it's a little forced poetic, but it's poetic about a character like Thane and being in love with a character like that is like a doomed character. But it's like doomed in a tragically beautiful kind of way.
Yeah.
I'm still not nuts about like the dead wife thing. that is still a little bit of a little odd for me, because it's like he's committed to you, but then doesn't he have like a belief system where it's like there's their equivalent of heaven is like some kind of beach sea visual or something, like, well, I'll see you on the beach on the other side of the seas or whatever. It's like, well, but wouldn't your wife also be over there? if this thing actually exists, would that be a little awkward?
Probably.
It'd be a little strange if your wife is like, hey, you're finally here, Thane. Wait, who is that? So I always thought that was a little awkward, because they just kind of shove her under the rug really quickly if you are romancing.
I mean, I don't really think it would. I didn't think it was that like dramatic. I don't know. The dead wife thing, I get why you wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
I just didn't mind it that much.
I think maybe it's not just Thane. I'm not a fan of that kind of trope in a lot of things.
Sure.
Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic, like with Karth, it's like, please don't say you remind me of your dead wife. I appreciate that you like women that have a certain quality about them, strong, beautiful, independent, etc. Doesn't have to be like your wife, though.
Well, that was different. That was a little different, because that is something you should never say to anybody.
Yeah.
You're trying to date.
That poor guy. Yeah, so like, anyway, so I have an issue with that kind of trope, though. Some people are fine with it, or just don't pay attention to it. I just kind of go like, oh, my eyes are rolling, I can tell. And that's that. Anyway, so he's in the hospital. The hospital stuff, for the most part, is taken care of. While you're there, of course, you could see either Dr. Chakwas or Dr. Michelle, which obviously you take Dr. Chakwas over Michelle, because fuck her. Chakwas is obviously better. So you can reacquire her for the Normandy, which is always a good idea. Functionally, I don't think that actually makes much of a difference. It's just which character do you like more. I don't think it really... I don't think you actually get like a noticeable boost or something for having one over the other, but I just always liked Dr. Chakwas and her kind of like her bedside manner.
Yeah.
She's a nice calming character. Yeah. And she has those fun moments where like you can have brandy together and just like shoot the shit, and it's fun. I like that stuff. What's less fun is the Citadel coup that happens a short time after you're finally getting all your ducks in a row with the Turians, with the Krogan, and with the Solarians. So I think it's right after the Tuchanka mission, is where one of the, not the Dalatras, but there's a different Solarian counselor that's like, I got some information that's really important. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. You have to come to the Citadel. Well, you couldn't just tell me over the fucking phone. So on the way to the Citadel, it's not as straightforward as just going there, because as soon as you get there, everything's already quiet. Shit's already going down, like emergency channel wise. Like everything's like in emergency mode. And then I think we see like Bailey right at the beginning or something like that. Or Bailey. I like Bailey. I feel like he's just kind of, I know he's, to most people, he's probably like a nothing burger, but he was fun being around in Mass Effect 2 and 3, voiced by, what's his face, the dude from Battlestar Galactica. I always forget his name, that older guy. And he's got this kind of worn out soldier dynamic, which is kind of, I kind of like it for some reason. It's this dude that's a good guy, but he's so fed up with like all the legalese that he has to deal with all the time, being like a space cop, that you can kind of like, you know, josh him around a little bit and be like, hey, Bailey, just help me out with this. And he's like, Shepard, okay, all right, you're twisting my arm. You know, like it's like a nice, reliable guy that you can bump into now and then. So he's getting the brunt of this, because obviously CSEC is getting their ass handed to them by Cerberus. Because once again, as I mentioned before, Cerberus is really annoyingly just like around and fucking things up in advance and just knowing how to bust into the Citadel without anybody stopping them and all this other stuff. And it is kind of a cool scenario because you never fought on the Citadel before. So from a presentation perspective, seeing all these civilians getting fucked up and seeing things that are normally not in disarray be in disarray, it's like an interesting change of pace. Plus, aside from, I mean, the last time the Citadel got hit was Sovereign, right? So that was a pretty big deal. So seeing it in chaos also kind of cements how serious things are continuing to get, because normally it shouldn't have even gotten like to this point. I didn't even know you could bring Michelle. You can, like, if you talk to her first, I think she does give you the option to bring her, but it's like, I always talk to Dr. Chock was first, so it's like, she's already locked in before you even talk to Dr. Michelle. Is it Michelle? It's French, isn't it? Is it space French? Michelle, my belle. Yeah, so Dr. Michelle is always like a second banana to Dr. Chock was. So, right, so we're in the Citadel. This is obviously the first time that Mr. Most Annoying Person in the goddamn game comes in. I don't like Kai Lang. I know I am not alone in this.
Kai Lang is the man that everyone hates. That is how I knew him before you even played these games.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like you already knew? Voiced by Troy Baker, who has some kind of slightly weird affectation to his voice. I don't know what kind of voice he's trying to do. It's strange. I was reading up on Kai Lang. He's supposed to be Chinese and Russian? It's like, okay, well, I didn't get any of that. If I'm supposed to get that from that, whatever, that very slight accent he's doing in his voice, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, that didn't come across at all.
Even hey, Intergalactic Pants, Kai Lang's VA hates him. Well, I mean, Troy Baker's done so much more interesting roles since Kai Lang. I feel like this was also around the time that maybe Troy Baker was, you know, getting his sea legs or his video game legs in voice acting. So he had much better roles later on. But Kai Lang is such a weird... It's like he's that kid that wants to be as good as everybody else, but the other kids are clearly better. But he's so insistent that, like, no, I'm the best. And so, of course, they have this scenario, this kind of contrived scenario, where he's after the Solarian counselor who's trying to hide with like a cloaking device from being spotted. She's about to get fucking shanked by him, But then, thankfully, since Thane was on the Citadel, he comes in and he's like, he squashes that for the most part. And what is so sad and annoying is that if Thane was not even at 100%, if he was at least at 70%, he would not have had a fucking problem in the world. Because he actually handles Kaidan pretty well, except some last little, like, stinko move that Kaidan does that, like, stabs him through the gut. But if Thane hadn't been, like, in his weakened state, I think this would not even be a contest, right? So he's there, he does his little neener thing, and then he leaves. Oh yeah, and then I forgot, he does more neener shit where when you're flying one of those space cars that look like mechanical hands. I don't like the style of the fucking cars, they look weird. In the base game, I always forget that he jumps on the car. Like, his intro is like, "Ha, I'm a space ninja. I'm jumping on your car, wrecking it," and so it makes it crash. And then I'm jumping off onto like a gunship or whatever. I actually had a mod that instead of him, it's one of the Phantom characters, which actually makes a lot more sense because this Citadel coup is, I think, the first time you start to see those Phantom characters, which are also ninjas. So it's like, I'd rather see the introduction of a fucking new enemy type than this asshole being annoying. And then I think effectively he leaves once he's fucking shanked Thane. You see him later, of course, but he goes, and then he leaves. Because he did more or less get his ass kicked. The mod is actually called Shut Up Kaidan. That's amazing. I didn't look at I don't remember the name. I just know that I did it. That's awesome. Oh no, not for the one I was talking about. You're saying there's one that just makes him silent. Mass Cerberus agent. No. Okay, so that might be the same one I'm talking about. It's a Phantom though, which is like a girl character, but still. Yeah, there might be actually a couple flavors of that mod then. If there's one that's not like the girl Phantom. So he leaves. Thane is in a bad way, but not immediately dead. And then we have to actually go to... Now that the Salarian counselor is safe, the problem is she reveals that fucking Udina is the snake. Which, I guess we could have all seen that coming. He's always been snaky, but he's hit a new low in the Citadel coup. I think, because remember this last time when we played Mass Effect 3, I actually did talk to Udina a bunch of times in his office, and I think after, even though I normally don't, but after talking to him in his office, I actually kind of understand. I mean, there's still not great reasons for why he did what he did, but I think I get why he did it in retrospect. Because he, along with us, obviously, could see that the Council, Citadel, other alien races, etc., even the Alliance, were just not doing anything about the Reaper threat. And he was ultimately worried about the human race's outcome in all of this. So what happens is, when you talk to him, you can kind of hear his frustrations in various parts of the conversations about, like, this isn't working, that's not working, here's all the shit I have to juggle. And sometimes it's almost like you can almost be a little sympathetic, because being a politician fucking sucks. But of course it seems to corrupt you along the way. So there were a lot of things that made him realize, I need to do something else to try to save humanity. And unfortunately, his only other option was to side with Cerberus, because they probably gave him a nice line like, yeah, you just link up with us and, you know, we'll do everything we can to help out. You know, one for one, like, you help out, one hand washes the other. Unfortunately, not really the case. But I think he felt desperate enough to do something really stupid. And then that, of course, costs him. So you're chasing after Udina. You get on what appears to be an elevator going up to where you think that Udina and the other counselors or the council are being filtered. And unfortunately, whoever your Vermeer survivor is with doesn't realize it's you, because you jump. There's that awkward part where you jump on their fast-moving elevator car, or whatever that's called. Is it a car? What do you call it when it's just the elevator?
Yeah, it's a car.
Elevator. Yeah, so in the elevator car, there's thump, 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 and they freak out, and whether it's Kaidan or Ashley, they shoot at the roof, because, you know, you've seen Cerberus all day. You assume it's more Cerberus. Shepard and Co have to roll off and find some other way to where they're at. And they finally do access the door that leads to where the Council and Udina and Vermeer Survivor are leaving. But then it causes the showdown. It's like, oh no, don't shoot me. I'm your friend. And once again, it's like the writing forgets that they fixed all this stuff. How many times is it now? Should I like keep a tally of how, not tally, but should I keep a tally of how many? Like every time I feel like we've worked out our issues, once again, they make the Vermeer Survivor second guess what the hell's going on. And I just feel like it's fine that you can finally get them to stop being against you, but it's just annoying to me in that even the way the dialogue is structured, it still feels like they're hesitant for more time than I'd like. Because if you were totally in line with, say you're totally good with Kaidan, you did all the right prompts, you didn't do the cheating, you didn't do any of this shit, and you guys were good, he still has a slight moment where he kind of pauses, and then of course you could do the Paragon prompt where you put your gun down and you're like, you know me, like we've been through this before, you know I'd only do this stuff, you know, for the right reasons, and then he puts his gun down. But if you weren't already on good terms with him, I believe the scene still stays kind of tense for a little bit longer, which for every extra bit of time that you're not fixing this shit, like it feels like, is your relationship really repaired? You know, like I just don't like how that feels. So regardless, whatever, that kind of gets itself worked out. What is kind of cool, if you want to make that Vermeer Survivor sweat a little bit, the part where they finally do agree with you and they put their gun down and they turn it towards Udina instead. Udina, remember, like, one of the council people, like, tries to push Udina away or stop Udina from using that console that could fuck everybody up. And then Udina is like, oh, fuck you. And then pushes them onto the ground and is about to shoot them. And you can get a renegade prompt to shoot him first. But you can also be like me and purposely not click that renegade prompt and force them, like the Vermeer Survivor, to take matters into their own hands. Because obviously, Udina dies one way or the other. It just depends on how you want that shit to go down. Like, how would you, do you think you would hit the renegade prompt, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
I almost kind of, like, I only didn't hit it because I knew, like, it would finally make Kaidan, like, actively take control of the situation. Like, I'm forcing him, like, do it! Prove that we're good now. Take care of Udina. Stop. So he does it. Udina's super splattered. What sucks here is actually in this moment right here, if you're not successful with this stuff, the tension lasts for too long. And I believe, I mean, obviously you can shoot that person, or I think your teammate does, which is kind of rough because, like, Garrus shooting Kaidan or somebody he knows shooting him, it's not a great, it kind of sucks. But the fact that Ashley was going to shoot me over Udina is wild. Should have left her ass in Vermeer too. Well, it's one of those things where, and it probably comes down to their performance. I feel like, I don't know. There's different tones here that I also kind of forgot to mention. Again, if you're on good terms with them, their tone doesn't sound as like, I'm definitely going to shoot you. They're almost just holding their gun up for the sake of, like, I don't know what's going on. Just it's one of those, like, well, everyone just let me think for a minute kind of moments. But if you weren't on good terms with them, they do kind of sound more aggressive sometimes, which makes you probably really want to just shoot them. What's really fucked up is if you shoot them or your teammate shoots them, they say different things when they die. Kaidan just is sad. Like, he's like, I think it's something like, I thought what I was doing was right, and then he dies. Ashley's like, I hope I see you in hell. She fucking dies. Like, she's mad about it. He feels like regretful. She's like, fuck you. So that's one of the few
tracks
times
with their personalities.
But when I saw that in the clip, I was like, whoa, spicy. I think Garrus shot her on my first playthrough. Yeah, so she's pretty mad. He doesn't get mad, but she gets mad. And then finally, after that point, everything's kind of settled. What remains of the council, it feels like it takes way too long. They finally admit, like, we were wrong about you. Thank you so much, blah, 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 blah. This is the part where I said it's about fucking time. It's far too late, you stupid assholes. I didn't say that. And then everything kind of goes back to normal for like a minute. I'm trying to remember. I don't think you immediately get like more quests. Like, I think I did more like Citadel shit before I fully left. There is some kind of scene, right? I think with Kaidan whining about like, I'll get them next time. It's like the elusive man afterwards, because it's like, oh yeah, it's this shit here, I think. He's been such a fucking baby. It's like, things didn't go as planned. And like, he even sounds like a little bitch. He's like complaining about it. Oh shit. And then there's the super sad, like, well, Thane is really dying now because, you know, stabbed in the gut. Also, Keppel syndrome has taken his toll. Not Keppel. Yeah, Keppel syndrome. No. I keep mixing that up with Rollick. There's the only two syndromes that they mention in the game. It's like one or the other. It's either bonitis or lung problems. One of these two. And so you get the sad funeral thing that happens. And I think, as I mentioned before, there's something about the fact that the prayer that he has at the end is meant for you and not for him that weirdly affects me. It fucks me up. And I it might be just because Jennifer Hale's voice acting is so good when she sounds kind of like sad and confused about like, why did he say she, you know, all that stuff to Kolyat. But God help anybody who was romancing him. It's probably 100 times worse.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of makes me want to romance him.
There's that beautiful tragic aspect to him that I totally get it. If he was a little less handsome Squidward, I would definitely be down to try it. It's just
yeah, his design still kind of freaks me out, but you know, I get the appeal.
Yeah. So there's that. And that's a pretty somber, like, it's another one of those, it's not the lowest point, but it is a low point. Like, the Citadel once again proved that it's not really defensible. You've lost a squad mate. Things are kind of chaotic and up in the air. Now I guess we don't have a human counselor either, do we? They don't seem to be as concerned about that shit. Thane's romance definitely brings the emotions out. Yeah. And that's 100% the intention, I'm sure. But yeah, so after that point, I think I ended up just doing, there's always, one thing I'll say about this game is the Citadel might be a lot smaller of a place, but there were so many like mini quests and people to have to interact with and stuff this time around. I remember constantly ping-ponging back and forth between like whatever I was doing in space and like turning shit in the Citadel. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Being kind of like that minutia of like fetch questy stuff to do. Sometimes the story involved with those things would be interesting because usually it's like related to some kind of lore or something like that. But other times it's like, I just need the war assets. I don't care what this person's unimportant tale is. Just give me the thing, please. But yeah, so that is more or less handled. And then I think after all this is said and done, when we're starting to leave, oh yeah, it's this part, then who should appear but Vermeer's survivor, as long as they're still alive, that will say like, wow, that was pretty crazy, huh? Then you'd be like, yeah, it was. And you get a little bit of slight variety here where if you made them shoot, like I made Kaidan shoot, they have a bit of a hard time just parsing like maybe the guilt or how they feel about that. So you can kind of reinforce that, no, that was the right call. It had to be done. And at this point, they also provide you with a choice. I think canonically, or not canonically, lore-wise, Anderson offers the Vermeer survivor like some kind of command or some sort of Spectre-related gig if you don't accept them back on your ship. But they would prefer to be back with you if possible. And what's so funny is you can deny them.
Really?
Yeah, you could be like, no, I think the deal... I think Shepard also tries to sound like not weird about it. She says something like, you shouldn't pass up this opportunity. It's a really important opportunity or something. And again, they handle it differently. Kaidan just goes like, well, okay, ma'am. Thanks so much. See you next time. Whatever. Ashley is a little bitter about it. Like why didn't you pick me kind of thing, from what I recall. But ultimately the end result is they both leave. So, but in my case, I always pick him up because my feeling is, why would you choose to be down a squad mate, even if you don't necessarily like that character? From a gameplay perspective, I don't ever want to be like -1 if I don't have to be. Like even Vega, I wouldn't kick him off my ship. Oh, here's the butt shot. It's gratuitous. What is like? I'm not sure what triggers that ass shot. If you bring him on board, but you were friends, do you still see the ass? I don't know.
It's so funny, and just like when he first turns around, and then there's that like lens flare kind of effect.
Oh, it makes it even better. It's like, what am I gonna do next? Slap it? Get on board, Major. Like, hurry the fuck up. Like, what's next? Kaidan romance without a Mass Effect. Wait. There's even a version where they refuse to come back to the ship. Oh, right. So, I think, like, on Horizon, if you did, like, the really renegade-y shit where you're like, we're done here, and whatever, and you're not romanced, and I think maybe a couple other things might need to be met, they don't even give you the option. The Vermeer survivor might just be like, hey, I'm here to talk to you. I'm off doing this other thing. See ya. Bye. So that is an option. I forget that exists. That's funny. If you're playing Renegade, the Vermeer survivor doesn't actually want to come with you, and you have to pass a speech check to get them to come with you. So you have to actually have to negotiate that. You would think if you were that Renegade, or if you were playing that kind of character, would you even make the effort to negotiate that? You'd probably just be like, yeah, take a hike. If you didn't care enough about them to already have such a low, I guess, friendship level, or whatever it's called. I don't know what it would be called behind the scenes. But yeah, so he gets brought back on board. Personally, for anybody that likes Kaidan, this is the fun part. Because that's where you've got the shower thoughts guy back on your ship. And he says a lot of funny shit now and then, or introspective shit. He'll open with some angsty shit, just because a lot of this stuff is kind of hitting home for him about, like, not knowing where his parents are on Earth, and he says something to the effect of, a lot of people are hurting in a lot of different ways all over the universe because of the stuff that's happening right now. So he feels a bit small and like lost. And so that's where you can give like a pep talk to him and kind of help build him up a little bit, make him feel better about the situation, or as best as you can given the situation. And I feel that that's very human of a set of fears and like anxiety to have.
Yeah.
So I like that moment. I don't know what Ashley's moment is. This is finally the point in which there is the detaching of the rails of the Vermeer survivors, and far too late in my opinion for a lot of people. They finally start becoming their own people and having their own different cutscenes and their own reactions to things. I just wish it would have happened sooner, honestly. Actually, is this a good spot for you? You said you wanted to have your own take on stuff that had happened with Kaidan. Is this the time to do it? Maybe.
Yeah. Can we talk about that?
Sure.
Because.
Do you want me to talk about like the romance, like the actual date and stuff first, or do you want to talk about your feelings first?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It all kind of ties together. But,
Okay.
You actually, interestingly, touched on it earlier. Because the entire if you only romance Kaidan the way that you did, all of those story beats, like, you can kind of include Horizon in this, even as terrible as it was, that scene. And I'm assuming the Ashley romance kind of goes the same way.
I think so.
In terms of story beats, I think it has to. But the entire arc across the 3 games is literally exactly the way every single romance arc in every YA trilogy in the early 2000s goes.
Oh, is that why you don't like it? It is a little predictable, I suppose.
And that doesn't make it bad. You know, that doesn't make it bad. It just makes it predictable and less interesting to me personally. Because it's like, you get together in the first one, and then you're separated in the second one, both by circumstance and misunderstandings.
Yeah.
And then you meet up again in the third one, and then someone gets injured, and then you resolve your misunderstandings, and then you're together. That's it. That's beat for beat the exact YA formula for romance, especially in the early 2000s when you have a trilogy. They're all like this. There was very little deviation from this formula. It makes me a little crazy. And as I was watching you go through this, and I'm like, is this what everyone thought romance was at this time in this decade?
Well,
like, what is this?
I kind of wonder, when you mention that, if that was such a standard thing or a common thing, it makes you wonder if the writers subconsciously drew from that, or if they purposely said,
or intentionally,
yeah, this is an established set of tropes, let's do this because this is what we know. Move on from that.
It must have been, because it seems like it is the most, like, you know, vanilla romance choice. Especially when they have to apply it to 2 different characters depending on your choices.
Yeah.
It kind of has to, like, give it a formula.
What's funny is, if we're talking about formulaic or typical, like not breaking the mold romances, I don't know if any of them really do. Maybe Thane's does, because it's so dramatically, like, dour, whatever. Like, it's only
sad.
It's sad and it's tragic, and a lot of romances usually have some uplifting, happy ending for the most part. Like, I feel like people desiring sad ends to stuff is relatively modern or more recent. Not that it didn't happen before, but people wanting that to happen feels like it's, within the past, I don't know, decade or so, right? Like,
it wasn't as common for that to even be an option.
Right. Yes. So all of them except for Thane are really kind of like, I've seen it before. Even something like Jack, where it's like, okay, you're trying to work down the defenses of a really angry person, and then of course what happens? Then they're all raw and like this is me underneath, and like that's I've seen that for sure before. The Garrus stuff is almost it almost doesn't even get started. I think one of the problems I have with the Garrus romance, I like Garrus and I like the chance to romance him, but I feel like they don't even go far enough. I think we talked about this, right? Where it feels like it's a friend that you convinced to try something out. Like, I'm sure people will disagree with me, but he works so well as a best friend, and it almost feels like the love aspect is like an afterthought. Like, of course he's close to you, but that kind of like deep romantic love, I don't know if I necessarily feel from him for like a while. Maybe towards, like, obviously Mass Effect 3, where emotions are so like heightened anyway. But like in Mass Effect 2, it's like he's stuck in his own problems and everything so much that even him saying like, oh yeah, I guess we could do that. Like, I think maybe we read that differently, that moment where he realizes like a romance could happen. but I do read it in a way that it's like, not that he's being pushed into a romance, but it's something like he didn't even think about a romantic aspect until you said it. Whereas maybe Shepard might have been trying to go for that romance like the whole time. You know, like it's very.
I think maybe that's why I like it, because like, you know, Garrus is always doing his Garrus stuff, you know, taking care of his Garrus problems, and it's like he's not really thinking too much about other people.
Right. Well, he's such an independent Batman, so it's kind of hard to.
I really do have a type, don't I? Jesus.
But yeah, compared to, like, for example, like someone like Liara, who like latches onto you so fast, like there's no question that she would be interested in you, like, from the jump.
Right.
But Garrus, I feel like you do get there eventually, but it's something that if you hadn't instigated it, I don't know if it would happen. You know, you would certainly be close, like deep friend, like super close friend, kind of close. But I don't know if he would have ever pushed it himself.
I don't think he would, and maybe that's why, for me, like, seeing that progress makes it a little bit more satisfying.
I can see that. It's just tough because it's like these kinds of games, especially that are so heightened. I guess sometimes I need to see like the really obvious flag. It's like,
right,
go do the thing, as opposed to like it's like either green light, yellow light, or red, and I'm just seeing yellow, and I'm like, do I go? Do I stop? Do I go? like consent is important. Like what do I want here? So you often look for the green lights and you avoid the red lights. But the orange or the yellow ones, you're kind of like, do I just flirt and see if they do something? You know, and sometimes maybe they don't quite do something, and then you back off and you're like, well, never mind.
Well, that's the difference between our playstyles, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, no, I'm in charge. I do that. We do that.
I think that's true. But yeah, so that makes sense what you're saying about Kaidan. But I guess maybe that's kind of one of the... It's connected to him as a personality, right? It's like what you see is what you get. Very straightforward, but nothing, like no curveballs, really. And if that's what you like, then great, because you get everything you want.
That's a very broad appeal. Like, he has a very broad appeal kind of arc. I get it.
Yeah. And it's super cute when they finally let him open up and be his own person and not just Vermeer person. Like even the date at the Citadel, where he starts being cutesy and like, you know, kissing Shepard's hand and saying, oh, there's some benefits to like, you know, being in a relationship with you, and the silly shit he does like later on in one of his other conversations about like, hey, like he's trying like and kind of failing to like be flirty to the point where Shepard has to say, Are you flirting with me? And I laugh every time where he's like, if you have to ask, I think I need more practice, because this is not like that's where whoever it was that was writing it starts to have more fun with like his dorkiness, which I wish we would have gotten a lot more of that everywhere, you know, before.
I do too.
Because you can see the little gems in there that make it like a charming kind of romance. I think what's interesting is, as I mentioned, here's controversy number 3. So here we're going with another one. This was the first game where a male Shepard could romance Kaidan. But there was a disagreement about whether it was the first game where you could romance him, because all those fun data miners had found a dialogue in Mass Effect 1 of male Shepard essentially saying the same lines that FemShep said, like romance-wise, towards Kaidan. Which means all it would take is essentially a modder, which I'm pretty sure somebody's done at this point, to make a mod that would activate all of those dialogue trees so that you could have a male Shepard romance Kaidan and essentially use the same cutscenes that FemShep uses. Or actually probably use... maybe use the same cutscene. It might look a little weird because remember, for that romance, you see the slinky crawl of like the female Shepard like inching onto the bed where he's like, it's just a butt shot. That would be kind of funny with a male shepherd, I'm sure, but in that spot instead, because he's so bulky by comparison. But a lot of people were like, why didn't you guys put that in the game? That would have been huge. Because remember, even at that time period, there was always kind of a double standard where girl-girl relationships in games seemed less severe to people than guy-guy.
Yeah.
Which is like, but they're both gay, so what's the problem? But it's like, nobody wants to talk about the fact that they don't want to see two guys, apparently, even though they're fine with seeing two girls.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to get too deep into that, because that's a whole psychological well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's not that uncommon. I mean, wasn't there also a Jacob romance that was cut?
Was there? I didn't know that.
Shepherd? Like male shepherd, they had done all of the animation that I think somebody described as like shot for shot recreation of Brokeback Mountain or something.
Wait, what? Really?
And they had to cut it from the final game.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised because they did that in Mass Effect 1. So around Mass Effect 1, they had the whole sex box controversy. So I always wondered if like maybe BioWare was a little shy of what they might be perceived as like pushing their luck, because they're already in people's headlights for or spotlight, whatever the fuck the right way to say that, about the sex scenes, even as minor as they were. I don't know if maybe they didn't want to risk also having gay romance. It doesn't make sense though. I know Mac Walters, the lead writer for this game, insisted that there just never was one planned. If that's the case, why are you recording dialogue?
Right.
Why is the dialogue in there?
There was also Intergalactic Pants brings up that there was also a Jack romance plan for FemShep, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. I always assumed there was until I found out there wasn't. I was sort of surprised why it isn't there. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes into the same Dragon Age 2 argument that people were having before, where for some reason people were getting mad that a lot of those characters could romance either guy or girl Hawk. And I always thought, like, why wouldn't you just want more options? How is that a bad thing?
Right.
But yeah, Pants is saying that execs got scared, which is probably the more accurate answer.
Yeah, that was absolutely someone high up in the hierarchy meddling.
Yeah, I believe it. It's just unfortunate because the people that I actually see, I mean, you do get a lot of femme shepherds shipping themselves with Kaidan, but I actually saw a crazy amount of, like, when this game came out, everybody that was, like, the majority of people romancing him were actually male shepherds. Because I think a lot of people were like, holy shit, I can actually do this romance now? And a lot of people say that in many cases, they almost like that relationship more than the femme-shep one, because obviously, narratively, if you're a male shepherd, you never had any relationship with him romantically up to that point. So instead, on that Citadel date, what happens is they talk about that. You know, Kaidan says something to the effect like, you know, you run around you run around the universe saving people, Reapers, blah blah blah, and then suddenly you realize there's like no time to find anybody. You know, like there's no time to find someone. You know, you've just been busy so much. And then Shepard's like, well, what do you mean? And then Kaidan follows it up with like, well, maybe sometimes there's somebody that you've, you know, respected for a long time, and you know, somebody that might be really nice to try and settle down with. You know, like he's very cautiously and carefully and with a lot of vulnerability, because you've never broached this topic with him before, trying to like give you a pretty clear hint. And he's like, I'm you know, I'm trying to see if you're receptive to being with me. And of course you could turn him down and he'll be like, yeah, okay. And he doesn't get mad about it. It's just, it's almost kind of sad, because he almost expects that you're not interested. So he's already kind of prepping himself to be like, yeah, I figured. But if you do, it's like little fucking sparks even for Shepard, because I'm not going to be mean. Mark Meer does an amazing fucking job. I'd say Jennifer Hale does a slightly more amazing job, but in general, right? But it's because they deliver their lines differently. However, in that scene, Mark Meer does a really remarkable job. It's almost like Shepard has his own fucking sexual awakening, like while he's talking to Kaidan, where you can see him kind of like through his dialogue, kind of working his way through the concept of like, oh, like I never really thought about it before. I like you a lot. He says something to the effect like, you mean you and me together? Is that what you're saying? And then Kaidan's like, yeah, sounds pretty good, right? And then Shepard, because male Shepard is almost never like a soft character, like sounding, but he kind of says it in this gentle way. He's like, I like that. I like it a lot, and it's such a quiet, poignant kind of realization that Shepard has, and then from that point you actually start a relationship like fresh. So I can certainly see how it's a very different vibe from a female Shepard, which you might actually like that one more, because as you're saying,
I was gonna say I really like that.
You should check out the scene or try it as a male Shepard, because tonally it's very different. As you're saying, the femme shep approach is very traditional and very like contemporary, expected, whatever. The male Shepard one, there's a lot of vulnerability, there's a lot of uncertainty, and what sprouts from that is this almost kind of like excited, like new thing that neither one of them has tried before. And so for both of them, it's like, oh shit, let's do it. Like it's almost like it's the same scene, and yet it has different energy, which is really cool. So I could totally see why that got quite the buzz when this game had originally come out.
Yeah.
When I got Kaidan's confession on a male ship run, it felt so out of nowhere since my male ship had several girlfriends. It's all flirting with Liara right in front of him on Mars getting... I see. There is the danger where they put themselves on a limb trying, on a risky limb, trying that particular scene to do that. So if it's what you wanted, it's fantastic. It can be awkward if it's not what you wanted. But again, that is where they give you the option to let him down, and then he kind of goes, okay, cool, and then finish the cutscene, But I like how there's an actual difference. Most of these other things, if it is a character that can romance both male and female Shepard, it's just carbon copies. It's not really different. But for that, it's extremely different. So that's cool. But yeah, aside from that, if you're a femme shep, or actually even if you're a male Shepard, because they say the same dorky romantic things, you get the fun version of Kaidan at the end where he's just saying goofy shit, and he kind of lightens up a little bit. I think this is the part where I'll say, similar to Cullen from Dragon Age, it's almost like Kaidan's a different person in every game. And finally finds his footing in the third game, much like Cullen does in Inquisition, where it's like, okay, cool, I can see like what you're actually supposed to be, whereas in the other two, it's like trying to find your way up to that point. It just makes you wish that they had found that point sooner, because I feel like a lot of people wouldn't be claiming that he's like boring or whatever if he was doing more of this stuff in 1 and not just only in 3. But there's a lot of characters like that in 3 where it's like they become more like lively, like they have a bit more fun with their dialogues, and Mass Effect 1 by comparison is almost kind of dry. Like they were really trying to sell that like the space opera, but like Star Trek-ish, where everybody is like, straight-laced by the book, somewhat dry with the dialogues, because they want it to feel like it's real, with like, terminology and how things work and day-to-day life kind of shit. They don't go extreme like the way that like a Star Wars thing is. It does feel like it goes, if we're doing a sliding scale of, is this Star Trek or Star Wars? It starts shifting into the more arcadey, bombastic, like Star Wars, like later in the series, rather than the Star Trek at the beginning of the series. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's sort of in the middle of that Venn diagram.
Yeah. Oh, but off topic, since we're kind of towards the end of this particular like romance discussion, I have to ask you though. You've known me a long time, and you know the characters that I like.
Yeah.
This might not be as clear for other people that have seen us play, me play this series and Knights of the Old Republic. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Okay.
Both of them are voiced by Raphael Sbarge, both
Yeah.
Karth and Kaidan. Ultimately, who am I more interested in?
I hate this question.
As I said, there is a right answer, but I'm not. I just want to hear what you think the answer is.
I know there's a right answer, and I think I know what the answer is, but I'm going to answer the one that I think it should be.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say Karth.
That is the right answer.
Yeah,
You're absolutely
because it should
right.
be.
It should be. I am literally one of like 10 people that fucking loves Karth Onasi. Karth Onasti.
You have been such a diehard Karth person.
Oh, fuck.
Since the game came out.
Yeah. I'll always defend that dude. He is such a perfect mess.
I like Karth. I like Karth a lot.
I do think his flirtations don't age well at all. There's some things he says that I'm like, oh fuck, I can't.
There were some things that he said when you played it through recently that I was like,
not great.
I don't remember that, and I wish I still didn't.
But I like what a mess he is and how emotional and how he feels a lot of things. And he's passionate and he's loyal as fuck. And there's a lot to say about him. He gets a little pissy and he acts out a little bit, but it's because he's always getting pulled in so many different directions. And I find that so fucking fascinating about him. And that's why, I think that's why for Kaidan, I start liking him way more towards the end rather than at the beginning. Not that I dislike him at all at the beginning, but he obviously starts picking up vaguely Karth-like things more towards the end, where he becomes more playful, where he actually has some sarcasm and some things that he says, surprisingly, like Citadel DLC and, the second half of Mass Effect 3. And that makes some part of me goes like, oh, there you are, somewhere in there. Fundamentally, they are still very different people, despite the same voice, which I find fascinating. I think a lot of other people don't necessarily get that. You hear the same voice and you assume, oh, the same guy. They're very, very different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would I would drop Kaidan in a heartbeat. If I actually had a fucking choice, I don't know, somehow. Yeah. But I still love Kaidan a lot. I think for this series, he's like the perfect kind of character for this. If you had like a Karth in this series, I think Karth works obviously great in a Star Wars setting. I think probably would be less so in a Mass Effect setting, honestly. But yeah, I just wanted to see. That's off topic, but
you wanted to give me a friendship test?
Well, not that, but it's like I also kind of wanted to just see, is it obvious? You know, like is that
to me it is, okay. Knowing how much fan art you've drawn of both of them.
Yeah, I guess so. I know. To be fair, I've kind of drawn a lot of both. There's not really one more. I mean, I actually made a comic for Karth, so that boosts him up a little bit. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so okay, so done with Kaidan for now. Everything's resolved more or less on the Citadel, and then, oh god, so then Udina. Okay, so Udina's dead. Kyling's pissed. I think it was at this point that we finally have Quarian business to attend to, right? Unless I'm getting things out of order. No, but I think that's the only thing that's left. So this entire time, they didn't really talk about it that much, but apparently Quarian fleets are being a little bit more successful at driving back the Geth, right? Or something like that. They're definitely fighting the Geth. I'm not sure if it's straight up war just yet, but those fucking admirals are getting real excited about just like any chance they have to take back their homeworld. And I don't know why they're picking now to do it. I think this is one of those concepts that frustrates me about some character or some organizations. It's like the Reapers are at your doorstep, and you think now is the time to fight with the Geth to take back your planet? Aren't you going to lose a lot of resources? Like, okay, sure. Let's say you get your planet after losing half of your fleet. I hope you enjoy it for the 5 minutes that you have it before the Reapers come in and just kill everybody. Like, it seems, you know what I mean? It seems like really irresponsible.
Yeah, it is.
But as we've seen, a lot of those admirals are surprisingly irresponsible, except for the one that wants like peace between the Geth and the Quarians. So then, of course, we get yay Legion, but oh no, Legion is in some weird like bondage thing, right, on one of the Geth ships or something. Because he's like all tied up. He's like, Shepard Commander, like help me. It's like, oh no, we got to help him. Poor Legion. Legion deserves so much better. So we save him. And what's also funny too, and I was kind of touched a little bit, is that at this point, it's also kind of made clear that Tali is kind of friends with Legion now. Because doesn't she say something to the effect that she's like, I'm kind of amazed that I'm saying this, but I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you, Legion, you know. my first synthetic friend, I guess. And so from that, Legion kind of explains that the only reason why the Geth even are with the Reapers is because they're trying to protect themselves. Because up to this point, they've been essentially self-defending, or it's like self-defense against what they perceive as a Quarian threat, because their creators are trying to just kill them. And then we get that cool, like, that Tron section where it's like, let me show you, Shepard Commander, what our history is in this computer, while we also get, I think they were also getting data at the same time or something, right?
Yeah.
So you go through these little, like, you shoot these little cubes, and you do this other stuff, and you see the true story that's recorded by the Geth about how it's almost like an accident that they, what do you call it, self-actualized, or like became more than just, you know, robots, and were starting to think for themselves. And what sucks so bad is that some of the Quarians actually were super happy about this and super, you know, almost protective of those Geth, to the point where there's a couple scenes where clearly I think the Quarians died trying to either let the Geth escape or to protect them. And Legion makes kind of a touching comment and saying, like, you know, Quarians or organics or whatever might forget history, but we don't. We remember every name of every Quarian creator that helped us, and we respect them and we honor them. And there's a lot of that's like, it's kind of something you figured already, because with the introduction of Legion at all, makes you realize, like, okay, we have some unreliable narrators here about what's really been happening. The Quarians, for the most part, make it sound like they're just super victims. But when you actually see both sides of it, it's like, uh-oh, they kind of fucked up at one point. They did have a chance where everybody could have lived happily and worked together, blah, blah, blah. But they were afraid of what it meant to have synthetics think for themselves. And instead of going further with that, or trying to be careful about that, they just wanted to wipe them all out. And big mistake, because the Geth did everything they could to protect themselves, which meant screwing over the Quarians. So they lost their homeworld and all this other stuff. They were on the run. But with this realization and all this new information, and also getting the, like, Reaper code from whatever that facility that we go to, the Geth one, Legion's got the new plan of, like, look, if I use this integrated and altered Reaper code to give all Geth actual, like, intelligence, life, so they're functionally their own, like, independent beings and not this just, like, hive mind shit anymore, there won't be a problem. Because they're just going to be like you and me. Like, they can choose for themselves. We can tell them, like, look, this is our chance to start fresh and to, you know, let bygones be bygones. This is our chance. And it actually sounds like Tali is kind of, like, she doesn't outright say like fuck this. She actually kind of considers it. The only thing that gives her pause is that guy. What's the Logain guy? Garrus? There's that one admiral like just wants to blow everything up, and on the little intercom speaker thing, we're telling him like, stop. Stop attacking the Geth. We're about to put Reaper code into all these Geth, and if you shoot them when they become independent, what do you think's gonna happen? I'm pretty sure they're gonna shoot back, and you're gonna be like obliterated. But he just doesn't fucking get it. And this is one of those moments where, once again, if you didn't get all your ducks in a row, you get like the shitty ending where it doesn't work. But if you save that one admiral that wants peace, he is like a big proponent to helping smooth everything over and having people on both sides listen. So that helps. And then of course you got Legion. And then if you have obviously enough either Paragon or Renegade or whatever, you get to give that speech that essentially says like what I just said to the whole Quarian fleet and tell them like, stand the fuck down, which they listen to. And by the time Legion's little Reaper code upgrade thing is done, like he does with his hands like this, everybody, all the Geth are Geth people, I guess now. I don't know what you call them now. I guess it's still Geth. But they can think for themselves, and they cease firing, and everything is cool for once. But the saddest thing is then it requires the sacrifice of Legion, which I always get choked the fuck up about. I don't know.
It's sad.
It's his and Thane's deaths. I'm like, it makes me have to like not cry. Like even in the stream, I was like I can't cry and stream. Don't do this to me. But what kills me so much is like how pure Legion was about what he was trying to accomplish, because he just wanted to, foster understanding, connect the creators and the synthetics, and even at the end, willing to sacrifice himself. Even at the point where he finally got that self, like the independence, where he goes from saying we this, we that, to finally like I'm sorry or whatever to Tali, and that's not lost on me. It's like even when I played it for the first time, I caught that change in pronouns or whatever. So like I am sorry. You're my friend or whatever. And it's super touching and super sad, but then they also twist the knife a little bit, because that big old Geth Prime that kind of like happily derps over to to Tali and the other admiral, so sounds kind of like Legion. It says Shepard Commander, but like it's a deeper voice, but it kind of feels like the spiritual successor to Legion, almost to the point where Tali or the admiral goes like, Legion, is that you? And he goes, no, it's not me. That's not me, but we will remember him and what he did. And, being Geth, they will definitely remember for a very long time. But they finally get together and they say, we'll help you on this planet. We'll get everything set up for you. Supposedly there's some is it a later conversation with Tali where she's like, they are helping us build things faster than we would have. Like, they're doing in days what would have taken us weeks or months to do. So already forging those new bonds. And as I was saying, I swear to God, I didn't notice it till this last playthrough, but like there's something between that particular Geth Prime and that one admiral, the one that's voiced by Shora Agdashlu, right? What's her name? I always forget her particular name. The one that's the most friendly with Ron. Yeah, Ron. So I swear to God, like my brain just started shipping the two of them. Because he's always with her. It's always with her, and it's always like asking her opinion on stuff and whatever, and she seems like really receptive to it. And I'm like, that's kind of fucking cute. I need to see if there's like a AO3 tag. Fucking two characters. Like they go on their first little date on their homeworld together or something after the Reaper War. Or maybe not, because if you do the stupid destroy ending, it destroys all synthetics because it's such Bullshit. Anyway, so all that stuff is fixed on Rannoch surprisingly well. And on top of that, you get to kill a fucking Reaper at the end. Every time you kill a Reaper, it's that much more satisfying, I think. Those fucking assholes. Didn't we talk about this before, that the Reapers sometimes just sound like these know-it-alls that actually don't know it all? But
Yeah.
they're just trying to sound like they think they're like, oh, you don't, it's beyond your understanding or something, which is what Harbinger says. Was like, is it really though? Why don't you try to explain it to me? Let's see if I understand what you're saying. But yeah. Oh, weird interactions can end up with headcanon ships, like the 30-second convo between Arya and the original Asari counselor made me ship them. Oh, the one where she asked for like that favor and it's done like instantaneously. Yeah. So Arya's got that lady wrapped around her finger, doesn't she? I mean, that's also just to show how cool Arya is, right? Because she's like, even when she's not on Omega. Oh no, she was on Omega for that. It's like effortless for her to get people to do what she wants. So yeah, so like all that shit is great until we get another low point again with Thessia. And I feel like this one is like almost over dramatic because it's Asari. Like we've been to Palaven is in dire shape, maybe arguably more so than Thessia. Earth's in the shitter. Tuchanka is literally just a fucking dust ball. But then Thessia, oh no, that's the one because it's Liara's place that the plot says, no, this is the lowest point for Shepard. That's the one that's gonna break Shepard and make her really have to take a minute and get mad. Because they also put Kaidan in there, which gets me mad. Fucking asshole. But yeah, Thessia is the one where there's some clue that we get, right? That the information about the catalyst is in or near the temple area on Thessia. Unfortunately, Thessia is getting hammered by Reapers, like, hardcore. So it feels kind of shitty that we arrive on Thessia, but we're not really there to help. And they think that we're there to help, and we're like, awkward. We just need to go to the temple and get a thing, and then we're probably gonna go. The one cool thing, but it kind of doesn't lead anywhere, is remember when I brought Javik, he gets a chance to give a pep talk to some of the Asari soldiers there, and that actually seems to make them more enthusiastic about fighting to protect their home, compared to if you were just like yourselves and you're there. Because I don't think you get to give them like a pep talk when it's just you guys, or maybe they don't care. That's also possible. So there's that, and then it's actually a relatively short, if you're thinking about it in terms of plot, it's a pretty short section because it's just a bunch of shooting really difficult things like those Ravagers and Banshees and all that kind of stuff. But all it is a long arch of fights that just leads to the temple at the end. And then you go to the temple, it's revealed that the big statue in the center of the temple is actually hiding a fucking Prothean VI the whole time, which is interesting because it shows that the Asari kind of cheated. They're so advanced because they were essentially using like cliff notes, like Prothean cliff notes on how to do things better than other civilizations were. So they definitely got one-upped on everybody else because they had much more advanced information from actual Protheans. Then Kaidan comes in, and it's maybe the most bullshit fight in the whole game. I don't think I'm understating it. I think it's the most bullshit fight because not only does he not really do anything if you're remotely powerful, because you saw what I was doing. I was just hammering him with shit, and he didn't even move. He was just staying in one spot because his shield went to zip like really fast, and then he automatically says, I have to recharge. That's when the stupid blinding gunship comes in and just fires, so you have to stay ducked down. And then he recharges, and then you just knock his shield down again. Then they repeat it like 3 or 4 times. god.
It is a stupid fight.
I'm so mad at that fucking fight.
Another reason why he's the man that everybody hates.
Well, if he was doing some impressive stuff too, maybe. But he also has this smarmy, like, haha, I'm superior. But it's like, how? You didn't prove that you're superior in any way. In the fights, you're not. In the scenes, you're just fucking the elusive man's lapdog the whole time. You're a lapdog that has a bunch of cybernetics in him that thinks that they're as good as Shepard, but even the elusive man is like, you're not really Shepard. I'll say kind of that you are, but elusive man, even what's funny is even in his indoctrination, highly respects Shepard still. You notice there's all these times where he doesn't want to directly kill Shepard. Yeah. He just likes tossing things at Shepard, just knowing that that's not really going to stop her. It's kind of funny. But yeah, fucking Kaidan. And then it forces him to steal the Prothean VI, even though it was like one sentence away from telling us what the hell the catalyst actually is, which is the Citadel, spoilers, and causes all that damage that randomly somehow doesn't outright kill Shepard. I think Shepard got really lucky there. Because there's that huge pit that's apparently a bottomless pit underneath the temple for some reason, where Shepard almost falls, but there's that like piece of that slab of floor that she's able to like hang on to climb out. But of course it takes her just long enough to climb out that Kaidan is able to get the fuck away in time, which is very frustrating. And then at that point she has to contend with, I guess the lowest point is not necessarily that Thessia falls. It's that this is the first time that they don't have another option. They had to get the catalyst information. They couldn't. And then she has to tell everybody, I'm sorry. Like the sorry that asks her about like, well, did things work out on Thessia? And she's like, no. End transmission. So it's not a great time, and that's enough to piss off Shepard enough where she's like, does anybody know where these bastards are? We need to find them. Like it's like super mad. And I think what clue did they actually get? I need to even look at my fucking notes here because I actually don't remember what everybody kind of stews in their low point at that moment. Trying to see like we have to chase Cerberus because obviously they have the data. Oh, this is where we actually just straight up go to this is already near the end, where we have to go to the facility, the main Cerberus headquarters and just steal it back. Which kind of makes you wonder, why didn't we just like take the fight to Cerberus to begin with? There's two things that don't make sense. That, and also, if the Reapers are so dangerous and nobody can stop them, and they know that the Citadel is the catalyst, why weren't the Reapers like at the Citadel like at the beginning of the game? Why were they even playing around with the planets? It wouldn't even take all the Reapers. They could have just sent like 5 of them to the Citadel and just like either taken over or wrecked that whole thing pretty easily.
It's a good question.
I mean, obviously, because it's a game, and because they want you to play a game, they have to hand wave that away. But considering how they are pretty much an unstoppable force this entire time, especially the large ones that are in space, not the little land guys that seem to be the only ones that we can actually take down properly, because they're different sizes, right? The giant spacefaring ones seem like they could just easily do whatever the fuck they want. Without us being able to stop them. So yeah, it goes to the Cerberus headquarters. Oh shit, speaking of Cerberus, I completely forgot, because this is actually a chance to talk about, before I totally forget one of the other cool characters that actually had some good character growth. I actually forgot about Jack. Because Jack is in the Grissom Academy, like, side quest. I can't remember, right. Is Grissom a main plot point, or is it actually... I think you have to do it, maybe. Maybe you do have to do it. But her outfit is more covering this time around. She actually has a kind of an interesting like haircut with her hair at the top of her head. And oh, it's a side mission. Okay. Oh, you can skip it. All right. So maybe that's why I didn't immediately remember it. I mean, we did it, obviously. And then one of the other payoffs as well is David from the Overlord DLC is there and doing well because we saved him and we got him away from his horrible fucking brother. But what I like so much about this quest, not even for the quest itself, but more for the lore that it gives us about Jack and what she's been up to. Like, she didn't just like run off and just start blowing up things willy-nilly, even though she could have. She actually did a surprisingly responsible thing and started training younger biotics in how to use the powers. So becoming a teacher of biotics is a pretty good like plot development or character development, I think, for her. Like, it shows that she's still feisty and angry and whatever, but now she knows how to channel a lot of that into something far more productive. And what's funny is, like, I don't think she would ever admit it, but having those younger students that look up to her and trust her and like respect her and stuff definitely feels like it's kind of eased or soothed that like fire that's always been, that angry fire that's always been in her, you know, because she might not want to admit it, but I think she likes being around them, you know, like her little self-made family kind of.
I'm sure she does.
Yeah. I kind of wonder what that would be like if you romanced her. Is she still feisty? Like, do they even have... So here's my question for folks that might have kept up romances with Mass Effect 2 characters. Do you get, like, a romance sex scene with, like, a Mass Effect 2 character like Jack if you stayed with her in 3? Or do they just not give you anything? Or is this maybe one of the reasons why they had, like, you wake up with your romance partner in the end of Citadel DLC to, like, give you at least something? Because, I mean, if you're already romancing one of the usual squad mates, having the little wake-up scene at the end of the Citadel DLC is kind of like, oh yeah, of course. But if you barely get to see your respective romance person, I mean, you'll take what you can get, right? if that's what they're going to give you. I know you do with Miranda, but it's fade to black. Oh! So you only get like a little half-see, kind of like half and half. That's kind of lame. I would like a little snoo just to see. I mean, you worked hard for that, right? There's mainly kisses with Jack and the wake up Citadel party. Yeah, okay, oh well. That's what I thought. Does she kiss, like, I know she hangs out in the Purgatory Club on the Citadel at some point. Is that where you would kiss her? Or do you actually get like a separate scene? Maybe in that scene where you hang out with her in the Citadel DLC, there's kissing instead of just like friendship shit? Oh no, wait, there's not even a scene. You do the arena fight. Do you make out while you're destroying bots? That would be kind of funny. But yeah, so not too much else to say about that. I just like how it showed how she's been doing. And I'd like to say this also kind of reinforces my belief that maybe she and Kaidan would be really good friends, because in parallel to this, Kaidan has a side story of how he's been training biotic recruits on the Alliance side of things. So they're both teachers, and they're both teaching younger people to like use their powers carefully and properly, especially in war scenarios. It's like that's kind of fun, right? That's a common topic you guys could talk about at the Citadel party, maybe. So there's that. What was there another side mission? Oh, the other side mission that's creepy is the Miranda one on Sanctuary. And that probably feels real bad if your Miranda is dead. Because then it's not about Miranda at all. It's just about the creepy shit that happens on Sanctuary, I think, right? Because that's where a lot of the horror story stuff... Like, I will say the setup for Sanctuary is appropriately creepy. Because, you know, they have that whole thing about everything's empty, all this stuff is in disarray, but there's all those logs about how they're accepting refugees and, like, these people sound really hopeful that Sanctuary is going to be like a good place for them, that they're actually trying to bring their family and all this kind of shit. And it's so creepy because like, it's like, danger, don't come here. Don't land here. It's like all the people that left behind these messages are definitely like husks or something now. So it's very dark. It's surprisingly dark. So there is that. And then amidst all of that, we finally get to see Miranda's shitty father, who's voiced by that dude from Lost, Alan Dale, right?
Alan Dale, yeah.
Who, even though he's not doing the same accent that I think he does in Lost, I could just tell that's that's who it is.
So like go-to shitty father in the 2010s and early 2000s.
Right. Oh, Sanctuary is a mandatory mission? So wait, what was the other side? Oh, Samara is a side mission, right. Okay, we'll talk about that one after then. So this one, it's kind of funny because I wonder, it's almost kind of like two concepts are kind of shoehorned together. Like, you don't necessarily have to even have, and I guess in some cases if Miranda's dead, you don't have the Miranda component to the story, because Sanctuary on its own is like a hellscape. It's just kind of the icing on the cake to have the additional problem of, oh, Oriana and Miranda and the dad are there, so you get like this deadly dysfunctional family situation on top of everything. I just don't know what that dude's final plan was. He's trying to research controlling Reapers. It sounds like he was kind of making some progress, but they never make it clear whether this guy is also indoctrinated. He doesn't seem like he is, which is what kind of confuses me about Cerberus forces. There's that stupid Oleg Petrevsky or whatever from the Omega DLC that Arya is fighting against, and then the father in this, neither of whom actually seem to be indoctrinated. They like choose of their own crazy free will to be part of Cerberus. It's like, okay, somebody run that through how that makes sense. Or at least they don't appear indoctrinated unless, I don't know, maybe there's some lore tidbit that says that they are or something. So aside from the horrorscape of what Sanctuary entails, it's actually pretty straightforward. Just kill a bunch of, banshees, brutes, husks, etc. You finally help Miranda take charge of her life once more when she's able to kill. I think she always kills her father. I don't know if you get the chance. I mean, maybe you do if she's dead and he's there. Because I'm assuming if she's not a part of the picture, it's just him holding Oriana captive, and maybe you save Oriana instead? That'd be my guess. Because there's a couple things to do to make sure that Miranda's even there, like, at all, and not dead. Because remember, we periodically would check in with her, and she's like, Shepard, I need information, but I'm not going to tell you what the information's for, but I just need it. You gotta trust me. And it's asking for like Spectre access and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I trust you. You could tell me what you need. That would probably make things easier, but you're not going to do that. And it's 2 or 3 times. One of which I think is like the basic, like she's telling you like something's going on. And then I think the second time might be to give her information that helps prevent her from running into Kaileng, I think. Because if you don't do all of those things, when she gets, because she gets like minorly shot, right, by her father during that altercation, or she gets injured or something. But it's not fatal if you do it right. But if you do it wrong, she can die in Sanctuary, and that probably feels really shitty. I feel like there's so many... They went out of their way to have so many potential death flags for many squad mates of, the past game and the current game if you choose poorly in Mass Effect 3. So... Not too terrible. If you romance her in Mass Effect 2 and then break up with her, she'll die. What? Really? Even if you do everything else right? Like the game is that bitter at you for for breaking up with Miranda?
That's really harsh.
She becomes distracted. That's fucked.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Some character assassination bullshit.
Yeah, that's horrible. I think she deserves better than that. Well, I'm bummed that that's a thing. Maybe if there's a mod to like prevent that flag from getting toggled, that'd be great. Miranda basically has plot armor in the suicide mission, so I guess, but she doesn't though. She only has plot armor because remember we tested this. I'm evil. I know these things. She's safe up until the last push for the Human Reaper. If you bring her with you as one of the 2 squad mates to attack the Human Reaper and she did not have loyalty or like she's disloyal or whatever, she will totally die. That's what happened. The way to avoid this is to lock in another romance before you talk to her in the apartment. Wait, what? But isn't that still breaking up with her?
You just break up with her differently, maybe?
Yeah, I don't get that. I'm trying to I'm trying to work through my head. How is it different from breaking? Like, does she just not realize that you broke up with her at that point? Like you did too.
She's not as upset because you're with somebody else, like fully. I don't know.
Yeah, so like she hasn't had a full like half a game to process it just yet. I don't know if none of that makes sense. I think that's all bad. That's all bad. She's professional enough that like get the fuck over it. Oh, because you never had the conversations, the game. Oh, what? Huh. That's a weird. That almost feels like a technicality though. Is it because you didn't technically talk to her about it? Then she's safe. Like what? I feel like that's maybe an oversight. Like somebody fucked that up, and maybe that's not supposed to work that way. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, so that's that not side mission, important mission, but what is it? Is there one other side mission I'm forgetting? There's Grissom. Hold on a second. Because this one's mandatory, essentially, right? Loyal Miranda can't die, basically. I've tried to math it out and it never works. Also, unloyal, she can't die in any role. Well, even if she's loyal, if you don't have 2 squad mates alive at the end of Mass Effect 2, it's still a fail. So that is the situation where you could still fuck up. If her and one other person survive, then yes, she can't be killed. But if say you purposely made everybody else disloyal and they just kept biting the dust left and right, and it's just you and her at the end, she's dead. It won't work. Yeah. So okay, I think that was the other quests. I'm just trying to make sure I'm being like thorough here, but I think that was it. So all right, the last thing we have to deal with is attack on Cerberus headquarters, and that's when you know like you're getting near the end of the game, because they start dropping these little hints like make sure you do everything you want to do. You know, like those kind of like dialogue hints where like there might not be a chance to do something again if you don't do it now. Oh, speaking of Cerberus, and I talked about this during one of the streams, but one of the last things I do like, for as much as I've been ragging on whoever wrote the Vermeer survivor shit in regards to Cerberus, I do like, oh no, there's the other mission, the Jacob mission. It figures that I forgot that mission. Of course it figures that I would have just blanked out on what the fuck that mission was, because it's Jacob. That was the one I was thinking of. The other side mission is visiting that ex-Cerberus facility where Jacob has been acting like a self-appointed bodyguard to all these nerdy scientists, including David Archer's asshole brother, who's right at the like entryway to that facility. And as we talked about, that's also the place where, for all of the 5 of you out there somewhere that romance Jacob, you really pay for it. It's like the most... It's so fucking bad. you can't get back together with him, right? It's just, I think he's just done with you regardless, even if you had the best possible relationship ever. When you go there, it turns out that like the leader of those ex-Cerberus people is dating Jacob. I think to the point that they already have like, is she already pregnant, or does that happen afterwards? Do you remember? They like announced it, I thought, at some point. I think it's oh no, it's in the hospital. So like later at the Citadel hospital, he's just there randomly, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, Shepard, what's her face is pregnant. And I'm like, congratulations, I guess. But if you romanced him, he basically does cheat on. This is not like a Kaidan scenario. He does cheat on you. Because he didn't even fucking wait around at all. He gets with somebody to the point that he knocks her up. And
oh, he just continues to be the absolute worst.
Oh, Twister, you actually romanced Jacob? Oh no.
Oh, condolences.
My condolences. Yeah, so my apologies to anybody that romanced Jacob. They really punish you for that in that Ex-Cerberus quest. On the flip side, if you romance Kaidan and you bring him there, it's great. Because first of all, you let him see what Ex-Cerberus or people that don't jive with Cerberus anymore are up to, and what, you know, they're actual people and what they're about. But it finally is the nail in the coffin for him, just letting go of all of his preconceived like notions about Cerberus. And there's that really great conversation on this in the Citadel, in the Normandy, where you guys actually have a one-on-one, like heart-to-heart talk about, you know, what was it like when you were there? What was the Elusive Man like? What were the people that worked on you, you know, the Lazarus Project like? And you can give your honest answers about like, what at the time everybody seemed like they wanted the best for humanity, and you know, at a certain point that just wasn't the case anymore. And you know, we couldn't have seen any of this stuff coming. And he listens to it all very thoughtfully, and at the end of the conversation, it sounds like he's definitely turned a corner, and he's like, all right, thanks, I'm glad we could talk about this, and you know, it's given me a lot to think about. And I like that kind of introspective, reflective scene. It goes a long way to show that it's not just a simple flag in a game where it's like, okay, you're buddies again, yay. It's like, no, there's still some thought process happening here, and it's not just thought process, but it's learning from it as well. Because he even ends, one of the last things he says in the conversation is, do you think there's more people we could help there? Which sounds like something he never would have said before. He never would have thought about like rehabilitating, you know, ex-Cerberus people, but now he is. So a lot of advancements there. It's not so much for Jacob fans, unfortunately. So there is that. Wow, I'm still cracking up thinking that I forgot about his own mission. It's so scummy too when we watch like how Femship has to deal with, if she even, first of all, why would you even want him back after that? But she can be so hateful and bitter about that. And yeah, apparently
it's really tough to watch.
It's hard to watch. It's almost kind of icky because like if you pick certain dialogue options, she almost tries to like cheat with him to get him back, and that doesn't work. And then I think there's some scene later if for that particular situation where you can slap him like somewhere on the Citadel. I can't remember if that was the Citadel DLC or not. And then of course what people did in the mod is change it so that you actually deck him. Then he falls down. I think it's the punch. It might be when, is it the punch animation from when Anderson decks Udina? It's something where it just knocks him like out of frame. It's like the slap. Okay, the punch is hilarious because it's much more intense than the slap. And you could even do, I think with that mod you can even do it if you weren't romancing him. So if you were just being shitty to him on principle, like I don't like you, Jacob, then just do it apparently. Yeah, so there's that. But going back to Citadel headquarters stuff, this is the important part where we're actually at their headquarters. We got to get the VI back from them because we need to know what the hell the catalyst is. And I will say, with the exception of the parts where you get the little video logs of what was going on the entire time, is kind of basic. The facility doesn't look particularly like crazy or spectacular amazing. It sort of reminds me of just like a lot of other places we've been to. I don't know what I was expecting from Cerberus headquarters. I guess I was expecting it to look like way bigger and way more like, not necessarily opulent, but like packed with stuff. But when we get there, so much of that stuff is like on fire or getting destroyed or whatever anyway. So, I don't know. I guess for other people it probably doesn't matter that much, but I was expecting like, it's where the elusive man is, so it should be like all fancy pants. Some capacity, I don't know. So we go there. There's 3 sets of video logs. The first one is potentially the most important, at least for Shepard. That's the one that says what exactly happened to you while they were working on you, or right before they started working on you, I think with the Lazarus Project. And just kind of emphasizing how you really were super dead. One of the things says clinically brain dead, to which I highly recommend you bring, if you like them, I highly recommend you bring the Vermeer survivor with you during the Cerberus headquarter mission, because that's the biggest payoff, especially if you romance them, because then they solidify their feelings of like, God, you know, you were right. Some of Cerberus is fucking awful, but it's not your fault that you were in the situation. It's like you did the best you could. But yeah, clinically brain dead. Some other stuff about the doctors not even wanting to take on the task because they think it's impossible. But then Elusive Man is like, fuck you, I'll just give it over to Miranda or whoever. They'll do it. So there's that. And then, fuck, I forgot. The second set, I think, is the one that's already talking about Edie? Or is it the third set? So there's one that's talking about like Kaidan, which is like, who cares? And how he got augmented. He really wanted to be like some fucking Shepard 2.0. And I feel like maybe that's supposed to be saying that if stuff didn't work out with Shepard, Elusive Man was thinking like, I guess you're a backup. You know, like if the Shepard thing doesn't pan out, I'm at least outfitting you with cool enough stuff that you're like useful to me in some capacity, like a Shepard Jr., you know, but clearly not Shepard in terms of mind or true ability. It's just like what I've put into you. I think there's even apparently, Kaidan is another one of those situations similar to Vega, where I think he's probably discussed more in either the comics or the novels or something like that. I know there's more lore for him, but it's like, does anybody care about the lore? Honest question. So I don't think I care. I think the video states that the helmet kept most of Shep's brain intact. You can recover the helmet. Oh. Ugh. Still, being brain dead is kind of... That's one of those... I think I definitely mentioned this on the stream. It is one of those things that makes me kind of... Like, I know you have to suspend disbelief, but if there's nothing there to work with, what are you working with? But, you know, hand wave it away. That's fine. So, right. There's that, and then, of course, there's also the set that's about Edie. And the thing I always forget, but it is technically a mission in Mass Effect 1, is she was a rogue AI in Mass Effect 1 that causes some problems. And I think she even apologized for that. By the way, that's the second squad mate you should bring to the headquarters, obviously. Because those 3 logs for her are kind of nice in solidifying her feelings about where she stands relative to Cerberus, to other people, to where she is in the world. Yeah, space, sci-fi, technobabble, timey-wimey. All that matters is Shepard's alive. Exactly. It's a very Doctor Whovian way of referring to it, but very apt. The Mass Effect fields in the helmet probably kept the molecules in stasis. Sure. I feel like sure is the correct answer for most of
Good
these
explanation as any.
things. Yeah, I think so. So yes, that's that. And then possibly the most satisfying element is finally sticking it to stupid fucking Kaidan in that like last fight. Oh, this is the picture right beforehand. So bringing Edie with you, and you're stealing whatever you can off of the Elusive Man's hardware. He's not there, because of course he's not, but Kaidan is, and so we're treated to the final fight, finally, versus Kaidan, where he can't run, and he can't hide, and he does this stupid, like, mechanic where he keeps trying to uproot the floor panels and, I guess, grab energy from them, but it didn't matter. You saw, I just kept biotic charging him every time you just go to a different area. It's like, this game really doesn't, like, I feel like Vanguard really breaks the game a lot of the time. And I guess there's nothing you can do about it. Like, it just happens. But it's just funny that he's such a nothing burger with his fight. So he's finally dead. And now that we know for sure, from talking to the Prothean VI, that the Citadel is the key, that conveniently is when the Reapers do this really weird thing where they teleport the Citadel to like Earth? It's maybe the most convoluted plot line at that point. So the final battle is on Earth, because of course it is. But they do this thing where I think to supposedly the Reapers are trying to protect the Citadel, and somehow the best way to protect it is to bring it with them, because they're mostly fighting, I guess, on Earth, more so than the other places. So they put it near Earth, which is, you have to do plot-wise, because that's where you teleport up from the ground on Earth into the Citadel for the later events. But I don't remember why the fuck they do that. And they create this really obvious beam that's like a teleport there that's always open. Which I also don't get why they do that either. Did they even explain that? I don't think they do. I'm trying to rack my brain. I don't. They put one Reaper next to the beam to like protect it. But if that's the case, just don't turn the beam on. Just easy, right? Doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, that's what I'm a little bit confused about. Yeah, it looks like this. So this just obvious beam with this little teleportation device. Maybe they could be... This makes less sense, but there's a lot of like human remains and stuff near the beam, and when you teleport up into it, there's a shit ton of human remains like in the Citadel. So could they be harvesting humans really inefficiently with this beam at the worst possible time? Maybe. I think so much of this stuff starts losing the plot towards the end. It could be so many different excuses. Meanwhile, Ilo's conduit direct transports the Citadel gets for... That's true. That never got shut down, right? We just used the conduit in Mass Effect 1 to get there, and I don't think it blew up or anything. But maybe they didn't... The Reapers... Because remember, Ilos was kind of like hidden for a while? So maybe the Reapers didn't know about the conduit, they just knew about Ilos? I don't know. That, you know what? Let's just hand wave that some more. We're going to be doing a lot of hand waving in a minute. Jesus. So we're finally doing the battle on Earth. Everything's absolute chaos. Everything's absolute shit. Before we do the battle is your last chance to have your romance with your respective person, I'm pretty sure. And it's usually kind of cute. At this point, I'm pretty sure you're locked in with your romance, so even if you say you don't want to do it, you just like spend time with them. I can't speak for a lot of the other ones, but at least for the Kaidan one, it's cute either way. If you want to have sex, you get, you know, his nice big naked chest. You guys roll around on the on the bed for a little bit. cut to dream sequence or whatever. If you don't, then you stay on the couch and you just kind of like you're in his arms kind of trying to relax, and he's like, I just want to, what does he say? I want to be your soft place to land. Like, which is kind of very in line with how I always viewed him relative to Shepard. He wants to be that supportive force. He wants to be the thing that is the cushion for Shepard against everything else, if possible. He's very protective. Somebody said, I think it was that Mass Effect Lorecast basically said that if they had to compare him to like an archetype, he was like a paladin. Like, yeah, I could see that. He's very, very
definitely
very paladin-like in his mannerisms, his behavior, etc. So, being Shepard's soft place to land is like exactly that. So either way, it's cute. You go to the surface of Earth, and you meet up with Anderson. I keep forgetting I have a mod that actually lets you see more of the troops that you've acquired in Earth, because what sucks is the vanilla version is Earth is pretty empty, which might be realistic, but for purposes of game playing, it's kind of a downer because you just can't interact with as many people or see as many people mobilizing to get ready for stuff. So the mod is cool because you see, like, I'm not sure if Kirrahe and his guys are like part of the mod. You see those Asari forces that aren't normally there. You see a lot of people that you have technically accumulated through all your efforts, just like in place and getting ready to fight. Oh, actually, only Kaidan cuddles with Femship. Everyone else leaves if you don't sleep with them. I don't think that male ship can cuddle with Kaidan. Really?
Sad.
What a weird choice.
What a wasted opportunity.
Everybody should cuddle. What the fuck? Cuddles for all. Small flags for some. Or whatever the fucking... I'm misquoting The Simpsons. That's stupid. That also might be them running out of time, perhaps. I don't know. Sometimes priorities on these games are, you know, difficult to parse. So anyway, you're making the last push. It's a little dicey. It seems like people are probably gonna die. There's two flavors of this run to the beacon, or run to the beam. The original game, God, I'm trying to remember this. As far as I can remember, you're running to the beam, running. It's similar in what you get with the extended version, where the beam's in front of you, but there's like a Reaper behind it, and it's going, you know, like blasting people left and right, and you get hit with it. And that whole thing, similar to the extended one, is like you blank out, and then suddenly you're on the Citadel, which is like, what? How am I thought I got blasted. In the extended version, because understandably, people are like, well, what happened to my squad mates? What happened to this and that? Whatever. They extended almost too far. So, you're running, but this time instead, and you might remember it because we just like did it just really recently. The Reaper blasts like a Mako or something, and it goes like almost completely squashes the two teammates you bring with you, but it doesn't. But it does hurt one of them like a lot, and so it's like, fuck, we need to like evac this guy, even though. In theory, lots of people are getting injured around us, but no, we only care about our squad mates. Remember that. Yeah. And then the Normandy comes in a really dangerous time, by the way. They should not be doing something so irresponsible, because it's right next to the beam and the Reaper. Flies down for long enough, and thank God this Reaper is so polite that they don't fucking shoot down the Normandy when it's waiting for two hobbled people to, like, you know, get on the fucking ramp and then have a farewell thing with Shepard. But they do. So maybe the Reaper, that one particular Reaper, ships Shepard and the person, and they're like, I will allow this. I will not deny you this. So then you get the very emotional either Paragon or Renegade. Like, the Renegade one is like a tough love where it's like, get the fuck out of here. You're hurt. And then in terms of Kaidan, he's like, no, I can still help you. Like, and he looks really like distraught about it. And then the Paragon lovey-dovey one, it's like, don't forget, I love you. It's like that. It's just as cheeseball as like you would expect, where they do the kiss and all that stuff. I almost kind of like the Renegade one more because there's more of a frantic quality to it. The Reapers eating popcorn and watching the scene. Exactly. Exactly. Oh shit. I actually have, hold on a second. I do have, I can figure out how to do this without, because what I had done a long time ago was I actually combined those two because I thought that was more interesting than either Paragon or Renegade. I kind of wish you could have like both, but it doesn't let you do both. So it looks like if you combine both of them, you get something like this.
Here.
Shepard!
You gotta get out of here.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Don't argue with me, Kaidan.
Don't leave me behind.
You're in no condition to keep fighting. Get to the medbay.
No! I'm with you to the end.
No matter what happens. I love you. Always.
This part's the same.
I love you too. Be careful.
Now, hear all the ricocheting bullets while this is happening. That's the only part that kind of breaks it for me. Alright. And the rest of this is the same. I think it's way sadder to have both Paragon and Renegade play at the same time. It kind of counteracts the cheese a little bit for me. But yes, so they're gone. As mentioned also in the chat, if you have low EMS, you don't get any of that. What's much worse is that actually both squad mates you bring with you, while they're huddled near that fallen Mako, a Reaper beam goes and comes through, and it goes towards them, and the last thing you see is probably the love interest reaching out their hand going like, no! And then it just blows them up. And they're super dead. That's what you get for having that low of EMS. I don't know. I actually don't know how low the EMS needs to be in the Legendary Edition. As we talked about on the stream, it's super annoying that you have to have extremely high EMS to get the Shepard takes a breath cutscene at the end of Destroy. Whereas if you played the original Mass Effect 3, it's way easier to get that because it had multiplayer, and multiplayer contributed to the war assets / EMS rating. So that's a little bit of bullshit right there. just a bit. Anyway, so you get in the beam. Don't think too much. Like, don't think about it. Don't think why am I here? Why did I teleport here to this part of the Citadel that I've never been before? They have some like really creepy keeper that's like still going about its business, like maintaining shit, which is kind of funny because it's like, man, those things really do their job well, I guess. They just don't care. Excuse me. And then conveniently enough, you just happen to teleport to a spot very close to where both Anderson and the Elusive Man are. Like, you go in this area where it looks like stuff is moving and shifting, and I guess that's their narrative excuse for like, oh, you just happen to move to a spot because everything's moving around, of like shifting into the right location. It's a bit of a reach, but whatever. While this is happening, of course, the Alliance is doing a docking thing with the Crucible and the Citadel, now that we've figured out that the Citadel is the necessary component. The Keeper's like, you scanned me. Yeah, I wish there was a little bit more with the Keepers. It is creepy if you follow the lore and you know like what the heck they're for. But for the most part, that doesn't bear fruit for, I think, the average person that might not be thinking about some of that. But yeah, so this is the part we get to that I'll mention in just a little bit about indoctrination theory. Things start getting a little weird. We're very conveniently placed with this situation where you got like essentially Paragon versus Renegade, sort of, with Anderson being mind controlled or physically controlled by an elusive man that's like super far gone. And he is just like, he's more machine than man now, twisted and evil. So this is like basically what's fucking happened to him at this point. And I think I even have like a gross picture of like what he looks like. I will say the transformation looks pretty gnarly. I'll give them a lot of credit for that. But did I not have? Maybe I don't. Oh no, I do have it. Yeah, it's pretty metal. Looks pretty good. The situation is not good, but this looks pretty cool. I'll admit. And so, of course, very similar. The voice, the bad Obi-Wan Kenobi voice. Sure. This is a parallel, very obviously, to what we did with Saren, because the time we talked to Saren towards the end, he was also more machine than man at a certain point. And just like with Saren, if you play your cards right, you can make him ventilate himself with his own conveniently placed pistol. But then you don't have to do an annoying fight with him at the end like you do with Saren. I feel like it would have been cooler if we could have had this, you know, fight it, I know you can fight it sort of thing a little bit earlier. It feels like this is all backloaded at the end, you know, where you're trying to get through to him and all this stuff. We've talked to the elusive man before, and he doesn't sound like he makes as much of an attempt to see what you're saying earlier. I have read that you do still need to attempt to get through to him, because that's what helps unlock your ability to make him shoot himself here, because otherwise you might not get that prompt to allow him to convince him. So there's that. Unfortunately, no matter what you do, he does shoot Anderson at some point. The only difference afterwards is whether you end up shooting the elusive man or whether he does it to himself. I think if you shoot him, he still says some line about like, it's so beautiful or whatever when he sees the Earth from space, from that view of the Citadel. I can't remember if he just like, he probably just super dies if he shoots himself in the head. But when you shoot him, I don't think it's in the head, it's in like the chest area somewhere, or the gut. So that's the end of him.
If you were to put this earlier, where would you have put it?
Well, not this, just like the beginning of the struggle. So it's already pretty clear from like other people's dialogue and even lore that other people clearly think that he's indoctrinated. So it's not a surprise to other people that he is, but for some reason to Shepard, it seems like it's a surprise that only up till now, oh, like suddenly he's indoctrinated. So if the game is already aware that he's indoctrinated, I would have loved, because we do talk to him directly like at least 2 or 3 times, to have a little bit more interplay with that convincing aspect, and have it look like it's starting to like stick a little bit, but still kind of refuse. The other times we talk to him, at least to me, it looks like he's just completely easily saying, no, you're fucking crazy, I know what I'm doing, this is not a problem. And we also don't see any of like, see how fast this shit happened? He got this in like 10 minutes, because we had just talked to him at the Cerberus headquarters and his face was fine. You know, like that's really fast.
Like exploded out of him, I guess, for this scene.
I suppose. It should have been like, and I can't remember if it's a mod or if Saren does progressively get a little bit more like fucked up. Like you should have started to see like at least a little bit. Like maybe when he turns his head a certain way. Like this could have been okay, here's my cinematics animation at work. For that time where you're talking to him and it shows his angle, even if he's not physically in the room with you, they usually do that cutaway where he's like in a room and then he turns off the, you know, the hologram or whatever. if they purposely didn't show a part of his face during the conversation and then he turns it off, and when he goes to walk away off screen, you start to see some of this shit here or something. That'd be cool, right? That would be kind of neat. They don't do that. Like, you need to foreshadow this shit. Not just with people saying, oh, he's indoctrinated, because unfortunately his behavior before that doesn't really feel like it is. You gotta show it. You gotta show it. And that would be the payoff for, like, this admittedly cool transformation here, in my opinion. It's just too sudden. It's way too sudden. Anyway, so he's dead. And then we get the very... I still got choked up. The very emotional bit with where you sit down almost like father and daughter or father and son with Anderson, as you're both really fucked up at this point. You've both been shot multiple times. You're not in a good way. And you guys talk, and in the default version, he's like, God, it's been years since I just fucking sat down. And it's kind of sad in that respect, that it's like, you've been through so much, and like, what is your eternal reward, you know, for that kind of behavior? It's rough times all around, you know. And I do think that this still hits pretty hard, regardless of how you feel about the endings. Because I'm just bummed. I'll always be bummed about Anderson dying, especially when they do foreshadow it. They do. Where everyone says, oh, don't worry, you'll be doing this or whatever after the Reaper War, or I'll see you with this at the beach or whatever. And of course not. You know, and that's what twists the knife a little bit more. But yes, as you can see here, Shepard is slowly making her way to the most divisive and contentious of the entirety of the game. Making her way up to this magic timey-wimey space that's just inside the Citadel that we've never seen before. And yeah. I don't know what to say about this whole, from this point onwards. It's just kind of like a lot. I guess the concept is that the thing inside the Citadel, the Star Child, is a part of the Citadel, or always has been. And I guess it's like an AI is biding its time for some random fucking reason. And it, of course, offers you the choice, and will try to explain its reasons for the choices that it gives. But all the reasons are kind of crap. Which is what's funny about them eventually adding the fourth choice, which is the refusal, where you just either shoot the kid or can't remember. I think you can also just physically or verbally say, like, I don't choose any of these. Where they just say, well, fuck you then. And then you just insta-fail. And then it has that really short cutscene with the Liara's time capsule that she was talking about making for future generations. So this is the part that's the most contentious with people, because this is where the urban legend, maybe it was substantiated, but I'm going to call it an urban legend until I hear otherwise, arose, where supposedly for the ending, and maybe because they couldn't decide how they wanted this thing to end, Mac Walters, the lead writer, and Casey Hudson apparently went into the writer's room, locked it, and came up with this. And the other writers were not, I don't know if they weren't allowed to be part of this, or they didn't know that this was happening. Something. This was their baby.
I have a feeling that I read some interview that was like, everyone agreed with this. Like, we went over so many other different endings, and this is the only one we all agreed on. I don't believe that for a second.
No.
I just don't. I think probably they just wore everyone else down, and they didn't want to argue about it anymore.
This really feels like either one of those guys or both of them thought they were doing something really daring with this whole Star Kid thing. Like, oh, what a departure this is. But silly people. No one wants a departure after you've established this much time in this universe. They want exactly what it says on the fucking tin. They want to end the war with the Reapers. They want something satisfying, and they want, like, closure. They don't want whatever we got. So for full understanding of the scenario, the original endings were much shorter than the extended endings which you find in the Legendary Edition. The original endings, no matter which color you picked, always ended with the Normandy crashing on that random jungle planet, people stepping out, going, "Where are we?" Whatever, and then just cutting to the credits. Not the stuff we got later, or the thing with them putting the sign of Shepard's name on the memorial wall, fixing the ship, actually leaving, you know, all that shit. Or the epilogue stuff where they explain what happens because of Shepard's actions. All that stuff was not present in the original. It was so bare bones that it's like the complete other side of the spectrum, where it's like, you know, there's people that claim that they love ambiguous endings because then they can decide what the ending was. It feels like the original versions of the endings was maybe their attempt to be that. Like, we'll give you just enough info to know that technically the Reapers were defeated. You figure out whatever else came after that, because we really don't want to tell you. Now, for the Destroy ending, I think even in the original, they might have given you that little bit of Shepard's body taking like a breath out of nowhere, like some destroyed area. But that's kind of like all you got. Fixed version is not good either. Yeah, the extended version doesn't help either. It's more information, but it's also the other side of the spectrum where some people don't want that much explained to them, because sometimes in that additional explanation, there's a lot of stuff you don't want. It's like, no, I didn't want that to happen, or I didn't want this to happen, but it's happening. So yes, originally it was still the same three concepts. Destroy is just like, fuck the Reapers, but then they warn you that synthetics will die, all synthetics. Control, you supposedly... The original one also doesn't make it quite so clear that this new version of Shepard controls all Reapers. It felt a lot more uncertain about, will this last for a long time, or will this new synthetic being that thinks it's Shepard eventually be just as bad as the Reapers, and then you have problems all over again, because you're not actually killing the Reapers this way. And then synthesis was also a mess because, like, everybody's green tinted. Is that, you know, against their will in most respects? How are you part synthetic? What's going on here? Yeah. Star vs. the Forces of Evil did this with their ending too. They wanted people to write fan fiction, I guess. Everybody hated it. That's the problem. Yes, there's tons of fan fiction in the Mass Effect community. A lot. But at the end of the day, with the amount of effort and time you've put into this series, you want a concrete resolution. I know very few people that wanted some, like, choose your own ending, or what do you think happened kind of resolution.
That's so lazy. That's just lazy writing.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that this thing just exists, because there's never been any indication of this before. So introducing something at the 11th hour that's like, oh, by the way, the Star Child being will decide everything for you. You can totally trust that they're being truthful with each of these three options, weirdly enough. It's a host of other fucking problems.
As someone who just, like, watched this ending and didn't probably have that extra layer of emotion of, like, playing through it. But just watching this ending and watching you go through all of the possible endings, like all the different choices, how this reads to me as a writer is that this was written by someone or a couple of someones who were just too in love with their own idea to hear any argument against it.
It certainly supports...
This was definitely someone's, like, one big idea that they were so excited about that they just didn't want to hear anything about it.
It certainly supports
And-
that theory about it being the two of them that came up with it.
And it reminds me, this is kind of a, I don't know if this is a really correct comparison, but this is really what it reminded me of. It reminded me of the ending of How I Met Your Mother. And how pissed off that made everybody else.
Did they redo it? They didn't. They didn't change it, right?
They released a cut of the ending with a different voiceover that changed a lot of stuff. Like, I guess if you haven't watched How I Met Your Mother, here's a spoiler: the mother dies.
Oh, that sucks.
And
what's
Ted
the reasoning
gets together
for that?
gets back together with Robin at the end. But they released a cut of the ending where that shows like Ted talking to the mother on the train platform, and then there's just a voiceover about the rest of their lives being beautiful, and that was it. But it reminded me of that because, you know, the creators of that show, whose names escape me right now, that was their plan from the beginning, and they just like stuck to that and never deviated from it, even though there were probably a lot of signs along the way over the course of many seasons that would have told them that it was probably not the ending that people were going to want.
Yeah.
And this feels like that in a much like shorter time frame.
Yeah, well, yeah. So you don't have to watch seasons and seasons of a thing. You just play 3 games. But also, it's not even just the 3 games. It's like also considering the amount of time literally between the 3 games that people waited. It just builds up all those expectations and that suspense for like, oh, it's the end of the trilogy. What are we going to get? What's going to happen? That really just sets you up for disappointment for for something like this, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, they lost Drew Karpyshyn as their head writer, too.
Yeah. Yeah, as we talked about last time, the dark energy thing, while not also not necessarily great for the ending of the game, would have provided maybe a more interesting facet towards that. They still might have had a problem like, okay, so the dark energy is a thing, but like, how do you actually solve it? Because if you destroy the Reapers, who are in that theory trying to actually stop dark energy from destroying the universe, you better have another solution then. Otherwise, you're just condemning everybody to eventually die the way that they were trying to prevent. But yeah, so, okay, this might actually be a good point here to mention, because of all the crazy shit that happened in the original endings, one of the most popular theories that popped out because of all of this was the indoctrination theory. And it's very tempting to believe that this was secretly an actual thing in the game because how well people found these little like supposed clues of indoctrination, starting from as far as the beginning of the game, right? Where the Star Kid, for example, as I mentioned at the beginning of the discussion, how we said that's kind of weird that the kid exists and nobody seems to notice the kid but Shepard. And it features in Shepard's dreams a lot, which is kind of unusual, as like some weird guilt trip manifestation. And also on a lesser note, there was even a call out that the first time, you know, when the kid's in the vent initially and Shepard's like, get the fuck out of the vent. But the kid just goes deeper in there. The thing that distracts Shepard, the thing that distracts Shepard away from keeping an attempt up to get the kid out of the vent is Anderson saying, Shepard, get over here, whatever. Around the time that happens in that scene, there's like in the background somewhere, there's like a low end like Reaper rumble. And they actually made it sound like there's an indoctrination attempt already happening by that kid. It's not really a kid. Like this is all kind of in her head sort of thing. And Anderson distracting her is what snaps her out initially from that first attempt at indoctrination. So the Reaper noise is the frustration of something that it wasn't able to initially get through to her, because she abandons her efforts to get the kid, they move on, whatever. So already kind of an interesting, easily fanficky kind of idea, but like, kind of makes you think a little bit. paired with the fact that no one else seems to notice or care about the kid, which might mean it's all in Shepard's head. Then, of course, the dream sequences. The dream sequences are interesting in that they have these shadowy figures when you're running through the forest that aren't like beings, but they look kind of like people, but they're just like shadows, but they look kind of oily. Like they're not like a solid shape. And then people say, oily shadows, that's weird. You know, when the Rachni Queen was talking about references to the Reapers, she mentioned them as sour notes and oily shadows. So people are like, okay, there's a shitload of oily shadows in those dreams, and it involves the kid, and it involves her freaking out, like having these sensations about Reapers invading and all this kind of stuff. Because the dreams usually end with a kid burning up and all these sorts of things. So then indoctrination theory posits that those dreams are also the Reapers kind of like trying to, you know, worm their way in there and, you know, try to get a foothold. And then, of course, the biggest example is the whole thing from the point of getting hit with a beam on Earth all the way up through the Citadel and afterwards. So, once again, the indoctrination theory presents the case of you never actually went to the Citadel. Because it looks like you just get blasted with a beam and then you white out, you know, as if you're dead. The indoctrination theory says, no, you really got hit with that beam along with everybody else and you got fucked up. So while you're on Earth fighting, you know, your body's fighting for its life to stay alive, that's when the indoctrination super hits you. And it gives you this visual in your head manifestation of, oh, no, you made it to the Citadel, which seems oddly too convenient that you actually made it, even though you hear the radio of Alliance people saying, did anyone make it to the beam? Nobody made it to the beam. But then Shepard did somehow, and Anderson. So there's that bit that's a little bit of a head scratcher, that everybody else seems to think that nobody made it to the beam, or everybody was wiped out down below. When you have the visual of Anderson and Elusive Man, that is apparently, again, according to the indoctrination theory, when your mind is fighting the indoctrination the most fervently. So obviously, Anderson is you. The Elusive Man is the indoctrination almost winning, like the whole renegade paragon concept, and how it's trying to tempt you. Because it is kind of funny how visually it's such a perfectly set image of two of the most polar opposite characters being forced into a position of like who's the stronger force, who's the strong entity, which one's going to win out. And then also the weird concept of, we haven't seen somebody being able to physically, it's almost like the other person's the puppet master, like Elusive Man, being able to physically control people to do their bidding, which is potentially another excuse of like, maybe it's all in your head because you're manifesting this in your head. When the weird like indoctrination shit is happening, there's a couple shots in that sequence where there's like oily strands that infect kind of the camera. Actually, let me see if I can even find it on here while I'm talking about it. That I always thought were just kind of creepy looking, but maybe, as per the theory, it's once again the indoctrination attempting to get through to you. Let's see here. So see here, it's hard to see, but in the corners, there's the wisps of black, which is like, what is that? Why is there wisps of black on our camera when you know, we're not supposed to be indoctrinated, right? These weird canted Dutch angles, all this kind of stuff, as if it's like a dream. Here, let me try to hide. They already stopped the camera angle, but yeah, so like a lot of odd things in this particular space. And then obviously your brain wins out, so this particular round of indoctrination fails because you kill the Elusive Man. But then it's not over, because you get the final round, which is the kid, and the final manifestation of their attempt to indoctrinate you. They try to trick you because color coding wise, Control is blue, which you normally associate with Paragon, And destroy, which actually is more of the Paragon trait here because it's Anderson related. That's what they show him doing the shooting in the example. Paragon, it's red for destroy. So it's like they're trying to trick you by saying, like, you don't really want to destroy, you want to control. And they make that excuse of like, well, the Elusive Man couldn't use control because he was already indoctrinated. But you're not indoctrinated, so you can successfully control us, right? Like the last big trick to do to Shepard. So the concept is if you beat the indoctrination and you pick destroy, you destroy those remnants of indoctrination in yourself and you fight it and you beat it. And that's why at the end you get the little cutscene that shows Shepard's body, like it pans up to show Shepard's body doing the breath, because in the theory's case, that's actually back on Earth at the rubble where you got hit with a beam, indicating you've woken up. It's a lot, right? Like,
okay.
There's concepts in there that are like, I know that's not what they are going for, but there's kind of some interesting, compelling visuals that it's like, all right, like, I kind of like the creativity in the concept, because the other element is throughout literally all 3 games, they've had codex entries about indoctrination. They've had people that were indoctrinated by various, whether it's Reapers or whatever. And there's been almost like foreshadowing of this happening to people without them knowing it. So the crux of the theory is that it was so gradual for you that you really didn't notice it until it tried to take its last foothold in you at the very end. The only problem is, much like with all these other endings, what the fuck happens when you wake up? You're still trying to fight the Reapers. So it's cool in that you have your own mental battle, but it doesn't solve the problem of, okay, so how do we get the Crucible to work? Does that mean it would normally just like work? That we wouldn't do all these things that our brain saw instead?
It's still not really an ending.
No. It's a cooler take on the stuff that happens in here, rather than it literally happening the way we're seeing it here and being kind of like, well, okay. But yeah, and it became really fucking popular for a period of time. The original video was only like maybe 30 minutes, but it's spun out into these other people's videos that ended up being like several hours long or something, trying to discuss this. There was also a video with an interview with some BioWare folks that came out like a year or 2 ago. And at one point they asked them what they thought of the indoctrination theory. And it was pretty mixed. There was one guy that was like, I fucking hate it. There was another guy that was like, yeah, it was cool, we should have done it. And it's like, it's kind of all over the place. I just find it interesting that they all didn't just agree on a particular answer to it.
Yeah, there was one article that I read talking to one of the writers, Chris Hepler, and when they got to the end and asked him about the indoctrination theory, it was like, it's a very cool idea. We were not that smart. We added some trippy visuals because Shepard was a breath away from dying.
Right.
You know, write your fanfic, have fun with it, but we didn't write that.
Sure. Which is kind of funny. It's like, it's a credit to how creative some people can be about this sort of thing. Oh, for sure. But yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, it's kind of like, well, it's not what's in the game. It's what you're interpreting in the game, but you know. I still think it's worth mentioning, though. And
it is for sure, because it's also like the fan response is such a huge part of why the game was successful to begin with.
Yeah. And it still continues to be, despite what I think is a testament to the series, is despite the outcry about the endings, it still has, the games overall have some crazy staying power. You know, like, you still get people playing it. You still get people talking about it. I mean, granted, N7, I guess today is technically N7 day, so happy N7 day, everybody. We've hit midnight, at least over here. But it's just so weird how it's so flawed at the end. So anyway, moving on from that, since the indoctrination theory was not like a real thing, the extended endings were made because definitely BioWare felt a shit ton of pressure. I think, what were you saying? Like, somebody was saying that they were pressured into doing it because of the public outcry, basically. Oh wait, was that something you wanted to bring up?
What?
Was it something you wanted to bring up about customers versus whatever?
Oh, yeah. So people were so angry about this ending that and one of the huge crutches or like slogans or whatever that they used in their advertising was that players shape the story or something like that. That at least one person was so pissed off about it, they tried to report, I'm not sure if it was just BioWare or EA or both, to the Federal Trade Commission for false advertising. And
That's
it
a
at
bit
least
much.
got far enough that one of the directors of the Better Business Bureau had to respond to it to say that they think that the endings are distinct enough that it's not false advertising.
So too bad.
I want to know who at the Better Business Bureau had to play through this game and get
Dude,
every ending.
Well, I mean, also to be fair, they could have had somebody just provide them just the ending
I'm
bits.
sure
right?
EA was fully like releasing the game files to them and showing them.
Just to get them off their backs.
It's crazy to me that it got that far and had enough merit that there was an investigation.
I will, like, I don't know how I feel about the extended endings. I think there's more, and it does look like they put in the effort to maybe more thoroughly explain and maybe allay some people's fears about like how severe the endings originally were or intended to be. But it's still like you're just kind of putting you're putting lipstick on a pig. Is that not the right phrase? Like you're trying to gussy up something that just you can't keep fixing it up because the foundation is just fucked. So
it is. It's just, I mean, the whole Star Child thing is bad, and the fact that, you know, kind of anything you choose is Shepard dies, and it's like,
feel bad.
You know, I personally don't like endings where the main character dies.
Yeah.
I just personally don't like that. It can work. There are many instances where it can work. And there are a lot of good reasons to do it. We saw a lot of those good reasons at the beginning of Mass Effect 2.
Right.
A lot of great reasons to kill your main character. It's a good twist when you do it right. But this did not do it right. And, you know, not that I necessarily agree that it was false advertising, but you do get railroaded into this choice.
Yeah. So it's like they couldn't or wouldn't change the endings. Maybe a little bit of both. So the expanded stuff was to try to smooth over some of those bumps. The purpose of that, basically. For some people, it was enough. For example, for the destroy ending, when it's extended, there does seem to be the indication that, you know, even if synthetics were killed, that might not be permanently how that happens, or there might be some way of restoring them potentially. They also made a point of clarifying that the relays weren't actually destroyed, because rightly so, probably some people brought up the fact that, hey, we destroyed a relay in the Arrival DLC. That kind of blew up a lot of the planets that were surrounding the thing. Maybe you don't want them actually destroyed. So they were just damaged. So that could kind of hand wave that away. But I think that's as far as they were willing to go. I think any more tinkering you do with it, it's just going to make the end result even more divisive, probably. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Hello, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hello, welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Wow, so many people. Holy crap. Hey, Zordon of Doom. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my. Here, let me do a little shout out real quick for you guys.
Hello, Raiders. Please don't be alarmed by the cat on the screen.
Oh yeah. Good point. Oh, play Final Fantasy 16. Ah, nice choice. How are you liking 16? I don't want to accidentally offer any spoiler stuff, but some pretty hot guys in that game. I played it a while back. Yes, welcome everybody, and also happy N7 Day to any of you BioWare fans. We're talking about the endings to Mass Effect 3 and all the complicated stuff therein. Trying it on Final Fantasy mode. Oh, that's the super hard one, isn't it? Ooh, good luck. The super hard mode. Holy shit. I think I just played it on regular, but I didn't use the little cheating items. But yeah, awesome. I'm glad you're having a good time with that. Yeah, stream's been going great. We've been doing like a pretty long form discussion. Hopefully it's not a super spoiler for people. If anyone hasn't played Mass Effect 3, this is this is spoilers right in your face right now.
Yeah, we are literally talking about the ending.
The ending is playing on the screen, and we're talking about the ending. So my deep apologies if this might be a lot for somebody. Okay, but yes, welcome Raiders. If you stick around, you're more than welcome. As we've been discussing this stuff, you're also welcome to give your own thoughts to the series as well in celebration of N7 Day. And yeah, and I hope you enjoy your stay, and thank you again for the raids. Very generous of you. Oh gosh, getting back to the endings now. Ugh. Okay, so we established that they did the extended endings, and then that kind of, I mean, it's not like it was putting gasoline on the fire, but it kind of helped if you did destroy. It didn't do much for people that picked Synthesis, because I don't know who picked Synthesis anyway. It's still the same flavor, the same ending, honestly. You knew what you were getting if you picked Synthesis. But yes. And then Control was also unclear, because they also brought in this whole visualization of like the Shepherd with the white screen, and like it's kind of like a Reaper being maybe that's being created, because in the original Control ending I don't remember there being that sort of implication that she lives on in this like spiritual AI version of herself that speaks about Shepherd in the past tense, like understanding that the human version is dead and all this stuff. So I always felt that was not a satisfying ending personally. But that was fine for a while. And then, oh, this could be our segue into the DLCs. Now, I can't remember the exact release date of the 3 DLCs, but the Citadel DLC was definitely the last one. And I feel like it was done in such a way that it was trying to win people back over. Because as you've seen from the stream watching the Citadel DLC, it's almost the most like out of character for so many events. You know, you're dealing with a clone. You have everybody having parties and doing silly shit that they don't normally do. It's entertaining, but it's very obviously fan service. That's all it is. Not all it is. Like, there is a plot in there, and it's still entertaining, but it's very clearly a different tone than the main game. And as I mentioned, if you try to play it chronologically, like before the ending, it feels weird for it to be like super downer, bummers, and then suddenly Citadel DLC, wee! And then after you're done with the Citadel DLC, it's like bummer. All the way to the end. So it doesn't fit in great, which is why somebody made a mod to make the Citadel DLC act like more of like an epilogue. Like, everybody did survive, see? And now they're having a party and further adventures and all this kind of stuff. So
Citadel DLC was about a year after.
right. And I think even with the extended edition, like that was somewhere in between, right? Because they took
Yeah.
what, like 6 months to do that. So we'll save that for last because it did come last. But the ones before that were the Omega DLC with about Arya taking back Omega, and then the Leviathan DLC, which arguably is weirdly important lore-wise, but I think also starts breaking a lot of the lore because it just exists. It's not necessarily a good thing, actually. I feel in retrospect, you know. First of all, with Omega, I feel like let's get a picture of Arya, maybe. Whoops, that's not Arya. That's a creepy man. Let's get the non-creepy man up there, or creepy person. With the Citadel, I mean, with the Omega DLC, I feel like my impression of Arya kind of suffered a little bit. And we mentioned this before, but it's not bad in a way that it makes her feel more like a real person, but it is kind of a bummer in that here, do I have Arya in here? Shoot. Alright, just a second. I know I had a picture of her before. Where did it go? Maybe it's in Mass Effect 3? Oh, yeah. There we go. Anyway. So, in Mass Effect 2, when she's presented, she seems all badass, she's in control, she owns Omega, essentially. She's got all the power, all the information. Really cool. As soon as the Omega DLC comes out for 3, it's like all that shit's flipped on its head. It's like, apparently without Omega, she's kind of a mess. And a lot of her hierarchical system just kind of starts collapsing without her having the normal reins for that place. That dude Oleg Petrovsky or whatever, the guy that took it from her, that's part of Cerberus, they make a weird point of saying he's strangely like respectful and like honorable. It's like, I'm not sure what the point of that is. I guess the only reason is to make us doubt whether we should just kill him at the end of the mission or not. But it's like, for all the chaos he caused, why the hell should I care if he's an honorable guy? A little weird. Plus, we had never really interacted with that dude before either. So it's funny that they introduced such a supposedly unique-looking dude for like a minute. So yeah, she's kind of made to feel a bit more realistic at this point. She gets frustrated easily. Shit isn't going her way. It's almost slightly like a spoiled brat, which I thought
She was very bratty.
kind of funny. And she becomes extra bratty when her ex-girlfriend, was it Nyreen? I think I have a picture of her. When Nyreen enters the scene, and I think Nyreen is canonically maybe the first female Turian that we pretty much ever see in the trilogy. Now, there are mods where you can drop little like random female Turians in like Mass Effect 1 and whatever, so that canonically it kind of makes sense that you're not just suddenly seeing a female Turian for the first time, which is admittedly kind of odd. I don't dislike her design. I think female Turians look kind of cool. I'm glad they don't just look exactly the same as like male Turians. It is funny that male Turians have like almost like the little cockatoo or yeah, I guess like the bird fringe kind of thing going on. So they get the bird fringe, but then they get like the cat like little mouth, the little
kitty mouth,
the 3 mouth. Yeah, which clearly for a female Turian they still have, but then female Turians have interesting like longer mandibles or whatever. So that it's cool. I certainly like yeah, the little cute 3 mouth. I certainly like the female-male designs on these guys more than for flashing forward to Andromeda. I was not a huge fan of the Angaran's design. Like the guy ones, I guess, looked okay, but the female ones look very odd to me. And I'm assuming it's their attempt to make a female that's not just like a conventional like human female body type, but I think that race kind of looks a little hideous. I'm gonna this is my own personal opinion. I don't think they look great. I think that main squad mate Jal that's Angaran looks actually okay, but most of the typical ones look kind of a little fugly, kind of.
Yeah, they don't look great.
No, they don't. But I mean, they were at least trying. But I feel like a female Turian still has features that could be construed as like, I guess like feminine, whatever, without just giving them boobs. So there's so many other things like Asari or whatever, where it's just like, oh, just slap on some boobs, fine, whatever. So yeah, so there's Nyreen, and she's now the leader of the. It's not. I keep wanting to say Blue Suns for everybody. It's not Blue Suns, right? It's the Blood Pack, right? Or is it Blue Suns? There's 3 gangs that they always mention in these games, and I always get them mixed up. Is the Talons. Okay,
Talons.
Maybe it's the Talons.
Yeah.
The problem is they're all interchangeable to me because they're all equally unimportant compared to Shepard. So I always just mix them up. So she's
I always
become.
forget about Blue Suns because that's also a thing in Firefly.
Oh, is it? I wonder
Yeah.
if that couldn't be on purpose, could it? I only remember Blue Suns because Zaid is technically like one of the co-founders, and he's got the Blue Suns like tattoo on his neck. So it's like, okay, that one I remember. All the other ones I forget. Yeah, so she's become the leader, and everybody super respects her, which I find very funny because we've kind of switched the script now, where there's a leader that everybody respects, but not because she inspires fear or demands them or does awful things to them like Arya did. Like, remember what Arya did to that one old Krogan guy, the Patriarch? Who just essentially waltzed him around like a fucking pet, even though that's not what he wanted. I felt so bad for that dude. So, but Nyreen is like the opposite. She's honorable. She inspires through respect. Everybody looks like they really like following her, and it looks like, yeah, Krogan trophy. It looks like Arya doesn't like that, but she also doesn't seem to like that she's out of her comfort zone. Her ex is more successful than she is, and it's just like someone's trying to take all her shit. So it's just bad day for Arya all around. What's weird to me is that I know there's been, we played other DLC that's not directly linked to the plot. This is nothing new. Like, Overlord technically doesn't need to be played. I mean, relative to the collector's plot, right? Arrival does, because it's important, but Overlord kind of doesn't need to be played. Liara the Shadow Broker, while good Liara material, also kind of could be skipped because, yeah, okay, information broker stuff, but not directly super important to the collector plot. It's good side lore, but not mandatory. I feel the same way about Omega, because I fucking forgot about Omega basically for Mass Effect 3 because it's not important. They say like, oh, if you help us out, we'll help you with Reapers. It's like, oh yeah, you guys still exist over in your little like your little jellyfish shaped space station where everybody looks like they just live in trash. Just like, how are you guys gonna help me? What the fuck? But they have to offer war assets basically, because like that's your big incentive to help anybody really by the time you're in Mass Effect 3. So lore-wise, not that important. Character-wise, okay. I will say one thing that irked me, and I definitely mentioned it on stream when we did it, was how Nyreen was killed off. Because it seemed so unnecessary. It was the most forced sacrificial death I've seen in a while, especially in like a game, where it's like, they build up the whole thing. Yes, they foreshadow that she's afraid of the new types of monsters, which, by the way, they don't show those monsters again in the main game. It's specifically just those little, like, are they like suction tentacle weird monsters that just adjuncts or whatever that they show, or adjutants that they show in that DLC only. And she's afraid of them. And so I guess the whole payoff is, I'm not afraid anymore. Did you hear what I said? I'm not afraid anymore. It's like that scene from fucking Home Alone. Until he is afraid, and then he runs away. Where civilians are going to get killed by a bunch of them in a group, and for some reason she decides to throw a grenade and lock herself in a biotic bubble with them. I don't know why you wouldn't just throw the grenade and biotic bubble them with you outside it.
Yeah.
It's so unnecessary. Plus, I think she knew that she saw us coming. It was an open enough area. A lot of those elements just feel like it was a very forced final situation to get her to that point. And it does feel like such a waste because I actually liked her a lot, and her character was actually being very successful, which makes it seem doubly like a waste, where it's like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen to all those Talon troops now. You know what's going to happen. They're all going to disperse. The next leader's probably going to be a shitbag. Then it's going to be bad times for Talons again when it's not under Nyreen. But the only thing that matters with the Omega DLC is the Aria stuff. It's what pain does it give Aria? And I know that's I think you might feel similarly, but unless it's done really well, I supremely dislike sacrificing a good character for someone else's like the equivalent of, like, what did people say, like the man pain, you know?
They fridged her, essentially.
They fridged her just so Arya could be really pissed for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll show you! And then she's like fucking like hulks out and like whatever, which, okay, yeah, that looks cool, but technically that means you could do that anytime, right? It's not like you don't have those powers and then suddenly you do. So that, not a great feeling when I started to really examine it. Gameplay's fun. I would think if it was back during the time where you'd have to pay for the DLC, it's a lengthy enough DLC that you probably get your money's worth. The moment later. Yeah, Arya is actually surprisingly kind of dumb. When you think about all the times she knowingly gets trapped in stuff because her rage like overtakes her common sense. And then Shepard is just left going like, okay, I gotta fix this problem again. There's like a couple different times when that happens, right? When she just like wants to storm forward. Like, did they ever say whether one of her parents was like Krogan? I know they do with some other matriarchs, which is kind of funny. Like the person that owns the bar in Ilium, she's like, my father was a Krogan. That explains why I'm a no-nonsense person. And she has that like lower voice too. That's kind of funny. She's the one that's like, I'm gonna kick Conrad Werner's ass if you don't get him the fuck out of here. So there's that one. Oh wait, Liara's father is also Krogan? That's funny. Well, she didn't seem to, unless it was a very gentle type of Krogan, she didn't seem to inherit like the crazy traits from that one. Yeah, so that's the Omega DLC. It's not, I won't say it's forgettable, but it's completely skippable without really hindering the main plot. Now, the one that's kind of not skippable when you realize what you find out is the Leviathan DLC. Because the Leviathan DLC literally shows you the beings that created the Reapers. I don't know how much more important that could possibly be, right? Because, like, up until this point, we kind of never hear about, like, we barely have enough constant information about Reaper, like, history of Reapers and Protheans, etc. Like, it's all just, like, dribs and drabs that we pick up, right? But to actually meet and ally, at least kind of ally, with the original beings, which, do they even, I don't even think they still call them by any name. They're still just called, like, the Leviathans, which I thought initially was just a singular entity. But by the end, when they all reveal themselves, there's several of them. All these fucking Leviathans just chicken shit and hiding at the bottom of a really deep ocean in some planet. I will say this setup here at the beginning is fun because it's that whole horror movie thing where everybody's talking with weird affected voices and they're like, you shouldn't be here, get the fuck out of here. It's like everybody does the creepy head turns, and like tonally I like it because it makes you go like, uh-oh, what am I getting into here? And it's fun bringing squad mates too, because they similarly have other unnerved things to say, reacting to the same weird crap. But unfortunately, when they start revealing things, it starts breaking lore for me. Like, yeah, it explains why the Reapers look the way they look. But it kind of doesn't make sense to me why those things hid for so long. Because when they show how effortlessly they take down that one Reaper towards the end of the DLC, it's like, that didn't seem hard for you. Why are you guys, cowering at the bottom of an ocean when you clearly have more than enough power to, I don't know, do some little guerrilla warfare fights or something, taking the fight to the Reapers? Even if you did it, piecemeal, like, you could take a bunch of them down. Doesn't seem like it's that hard. But of course, they can't, because if they could have done that, we wouldn't be in this position at all in Mass Effect 3. So it's like they overrode, like they really, really wanted to show the originators of the Reapers, but then also wrote themselves into a corner by making them really, really strong, to the point where, like, if you were I wouldn't be hiding if I was that strong. Because you also have to keep in mind that the Reapers, they're not always out in force all the time. They only entered, like, was it galactic space or whatever the fuck you call it, recently. So at the most, you'd only have, like, I don't know, maybe a handful of Reapers that were around, like in Mass Effect 1 or whatever. If even that. You could easily handle that if you were one of those giant calamari things. If you were a Leviathan. I don't know, did you like this DLC?
Parts of it. It was creepy. It was weird.
Like
I like it when sci-fi's weird.
You get the Cthulhu, like, Lovecraftian effect with them, which is kind of fun.
It seemed a little bit, not necessarily, like, out of place, but it was just such a weird tangent to take. It sort of felt like maybe a bunch of leftover ideas.
Yeah. Or, like, maybe once again, it was somebody that's like, we really have to do this idea. And everyone was just like, okay, how do we still make this work in the confines of, like, what we already have?
Someone just really wanted, like, a horror side quest.
What I don't get is, if you just had one Leviathan, I think I'd have less of a problem with it. But they make the reveal like, oh, there's a whole, like, group of them. I think the more you have, the more problem I have suspending disbelief about the situation. Because it's like, if you have a small army, I don't get why you guys are hiding so desperately. Let me see if I can find the picture or the moment where they reveal themselves. It's kind of silly a little bit. Oh wait, no, this is the other one. So, oh no, this is the Jacob mission. That's really not what I want. Okay, down here. So, like, using people to speak through is creepy. That's effective. Yeah. That's also kind of creepy in that, like, you see people's, like, nosebleed and all that kind of stuff every time this happens. So it's like, what long-term damage are you getting by just even speaking with these guys? that would make me immediately go to Dr. Chock after this. Be like, hey, am I okay? I just talked to some, like, Lovecraftian creatures that have lived in this universe for not even a millennia, but, like, many years. Am I gonna have, like, a brain tumor now? Like, what's happening here? Yeah, so there's this. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, show me more of you guys. What's the thing with the big reveal? Oh no, they already left at this point. Yeah, so I also don't like, even if we ignored the fact that they seem more than capable to handle shit themselves, I don't like the idea that now that they just exist. Because even if you get rid of the Reapers, you've now established there's something pretty fucking dangerous. Like, these guys might only ally with you because to them, the Reapers are a bigger threat. When the Reapers are no longer a threat now you got a ticking time bomb of these creepy things that can easily control people's minds without even, like, trying that hard. That could cause, like, some serious problems down the road. I'd be far more worried about that. Like, I know they need the stupid little orbs around or whatever, but they've clearly had very little problem doing that all this whole time. And it is kind of interesting in, like, a Twilight Zone kind of way, where once we free some of these people from this influence, they don't realize the time has passed. And they're like, what year is it? And they say, oh, it's 2180 something or whatever. Like, and it's 10 years prior to them. And it's like, uh-oh. That's a problem. You guys are going to need some therapy or something at the very least. But while it is lore important, I gotta admit, minus a couple of the fun little romance segments, if you bring your romantic interest with you, I kind of wish it didn't exist. I
mean, it would be fine. Nothing would be affected if it didn't exist, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying because I know some people are like, don't cut content or whatever, but it's like, sometimes the more you explain of stuff, the less, not less interesting it is. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to describe, like, what exactly... Sometimes there's enough that's vague that makes things more interesting. Oh, see, there we go. So there's like a bunch of these fucking things. It's not just one.
Yeah, and, like, you know, I'm a big fan of big monsters. I like them, but
Yeah.
this was a weird moment. This was just like, why is this here? Why are they here? Why do we need this?
I don't. And then even then, if they're all hiding, how are they actually going to help us? They better sure as not be helping us by using indoctrinated people. Because we clearly didn't seem to spell out or stipulate, like, the terms of our, you know, alliance. If they're going to stay underwater this whole time, that means definitely some of these poor people are still being mind controlled by them to do whatever it is that's supposed to be kind of helping us. Like, that's not great either. They don't specify, like, how exactly they're going to help us. Unless Reapers randomly just come to this one planet where they're already situated so they can zap them. It's like, well, that's not as helpful as I'd like. Yeah, see, when you're going up, you're passing by so many of them. It's like, fuck.
It's like someone read the book that the movie Arrival is based on and wanted to do their own take.
Yeah. It's, yeah. It's such a weird... I will say tonally, this still feels more appropriate than, say, something like the Citadel DLC, because it's still that dark, foreboding, you know, you're desperate for allies, so you do whatever the fuck you have to because the Reapers are in the background somewhere. Like, that all still is consistent, but, I don't know. Like, if I was doing
wouldn't trade it for the Citadel DLC.
Oh, no. Even as ridiculous and fan servicey as that DLC is, I would still keep that shit in a heartbeat if it meant that I had to, like, forego all the other DLCs. I mean, I think after all the shit that both myself and the character has been through, we deserve some fun time. Come on.
I don't care. Sometimes I don't care if it's fan service. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and there's a lot of work that clearly went into the Citadel DLC. It's pretty long. Like, these ones aren't bad lengthwise, but the Citadel DLC, like, even when I was playing it, like, that was like an entire evening, wasn't it? Just for that one.
It was a full stream, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how much content there is in there. And that was also just from 1 or 2 different paths. Like, you can mix up your combinations, like who you take with you, what you do, all this stuff. So in terms of replayability, it's even better. Yeah. Oh, here's the part where they just kill a Reaper easily. Kills that thing. So yeah, I don't know. I would have been fine with the mystique and the mystery of the Leviathan things just existing in the very far back past, like eons ago, you know, like somewhere else. Maybe they didn't survive. Maybe there's some kind of cave painting equivalent that they existed at some point, but I don't really want to talk with them. It just muddies the water and makes things overly complicated. Like, say for example, on N7 Day today, if BioWare does have an announcement about the next Mass Effect game, if they say, okay, it actually is a continuation of Mass Effect 3, is the big bad going to be the Leviathans then? You know, are we going to have the same fucking problem where it's like, what's the phrase? Same shit, different day or whatever. But instead of Reapers, now we got to worry about Leviathans and mind controlling and a brand new, different kind of indoctrination.
Mind control and kaiju fights.
Now, if they start building it, like a Normandy kaiju, like a Pacific Rim thing, that could be kind of funny.
Honestly, though, I would really like that.
The Normandy just turns into like one of the specific. What are they called? Jaegers.
Jaegers, yeah.
Yeah, it turns into a fucking Jaeger, like a transformer.
Or you just bring a bunch of ships together and Voltron it. I don't know.
Yeah. I would go for that. That'd be fine. And maybe not take it super seriously would help. Sometimes tongue-in-cheek serious silliness is good. But yeah, so that was the Leviathan DLC. Once again, while important to the plot, something I would be fine with, like, skipping if it meant skipping it from like the entire canon. Honestly, I'm okay with that. I don't hate it. I just I almost think it's like too much. But yeah, on to the fun times though. with the Citadel DLC, finally we get to talk about in all its glory. It is pretty much unapologetic fan service, but considering when this came out and what everybody had gone through, I kind of wonder, was the Citadel DLC always something to be planned, or was this, not that it was damage control, but something that they felt compelled to make to try to smooth over things with fans? You know?
Oh, I'm sure it was that.
Maybe a little column A, a little column B.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on here that feels like with the cutscenes, with the interactivity, with the replayability, that's not quick to do. So it could have been something that they were considering, but then maybe they just made it chock full of even more fan service than it might have normally had, perhaps. But I'm not super sure. But I enjoyed it thoroughly just for like what it is. I do think and I think we disagreed on this, but maybe I was wording it bad. I think the fact that there is a clone and that it's a Cerberus clone, I'm not saying like it smooths over stuff from Horizon, because as we discussed, Horizon is a clusterfuck mess. But it feels like somebody almost did that as a way of saying like, people worrying about Cerberus's intentions aren't always like wrong. You know, like if they were doing this and somebody even like Miranda, was Miranda aware of the clones? I can't remember. Jacob probably wasn't. They probably don't tell Jacob anything. But with all these different factions supposedly of Cerberus and all the really heinous things that Cerberus could be doing, that's why I'm a little more forgiving for some characters that just really do not want to have anything to do with Cerberus. Or
fine. I mean, I think kind of the whole third game kind of showed why no one should ever want anything to do with Cerberus.
Right.
I don't think we really needed to see the clone. I like the clone. I thought it was a cool story, and it made total sense that there would be a clone.
Did it though?
Yeah, I think so.
I do think
I think they would want to have.
It's a bit simplistic.
The elusive. God, I almost called the elusive man President Bartlett.
Yeah, that's
very late. But I think it makes sense that he would want to kind of hedge his bets and just have a backup shepherd.
Mm.
Or, just one to like harvest organs out of as needed.
Right. And that's what she said, or at least that's what she believed that she was created for the purpose of.
And I think that tracks with what we know about him and Cerberus, but
yeah,
I don't think it really impacts my view of Horizon and that whole thing, because that it would almost be like a retcon at that point.
well, that's why I almost thought it kind of. I mean, not that it's a full retcon, but it felt like they were trying to do that a little bit, because what she also says, although she lumps in Kaidan with it, which kind of also defeats the purpose of it, is something about the cult of Shepard, where people just follow Shepard without questioning, without thinking, and I'm like, that's a very specific thing to say. Are they saying that on purpose to call out people that maybe only liked characters that only ever were essentially cultists to Shepard? You know, like they always agreed with whatever she said or always went with whatever she did and didn't question any of her choices. Because there's some things that the clone is like comic book villain bad, but like there are some things that she says that it's like it does spur questions that are kind of valid, where yes, your friends are your friends, but I wouldn't mind if they kind of checked you once in a while, you know, to say like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Not hardcore saying I'm not doing this, I don't agree, but like a few more slight voices of dissent might be a bit more realistic. And from my point of view. Again, there might be some people play games that don't want that at all. They just want everybody to be a good little girl and boy and just always listen to what the player wants to have happen, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, Kaidan went through a whole arc of... Well, that's the thing. So that's actually why I liked initially, if it was done better, the concept of a questioning Vermeer survivor or questioning some kind of supportive character, where it is sensible that they wouldn't instantly just be down for whatever you've been up to, especially when they don't have the full information, because that would seem a little irresponsible. It's like maybe there's some little fine print things that have been happening that you pick out if you weren't immediately like, yep, sign me up, let's go, or whatever. But then they always kind of take it too far in one direction or another. Like, I think it just needs a little bit more nuance if they're gonna have any dissenters, you know, in the ranks.
Yeah.
So that you don't like unnecessarily piss people off. Because I do get a little bit bored when it's too easy to win over everybody. It's kind of satisfying when you make a compelling case, to me.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
there should be some kind of challenge to it, otherwise what's the point?
Right. But I noticed that I'm definitely not the typical person in a lot of the fandom, because a lot of people do love, like, I'm just getting my gang together. I'm not even, like, it's not even hard. I'm just picking these up like candy. it's like easy shit. And it's just a different mentality, you know, like how people play their games. I like being challenged a little bit. As you could tell with when we were talking about Karth earlier, I like just enough challenge to make it interesting, you know? I don't like it when they just roll over and say, cool, whatever you want, you know? You need the thrill of the hunt. Right. But this stuff had a lot of fun.
Want to be fed.
Huh?
T-Rex doesn't want to be fed, she wants to hunt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like like the Jurassic Park, you know, clever girl. Gotta play with the food before you eat it. But yeah, I liked everybody kind of loosening up in this DLC. I like the fact that it kind of returned a little bit to what we had in the previous games, where after a lot of events you could just talk to people, and sometimes they say something fun or different each time. Because I do feel like in the main game it's kind of hard to tell when you can trigger more dialogue from people. Because remember, I kept going to squad mates and going, now do you have something new to say? Now do you? And maybe you have something now? Oh no, maybe later. It was like hard to tell. But the nice thing about this DLC is practically every time something happens, I can just go back and talk to somebody and they got something new to say, which is fun. I just like talking to people. I will say The one that I don't like that much is what's her face? Brooks? the one that acts like, who was it? Somebody on the stream who hadn't, I think it was Mr. Gel, who hadn't played this this DLC, was like, Brooks should have been Trainer, because they're both nerds and they're both into techie shit and they don't know anything about combat. And I was holding my tongue because I was like, you don't want to say that when you know what Brooks actually is. But it's true in that I feel like she's too obviously nerdy.
Yeah.
And even before I knew what the twist was, maybe they purposely pushed the line delivery a little extra forced, so it's like in retrospect you'll look at it and go like, oh yeah, she was just being fake or whatever. But at the time, it actually made me kind of annoyed with her because she acted so aloof and like naive and stuff. I was like, she
was annoying.
But your alliance, like, you can't be that fucking stupid, can you? I guess it was just her reflection of what she thought alliance types were, I guess. But I kept looking for ways of like not having to deal with her, and of course the story being what it is forces you to deal with her all the time. And then you find out later, you know, why. But I don't know. And her also, this is just a personal thing, but they clearly seem to have modeled her face after an actual person. But it's almost verging into this like weird uncanny valley for me, because her eyes are really wide.
The way her eyes move freak me out.
They dash around like way too much. I know I have wide eyes sometimes when I get excited, but hers are like really too intensely round, and like swish around quite a bit. And then you mix that with her weird body type where she kind of just is like flopping around a lot. It's not flattering. And even when she turns into like the badass, like deceptive version of her, it's still annoying. Like, oh, I just dropped my hair and I have my real accent now. Whatever. But she's meant to be hated, because then it's that much more satisfying when... Do you see how many times I just straight up killed her? She fucking ragdolled. Like, I wrecked her so badly. Like, I don't know if that's even supposed to happen. But I was... As a Vanguard, I was hammering both her and the clones so thoroughly that, like, I'm not sure if she was supposed to go down that often. As a side note, too, I think, or maybe it's the next section, the funny part where Rex goes, rah, and then, like, he busts in and, like, fucks everything up the way that, you know, Krogans do. I think supposedly if Rex is dead for whatever reason, I think Vega takes the place of that. I don't know how he jumps in, because obviously he can't crash in the same way that a Krogan does, so it's probably less satisfying. But he does, I think he does appear. That one's smoking Solarian. So there's that. They account for every possible combination of character, because the part where like Kaidan's doing biotics, that's whoever your favorite squad person is. So that's quite a lot of people that it could be. Minus, you know, anybody who's dead, like, you know, Thane or something. Just make Thane Mancer sad again, because it's like, that could have been Thane, and it's not Thane because he's dead. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's mean. I do like Thane. But the back and forth with characters is fun. It works surprisingly well with so many different combinations of squad mates is actually what impresses me so much. They must have had to have worked that out where the dialogue types just like remain just generic enough that it's still compatible if you had like Tali and Kaidan or Garrus and Javik or whatever the fuck combinations you use. There's so many different combinations. He uses a rocket launcher on the vehicle. That's boring. For Vega. That's exactly the kind of thing I figured, though, because even though he's big, you know, meaty McBeefhead, he's not gonna... That's mean. I don't mean to say meaty McBeefhead. That just kind of came out. He's not a Krogan. So if he landed, you know, shoulder first onto a streetcar or whatever the fuck flies in, he'd probably get pretty hurt. Meanwhile, Rex has no problems doing any of that. But yeah, so the lead up is fun. The casino part is really fun just because personally, as I mentioned, I like any excuse for Kaidan to act like a fucking dork. And some of the stuff he says to try to distract the guards is weirdly funny.
Like it was so funny. It was so awkward.
Well, and it runs the gamut of types of things. Like there's just one where he does straight up pretends like, hey, I'm part of the Alliance, I'm a Spectre, would you be interested in blah blah blah, you know, like something that like builds up the ego of the guard, and then the guard's like, yeah, tell me more, whatever, normal. And then there's the other shit about saying like cruelty to animals, like the Varen, they have Varen fights or something. So like he's trying to put them on the spot about it, and then that gets the person on guard and then like distracted. Also pretty normal. But then you have the other thing where he fake cries about losing all his money. He's like, I think I've lost a lot of money. Is there any way I can get it back? And the guy goes, no. And it's Travis Willingham, by the way, which is so fucking funny that his voice is so recognizable as the guard. He's like, no, sir. No, wait, no, sir, please don't cry. It's like, great. And then the other one that's weird, because it's like, he must have really thought this through. Where he's like, Hazer the laser? Like, as if it was like some fucking college friend. How you been? You owe me money. It's like random fucking shit. It's so good. And that's the kind of thing that makes you want to try it with different characters, because it's like, what kind of stories do the other characters come up with, I wonder? You know, like, what does Garrus say if you do this? Or Tali's probably a big dork about her her options as well, you know? So you could spend like fucking days just like doing every goddamn combination possible, probably needing to use a save editor or something to make sure that you get, you know, some combinations of things, like if you really want them. Like, for example, this bit at the beginning, I think it's always either your love interest or whoever's like topmost on your list. So if you wanted to purposely get somebody else, I guess maybe you'd alter your save so that it reads as like somebody else being higher on that list, I would assume. Also, the car place saviors you love. Yeah, so that's what I meant. Like, actually, I kept dying in this part. I was trying to wait to see if I got to that spot yet or not. This is what I get for being a vanguard in areas where, like, when they drop from above, you can't biotic charge to a place you can't actually reach. So that's a big bit of kryptonite for a vanguard character that needs to always be charging. ABC, always be charging. Where is it's? Oh no, this is, we already bumped into him here. Oh yeah, I saw this sign and I was like, haha, it's funny. You pay now. Anyway, so the setup for the casino is fun. It's a little more simplistic than I would have liked, because it's really just those little puzzle games with the lights for the most part. That's kind of it, but it's not bad. And a lot of the other stuff is really straightforward, just fighting in those big archive areas. But it's neat because it's a new zone that you haven't seen before, and you're getting some goofy dialogues, because at that point I think you've seen your clone, so everybody wants to say something about your clone and you, which Shepard is like, I don't want to talk about it. Stop reminding me that I have a fucking clone that's trying to kill me. It's pretty great. I don't know if there's a better way to end it than the way it ends, because you obviously can't have the clone still exist, because you could try to do the Paragon thing, be the better man or woman, and put out your hand and be like, come on, but she'll still jump to her death anyway, because she's like, fuck you. I'll never be friends with you. But it would be kind of interesting if you could find some middle ground. The problem is she's so hateful and she's so resentful of her situation. Would she ever move past that? Probably not.
No, and there's really no way to keep her alive without it possibly being like a plot hole.
Yeah, unless they hand waved it away and said, and if she hates Cerberus, obviously, for what they did to her, understandable. If you could, like, through a bunch of Paragon or whatever prompts convince her that Cerberus is like the real enemy. Like, don't be mad at me. It's not my fault. You should be fucking pissed at Cerberus. They did all this shit to you. And somehow make that convincing. She could turn into like maybe a war asset. And just throw her at some indoctrinated Cerberus troops or something somewhere, like out of reach of my shepherd, potentially. But even then, that's kind of a bit of a stretch because you don't know how long that tenuous truce would exist for. And you still have somebody that's basically you, that at any point, because she's clearly doesn't have your same morals, could change their mind and cause problems like all over again. So kind of stuck a little bit, I guess. Oh, there he goes. Fucking Rex. Just being Rex. Yeah. But the real fun part is getting to hang out with everybody again, getting all those unique kind of moments. And they're all fun and different. Like, even if you go to the arcade, like the stuff with Zaid, even though it's short, is like weirdos trying to win a crane game. And then like having that over-the-top ridiculous shit with Trainer where she's trying to beat that Asari at like that battleship chess or whatever, and they do the fucking like martial arts movie like super zoom-ins, to their faces and stuff. Like there's a lot of fun things in there that clearly a lot of design and thought went into that I super appreciate, even if it's just a bunch of silly fun nonsense. It's just tough because after all the party's done and you've had your fun, the game has to remind you when you're looking at the Normandy, like, well, back to it. Back to fighting Reapers, and let's once again not think about the fact that while we've been partying for like about a day at least, let's not think about how many people probably died while we were doing that. It's probably fine. All the people that were mowed down by Reaper forces or straight up blown up by some Reaper laser beam. Don't worry about that. Don't think about that.
I mean, they probably shouldn't think about that.
No.
Since they were on their own slow march toward probable death anyway.
Yeah. It's tough because it's like, if you play a super Paragon person, you would think that that kind of Paragon shepherd would probably feel guilty at some point about all this spending time instead of just getting back to it. It's like Anderson is on Earth somehow staying alive this entire time, even though like every minute he's there is another minute he might not be later. If there was anything I would say is not a plot hole, but a plot weirdness, it would be how Earth survives for so damn long. Earth doesn't really have anything unusual going for it. It has, relatively speaking, I mean, I guess their tech is obviously better now that they're, allied with other alien races and stuff, but by comparison, they're still a little bit behind the curve in some things. And Reapers come to their planet and just like lay waste to it, and somehow everything still more or less holds up the entirety of the game until you go back there, which is more than a little remarkable.
Yeah, but that's like kind of standard sci-fi stuff,
Yeah, I guess so.
The human spirit and the will to live and all of that is gonna carry them through a lot of stuff.
But coming full
also, it would be really depressing.
Yeah.
To have a whole like, oh, your whole planet just got totally destroyed. Here you go.
Party. Have a good time in the Citadel. Whee!
Depressing.
But what you're saying kind of makes us go full circle back to the whole concept that this series does, as well as so many other sci-fi series where they want to uplift like the humans as they just got that something special about them that makes them just a little bit better than everybody else. I don't know. It's like that gumption, like that. You always, you're like the cockroach. You never die. You somehow survive. Like something that magically other races can't seem to cobble together in space. Like Asari just fold like a deck of cards, relatively speaking, because Thessia wasn't even hit nearly as long as either Palaven or Earth or Tuchanka or whatever. The Thessia is hit for like a minute, and they're just like, well, everybody's dead. Just like pack up these artifacts and go home. Somewhere else. Oh, God. Yeah, her face is fucking weird. Brooks's face. I'm looking at it now.
No, it's
She
not
has
great.
really super pouty lips that are too shiny. Her eyes do seem oddly like wide or large relative to the rest of her face. There's definitely like an uncanny quality about her face. Not a fan. But yeah, so I think that without going into the weeds about more Citadel stuff, the party is obviously fun. There's a lot of goofy shit that happens in the party. I recommend it. A lot of the love goes into that like latter half. And then just to throw you a bone, they have that scene where it's like, whoever you're with, you wake up the next day. Apparently, if you weren't romancing anybody, I've seen a scene where you actually wake up with Javik and both of you look at each other like, well, that was a mistake.
Oh no.
Very interesting. I don't know if you guys just got tired and like knocked out on the bed or if something actually happened. I can't remember. But that is the thing. Oh god.
So sitcom-y.
It is. But I think that's the intention. The one that's not great is I'm not sure who thought it was a good idea. I mean, somebody clearly said, we never got to romance Vega. I want to romance Vega for some reason. But they let you do it in the Citadel DLC, but it's so scummy feeling. Because it's not just like, hey, let's hook up. And he's like, yay. No, he's not yay. He actually kind of doesn't want to do it. And you essentially, like, it's like a weird power dynamic. Like, you kind of coerce him. Like, come on, why do you want to do? Like,
No.
you very uncomfortably convince him, I guess. Like, you just knock all his barriers down at a certain point, and he just kind of goes, fine.
No, HR.
That is the biggest HR violation of them all. Of all the things that can happen in these games. And then I believe you do have one of those wake up morning things with him, and it's like, oh no.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. I guess they wanted just everybody represented in the Citadel DLC, but the problem is he's clearly already established himself as not actually being attracted to you. He respects you, he looks up to you, but there's been more than one occasion, even in the base game, where he kind of goes like I might calling you Lola, but I'm not actually, like, I might do the fake flirty thing, but I'm not really flirting with you. It's just my way, you know, like, I just like being silly. Near the beginning of the game, Vega challenges the commanding officer to a bare-knuckle boxing match. Yeah, so, well, I mean, but that's not flirting, though. I'm just saying, if they had some hint that he was halfway interested in you, like, romantically, I probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with attempting to get with him in the Citadel DLC. But they pretty much, like, make her force him to get with her, which feels...
That's so
bad.
gross.
It was happy N7 day. Now that it officially is N7 day. Let's all cross our fingers that we actually have something that's revealed to us today. Who knows if that'll happen. But yeah, I think aside from that, all the other things are pretty nice. I don't know. I would like to omit that. If there was some mod that just, like, doesn't let you have that dialogue exchange with him, then I think everything would be perfect. That is the little smudge in the ointment for this Citadel DLC for me, honestly. But fortunately, since I wasn't that kind of shepherd, I didn't get that kind of option. Or I don't remember having that kind of option. Maybe because you're already involved with somebody, it doesn't even give you that option. Could be. But yeah. I think might be my... If I was ranking all the DLCs of all of them, I still think Citadel DLC would be at the top. I'm I'm not sure what I would put after that. Because what's funny is so many of the other ones are kind of almost at the same level to me.
Yeah. I mean, they all kind of have similar formats and...
Right. It's not like, say, the Dragon Age Inquisition DLCs, where I actually enjoyed quite a few of them, and they're really long ones too, like the Hakone one, and then
yeah, that was good.
and the dwarf one too. Like,
Right.
those are really enjoyable, have crazy lore, and now that I've done them, I couldn't imagine like not doing them. But interestingly enough, so many of these ones feel like safely skippable for the most part. Shadowbroker probably had the most effort put into it after Citadel. It certainly did, because it was Liara. And is that a surprise? Because, again, Liara, poster girl of the game, gets an entire DLC dedicated to her. Good for character development for her. But again, even compared to Overlord, kind of skippable if you're only worried about the main plot. Because yes, information brokers are a thing, and yes, the shadow broker is a thing. But if you were fully concerned about Reapers and Collectors, etc., don't need to do it. Because again, I didn't play either Overlord or Shadow Broker originally when they came out. I only played them on this Legendary Edition. And I kind of, to be honest, I kind of felt like, oh, okay, cool. But I wasn't like, wow, I should have played that before. Like, you know, one of those things where it's like, oh, fuck, I missed out, damn it. You know, like, mad about it. But that's just my opinion. They're still good. I just think it's nicer when the DLC feels like you can't live without it. Or like this really added something extra to the main game for me. Yeah. But in terms of looking to the future, I don't know what they're gonna do. Andromeda was, I mean, it technically must have sold okay, because, you know, people had such high hopes back when it came out, but in the long run was such a flopperoonie with folks that I would be very surprised if the next game has even a section of like it can't be a sequel to that. I highly doubt it. And they also showed Liara like for a minute in one of the teasers, so somehow Mass Effect 4 would be taking place after this trilogy, but that means that they're probably going to have to commit to one of those endings being canon, which that's going to be a field day for the fandom to say like, haha, your ending isn't the right one. Can you imagine the clusterfuck that would cause? But
Well,
yeah,
it's gonna be, oh boy.
well, first of all, we know it can't be synthesis, because if the Liara teaser is true, she doesn't have the little thingies on her like everybody had at the synthesis ending. So that already cancels that out. So that means it can only be based off of either control or destroy. Or they do the thing that'll probably piss everybody off and make that a prequel. Because nobody really wants a prequel. They want to see what the fuck happened to Shepard. They don't want to just, oh, let's do the first contact war with the Turians. But you already know how that ends. You know? That would be the safe bet, because then you don't have to involve Shepard, or you have like a hint about like, this is when Shepard was only 18, or like this is before they became an N7 or something like that. But I don't, that doesn't sound good. Alternate universe, they might have to do that. If they don't want to piss people off with choosing a canon ending, your only other option is like one of those crazy like Twilight Zone things where it's like, but what if, you know, like an alternate universe, like maybe if this thing hadn't happened, then everything could have spiraled into a totally different direction. Because then you could still have most of the same squad mates. Maybe they would finally get some personality upgrades if this is actually an alternate universe. But you know, it feels kind of lame because, like, for example, as a comparison, remember when the J.J. Abrams Star Trek, the 2009, right, one came out, and they're like, this is an alternate universe. I don't think that sat well with a lot of people. I think a lot of people were pretty mad. Or at least the people I knew, because they're all nerds.
I don't know. There were it was divisive among Star Trek fans depending on when they became Star Trek fans.
That makes sense. If you're
Because my
younger,
brother is like one of he's such a huge Star Trek nerd, and he was like, he kind of shrugged and was like, whatever. Star Trek can never keep like their own canon straight anyway, so whatever.
yeah. But we've never indicated. I mean, some wonky things have happened in Star Trek, right? But I don't think we've ever indicated an alternate reality in Mass Effect, as far as I know. There's pockets of dark space, like for example, where the Reapers were just hiding for like 50,000 years. But I don't think they've done the whole like, I don't know what's the equivalent. If anyone's watched Steins Gate or like, you know, Back to the Future 2 or something, have like the split off like parallel reality that's caused because of a thing, maybe, or just like parallel universes in general. It could be an interesting take because then you get to revisit fun, familiar stuff, but like just a little different. But that kind of feels like a bit of a cop out, I think.
It'd be a little bit of a retread.
Yeah, and in not a necessarily good way, right?
Yeah.
Depending on how they do it. So I don't know. I guess we'll see if that game ever comes out. As I said, I've unfortunately become the kind of BioWare fan over time that is, by default, assuming that the things will never manifest. Then that means I don't get my hopes up enough, so I don't get let down so hard later if that actually happens, you know? If I assume the worst, then you'll never be disappointed. Isn't that what they say? Because Dreadwolf has the same problem where it's just been dragged along for a long time. They insist it's going to come out, but maybe we'll see some of that tomorrow. Who knows? Or later today, whatever. Mass Effect 4 is shown even less, so maybe that'll show up. Hard to say. If anything, my cynical self thinks the most we'll get is another one of those like teasers. There's no way we're getting gameplay. At the worst, we'll get one of those motion graphics teasers that's not even like game assets. At best, we'll get some highly detailed like CG teaser that looks really cool, but like since it's not game assets, you can't be sure like, okay, but is the actual game gonna look this good? Like, how can we tell if it looks this good? I know their priority is Dragon Age 4 for now, but it is N7 Day. So at the very least, I know their Twitter is probably going to toss out some kind of BioWare, some kind of Mass Effect, like something, probably. If it's just the fucking N7 logo, that would be a pretty big feels bad man, you know, if it just ended up being that, but who knows, it could be. I guess we'll see when everybody looks at the Twitter, like, well, it's late now, so like, who knows?
Well,
8 hours from now? More? If they even do it. Hard to say. But yeah, anyway, without getting things even longer than they already are, because we had a pretty insane discussion tonight, verging on almost 6 hours just on Mass Effect 3, which is incredible. I think that kind of wraps up our full discussion on the Mass Effect Trilogy. I super appreciate everybody sticking around. I hope you guys had an interesting listen. Thank you for the follow. It's been quite a trip. As I mentioned, I played the games originally when they came out and they were new. It's been an evolving experience, I'd say. From now to now. In both good and bad ways, but I would say the average is good. The ultimate outcome is good. And it's always nice to see still quite a few fans and quite a bit of love, despite all the controversies we talked about tonight regarding the games. The people still love the games, and I think that shows a lot of staying power, regardless of the hiccups that they've had here and there. Oh my god, if they had a Conrad Werner teaser... What if they did that? What if they actually had Conrad Werner as a squad mate?
I I I don't know.
What if he actually ended up being cool? Wouldn't that be the
Part of me
craziest?
kind of wants to know, but oh my god.
Can you imagine? Okay, I'm picking up
It would be so ridiculous.
the topic of if there's an alternate reality. What if in the alternate reality, Conrad Werner is Shepard? Like, Shepard's just a shitty person. Shepard is the Werner, and Conrad is the Shepard. Can you imagine that? Oh, that'd be amazing.
Jenkins is alive.
Jenkins is alive. Oh god, what else can we fuck up? Saren is Garrus, and Garrus is Saren. Now everyone would riot. There's no way. It would be really cool having Saren be on your team, though. Like, unironically.
That fanfic has to exist, right?
That's a fanfic. Just thinking of all the different ways you could swap people. Arya instead of... have Liara be the fucking owner of Omega and fucking insane, and Arya is the one that's on your team instead. How do we mix this shit up? What if... Oh, okay. I'm swapping people left and right. What if Jack is the goody two-shoes Girl Scout biotic, and Kaidan is the fucking insane experimented on biotic? I'm starting to get on board with this new squad. I think
that would be really fun.
I think I'm liking this. Who would be the Krogan? No, have Eve instead of Rex.
Yeah.
I would like Eve, Bakara, whatever. Oh man. It's bad when you start falling in love with your own idea, because it can only lead to tears. But that squad actually sounds pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I like that squad.
I feel bad that we sacrificed Garrus to be a cool villain, but maybe he'll survive longer than Saren did. Like, since he'd be like evil vigilante Batman instead. Or wait, who's an evil Batman? Is there a character that's like an evil Batman?
Well, there was that other guy that was Batman for a while that like killed people.
Oh, that was a Turian? Which guy?
What? No.
You said there was somebody that killed... Wait, say it again?
No, never mind.
Oh. Yeah, but, yeah. Or just new alien squad mates in general would be nice. Like, haven't had a Vorcha, haven't had a Volus, haven't had, who else? A Hanar? What if we had the equivalent of Blasto? And instead of just being a movie star, that Blasto Hanar is actually like legitimately like a good squad mate. That'd be fun. I'd play that game. But these are all pie in the sky ideas. Like, it could be anything. I would accept an alternate reality story if it really went balls to the wall crazy like that. That'd be okay. But I don't think there's no way.
They would never do that. I really don't think they would ever do that.
It's far too risky, and I know some exec or even maybe some of their own team would probably not be willing to risk an IP that way. But I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It could be like Andromeda. We've already done Andromeda. Like, it couldn't be worse than Andromeda, right? I don't know. Anyway, just some thoughts to think about as we close out the stream for the night. But anyway, thanks everybody for coming by. I hope you had a good time listening to our ramblings and our hopefully thought-provoking discussion as we summarize the game. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, thanks everybody for coming by. Next time we will be playing Baldur's Gate 3 for Saturday. We have a Final Fantasy XIV stream on Wednesday, and Baldur's Gate is kind of like the spiritual successor to the BioWare stuff we've been playing anyway, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good time. But yeah, in the meantime, thanks everybody for coming by. If you'd like to keep up, please follow the channel, or you can also You can also follow on YouTube or subscribe on YouTube or on Twitter. I will be chopping these up into videos per game and putting them up on YouTube if people like, listening to this while they work or, like what people do with podcasts, basically. So I hope people enjoy that as much as we enjoyed talking about stuff. So in the meantime, hope you guys have a great rest of your week. Happy N7 Day. I hope something good comes of it. Fingers crossed. And in the meantime, take care.